Chile has accepted the challenge of creating a more conscious and ecological future, making use of its natural resources and of its people's innovative capacity. Our geography leaves us heavily exposed to the negative consequences of climate change, but at the same time give us the unique chance to be part of the solution. That is the reason why, as a nation, we have set ourselves an ambitious goal to achieve net zero emissions by the year 2050. Our strategy is clear, and our aims, both concrete and measurable, will allow us to achieve this goal. In this way, we are contributing towards a better quality of life and welfare for Chilean citizens, but also for the whole planet. Our territory provides us with a great variety of resources to generate renewable energy. The best solar irradiance in the north, strong winds in the south, especially in Patagonia, our diverse water resources, and even a mountain range whose volcanic activity allows us to generate geothermal energy. We also have the potential to generate up to 70 times more than our current energy capacity. Our collective aim in addressing climate change is to leave as inheritance for future generations a planet where they have the possibility to grow and flourish. For this task, we need planning, rigor, and great creativity as well. Chileans are keeping pace towards a sustainable future. We're making use of our rich geography and its potential for generating clean energy and thus decreasing greenhouse gas emissions and helping to reduce local, national, and global pollution. Clean energy is precisely what is allowing us to close down coal-fired generation plants, replace them with renewable energy, enable electromobility implementation, which allows us to have cleaner and more silent cities. Continue advancing in specific measures related to energy efficiency and to develop a domestic green hydrogen industry. Chile has the best conditions in the world to become a leader in the production and export of this zero-emission fuel, which is a key for achieving net zero emissions, because it allows us to clean up those areas difficult to electrify, both locally and globally. Our country contributes on a small scale towards global warming, but this is an intergenerational challenge that certainly transcends geopolitical boundaries. We are willing and ready to do everything at our disposal in order to contribute towards a solution through clean and sustainable energy. There is no such thing as my future. There is only our future. From Chile, we're contributing towards this future with clean energy that will indeed make it possible. Chile, a clean energy country. Ministry of Energy.
I have the pleasure of welcoming the Honorable Minister of Energy, Mines and Environment for Morocco. Minister, thank you for joining us today, and thank you for being part of our Be Bold campaign and your leadership in championing sustainable energy. Morocco is setting the standard for the region and the world through its commitment to renewable energy, and specifically Morocco's goal to achieve 52% renewable energy by 2030. I also want to recognize Morocco's role in co-leading the coalition on sustainable energy access that seeks to ensure 100% access to energy in the least developed and other developing countries by 2030. Minister, we are honored that Morocco has been chosen to be a global champion for the theme of innovation and technology. And I'd like to say, from my background in Nigeria, I had a lot of support for Mazen in developing a lot of our renewable policies. So we've been friends with Morocco for a long time. I think my first question, Honorable Minister, is with Morocco's leadership role and commitment to the energy transition and sustainable energy, can you explain how you plan to achieve the bold targets you have set yourself, and specifically the role of innovation and technology? Over to you, Honorable Minister.
شكرا سيدتي.
Thank you so much, madam. I think that today there is no way back. There is no way back but to engage into this worldwide transition into what is green and what is sustainable development. So our destiny is to reconsider again our industries, our economies, our way of looking at things, to see how we can consider our transportation. Even today, we're living into a very intense world linked to climate change, and one of these things come from the transportation, from the energy. So the transition should be primordial and should be quick and swift. So here I could use words that are taken from his Secretary General of the UN. If we don't do that, we will be facing a catastrophe, a genocide. So unfortunately, and the big the leading world, leading countries are taking this as a majority. So we're not just influential in terms of climate change. We are committed, and we are impacted by the climate change, and we are committed to the international decisions. Our country, from a long time, has taken the cleanest and the safest choice, that is respecting nature, that is respecting humanity, with regard to the diversity, forests, water, littoral. So this is just reinforced in a much higher way. So the energy, we have succeeded many things in the energy transition, and I could say that we could reach 52%. You spoke about I could tell you that we can reach that 52% before 2030. So these programs can be reached before 2030, God willing, especially with the new programs that we have, the new program to have launched, which will be an electrical program 2021 2030. We have programmed scheduled many programs and many roadmaps that are important and that are influential, especially during all the hydrogen, the biomass, maritime energy, and so on. So I could tell that all the other countries should benefit from this transition now, energy transition. There is a competition a dog competition between these countries. So there is now the competition on battery, on solar grid, on nano vid, and technologies, new technologies. So we have started to speak about the turbines, the we have smart grid, smart grid. So now there is a competition between countries, and I think that the countries that will succeed in the future not only will be just buying these meters or these equipment and to produce this electricity, but also these countries that will use and energies, clean energies, that will have this part of this technology that can be used and produced in its country. So Morocco, if I want to just give you a wrap up of what the government work, well, I can speak about this as a package. It will be producing electricity from renewable energy, generalizing the clean energy in the industry, agriculture, mining, and so on, and then in the social and even mosques. Now there is a renewable energy program in mosques. Uh, Now we have generalizing this, using this, and producing and encouraging people to use these renewable energies, self-production. So there is also a self-production of electricity, and it's in its last stages. So we have to polarize, of course, industries and technologies in our country, and we have to link it. And allow me to tell you, madam, I'm with the UN. How can we link the mining system with the new technology? If Africa is rich in mining, and these minerals and mines are important to industry 4.0, 4.0. So we move to a negotiation with the big companies to come to our countries and to link these natural resources with the electricity. So we have prepared that there is valuable mines. So we have to concentrate on R&D and technology, and I think that this should be within the thinking scheme of the decision makers, that we should create added value in the country. So therefore, if we take this and export it to other countries with added value, it would not be a good idea. So I think if we want just to wrap up the next generation, it's to generalize these renewable energies in the industries and society. So the new era is the industrialization of renewable energies, and of course development of R&D and the development of innovation. And we have of course many things, and we have partnerships, and we have to of course to have hydrogen, and we have to do it. So therefore, and the potential is there. So we should be among the that. So it should be the main base among hydrogen in the world. So therefore, madam, we are at your disposal with the UN, with the African Union, and we want to develop that to have this. So therefore, we should not. We need inclusive development for energy. So I think that this is the development that we are working on, and this is something we can speak about. And we have mentioned Nigeria, and I think that we have with Nigeria many. We have the gas, natural gas pipe, and we have fertilization. and we have got in from out of the trade into a strategic model, and this is a model that we give to the world. Morocco is having a lot of phosphates. We want to create a joint venture to have an added value and to share this benefit. So this is the model that we have started with Nigeria and that we have done with Asia. So this is a Moroccan thing. So therefore, we are at your disposal.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister. I think there are like a few things I had to take from the conversation. The need for localization, being able to mine locally and produce these things with the span of R&D and the way you're also investing in technology at the same time you're investing in renewables. Collaborations with other countries, the joint ventures you have with my country, Nigeria, in terms of also showing your knowledge and helping the rest of Africa to achieve its potential through Morocco's leadership. And then, you know, finally, the fact that it's a whole of government effort for Morocco. You know, there's a political will to make sure this works and make sure this works even before 2030, and really be the showcase for best practice for the rest of the continent and also the world. So on that note, thank you so much, Honorable Minister. I look forward to seeing you at the high-level dialogue ministerials at the end of June.
If you just allow me, madam, there is a small thing I should tell you. So the success of energy transition, or let me say sustainable transition in general. So this is something that should have. So there should be supervision from the higher authorities. So His Majesty is paying a lot of attention, given his royal care, to the successes of development of this program. So therefore, everyone should support and embrace these orientations. So second thing is that we have to have the business climate. The business climate should be good. So we have around 50 big companies from abroad, because it has found a good business climate. So we are reviewing doing business. We were 110 and we're now in 53, and we should be among the 50 top 50. So we should encourage joint venture to share this success. If we have done this, we have there is a dire need. And this dire need is an opportunity to Africa to choose the best technologies, the best solutions on not on the high technology, but the appropriate solution. So sometimes we don't need the high technology; we need the appropriate technology. So therefore, this is an opportunity to choose the appropriate technology and an opportunity to create a joint venture, to create and to move to the transitions. Now, 600 millions Africans don't use electricity. So the mini grid and high grid should use this in the next 10 years. So my mission statement is to encourage to develop the best practices, to create a joint venture and to create a business climate which is very very encouraging, and to have in our technology in our countries, and to develop R&D. And I'm inviting you, madam, to move to work on that R&D and to see that we have done a big work and good work. And we have lots of things, lots of universities working in this regard, and Erizen is doing a very good work, and they can give you further details, and I will ask them to prepare a video, an institutional video in many languages, and will be more than happy to deal with you, to collaborate with you, to create more value.
Well, that is fantastic, and thank you so much for the offer. Okay, thank you so much for the offer, Honorable Minister. I'll definitely take it up. I have been to Morocco. I've been to Ouarzazate, which is just amazing. I look forward to coming back again to see some of the research institutes as far as the fact that you're global champions. I think you struck on two very key points. One, political will right from the head, right from His Majesty, that this is something that that you really have to focus on. And like you said, again, key collaborations and making sure Morocco is a destination where ease of doing business is easier, so companies can come in, they can work, and they can thrive. So again, Honorable Minister, it's always a pleasure to speak to you. I look forward to seeing you again in June, and I look forward to coming to Morocco at some point in person before the high-level dialogue. Thank you so much, Honorable Minister.
Hello, I'm Børge Brende, President of the World Economic Forum. It is my great pleasure to be with you at such an important milestone on the global energy agenda, the 12th Clean Energy Ministerial and the 6th Mission Innovation Ministerial meeting. I'm joining you from the World Economic Forum's offices here in Geneva, Switzerland, where we work hard every day with governments, companies, innovators, and young people to create positive change on key global issues, including energy and climate change. A forward-looking, multi-stakeholder approach is so important when it comes to unlocking the promise of clean energy. Because the answer to our climate challenge isn't just to dial back our current energy usage. Energy literally powers our modern economies and is a prerequisite to development for the close to 1 billion people who lack access to it. But consumption and production are almost 70% of global greenhouse emissions. And around 80% of the world's energy still come from fossil fuels without capture of CO2. This is why the transition of our energy systems must be at the heart of solving the climate crisis and creating sustainable growth. Only by accelerating the pace of transition to clean energy systems will be able to fuel our economies and grow opportunity while setting the course to achieve the Paris climate targets and reach net zero emissions by 2050. Today, we have a unique opportunity to shape a clean energy future. We are at the beginning of what we hope will be a global economic recovery. The IMF projects 6% global growth this year. As economies restart and societies reopen, we must shape the recovery so that it is as green and sustainable as possible. And we must take actions that can truly put us on a path to achieve global climate and sustainable development goals. I would like to offer 3 ways today for how we can do that by accelerating energy transition. First, we need to speed up innovation and broaden market adaptation of a wide range of clean energy solutions. The low cost and extensive use of solar and wind power today is a result of decades of innovation and scaling in markets. We must replicate this journey of innovation and deployment in more areas, in particular in hard-to-abate sectors, such as shipping, aviation, heavy industries, where greenhouse gas emissions are significant and difficult to reduce. Because according to the IEA, only around half of the technologies we need to reach net zero are market ready today. That shows how fast we have to move and how really insisting we also have to be on new breakthrough technologies. The only way to reach a sustainable future is by scaling innovations in areas like battery storage, green hydrogen, and others, and making these price competitive. We need to eliminate what Bill Gates refers to as the green premium, the additional cost of choosing clean technologies in areas where that is the case today. This is why the Forum is so proud to help accelerate clean energy innovation by working with Mission Innovation and the Clean Energy Ministerial. Second point, we need to double down on efforts to address tomorrow's energy demands. This means focusing on cities and emerging economies. Cities account for 70% of emissions levels. And within 3 decades, over two-thirds of people will live in urban areas globally. Achieving net zero in cities will require integrated solutions with business and government, pursuing integrated and systemically efficient solutions and clean electrification enabled by digital infrastructure. And emerging and developing economies have become the center of gravity for growth in energy demand. Trillions of dollars are needed in clean energy investment to deliver access to modern, clean energy. Third point, and perhaps most importantly, we need a real step change in collaboration between governments, companies, and international institutions. The past year has shown that multi-stakeholder coordination is not a luxury, it is a necessity. When business and government work hand in hand, we can substantially speed up solutions. The astonishing speed at which vaccines were developed is the result of partnerships between research institutions, pharmaceutical companies, and governments across national borders. The same is true if we want to reach climate and sustainable development goals. Without effective collective action, we will not succeed. Neither business nor governments can achieve these ambitions on their own. The rapid growth in electric mobility in some countries shows how a mix of government incentives and efforts by the private sector can lead to fast change. By setting joint goals, creating concrete sectoral and technological roadmaps, and allocating resources efficiency, we can identify clean energy approaches to solve our common climate challenges. If there is some bad news to share, it is that as global community, we are not moving fast enough. This has to be the decade of delivery. But I'm also so heartened by what lies ahead because so many governments and companies have set net zero emissions targets and are already designing policies, business models, and investments to meet these goals. And this meeting is testament to the commitment leaders from around the world all have in identifying pathways for scaling energy solutions. I'm so confident that if we continue to work together, if we commit to unlocking innovative solutions, especially in hard-to-abate sectors, and if we focus on addressing tomorrow's energy demands in cities and emerging economies, we can accelerate progress and deliver a sustainable future. This is why the World Economic Forum is proud of our ongoing partnership with governments through mission innovation and looks forward to continuing the collaboration through the launch of Mission Innovation 2.0. We have so much to achieve together in the decade of delivery. Thank you so much.
Welcome, everyone. It is my pleasure to welcome you all to this year's second joint event organized by the Power System Flexibility Campaign and ISGAN. It is a pleasure to continue these collaborations with our partners at ISGAN. I would like to thank Chile, the host of this year's Clean Energy Ministerial, for this opportunity. In addition, I would like to thank and welcome Luciano Martini, who is leading the ISGAN Secretariat. This year, we are concluding the work on the Power System Flexibility Campaign after 3 years of very rewarding collaborations with our member countries and non-government partners. This would not have been possible without the support of our colleagues, China, Denmark, Germany, Sweden, and India, nor without the support of the United States through the 21st Century Power Partnership. Last year, the International Energy Agency focused on electricity security and supported member and association countries on the topic of net zero. We will release our special report, a roadmap for net zero by 2050, next week on the 18th of May. Power system decarbonization will be at the center in global efforts for achieving these international goals. Increasing power system flexibility is a key element in this, and this requires more technology deployment, power market reforms, digitalized systems, and sectoral integration. Over the last 3 years of the campaign, we have brought attention to many key challenges and opportunities in flexibility, but there's much more to be done. So we particularly welcome the opportunity to collaborate with other initiatives, such as ISGAN, and engage through multilateral fora, like the Clean Energy Ministerial. We hope today's discussions with leaders from government, academia, and industry will highlight key challenges in accelerating progress in these areas, and look forward to further engagement on this topic through the CEM's platform. I would like to wish you a productive and enriching discussion and welcome Alejandro Hernandez and Luciano Martini to start today's presentation. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Keske. I will present very briefly, with the help of Luciano, we will give a look to what has been done both in the Power System Flexibility campaign and in the ISGAN work. So let me explain how we would go this. Next slide, please. So first, we are going to look back on the 3 years of the PSF campaign. I will very briefly explain what we have done and what are the plans for the next stages. Afterwards, Luciano will present what are the recent key accomplishments from ISGAN and what is expected for the next term. And finally, I will present how we see the way forward on how we plan to collaborate on flexibility through CEM. Next slide, please. Thanks. So, as an overview of what is the PSF campaign, we are in the third phase of the campaign. This has been a 3 years effort, which we are closing this year. And we have focused on 3 main pillars. One is on market design, the other one is on digitalization, and finally on sector coupling. So we have held this year 2 main events. One is co-organized with the Trident program on the strategies for digitalization. And another one is on the role of hydrogen and synthetic fuels in the power system flexibility. The more we work on this, we realize that there are more and more topics to be addressed. And we would like to help the colleagues of the PSF network for providing us the guidance on what are exactly the topics, what are the questions that the policymakers are having. Of course, the role of our member countries, which are asking many of these questions, but also answering many of those, providing officials from member governments in which they actually get involved for this platform to work. And of course, the non-member governments of this campaign have been essential on us providing the right inputs and to making the understanding of what are the flexibility needs and what are the flexibility options that the power systems should be considering in the coming years. Next slide, please. This is only starting. So even if it is only 3 years, I think we have learned a lot through the campaign, but in general, the energy system has been changing very quickly. And we now understand how large the decarbonization objectives will require a huge increase on the flexibility of the system. I would like for you to focus on the left side on this figure, which represents the results of a study by the RTE, the system operator in France. This figure shows the 15 minutes reserve requirement nowadays, and how it is expected to behave in 2035 and 2050 on their very large shares of renewables. So this is expected to multiply by 10, basically. This would be under the current operational practices. The next slide. If new practices, if new technologies are deployed, sure, the amount will still increase, but the change would be much smaller, about 3 times. So we are far from having all the answers. No, we need still to understand what are the changes that are going to come for the next years. In order to address these needs, we need to keep on working on many topics. One of them is updating the market and the operational practices to mitigate all this increase in flexibility needs. We'll also need to understand how the technology is fantastic, but we need to understand how it's supposed to be deployed, how it's supposed to be used. And part of it will be to go in a much deeper way on the digitalization. Finally, we need to understand how resilience will be kept in power systems, which will rely on a portfolio of technologies that is completely different to the ones that we have nowadays. And new topics are going to be addressing, for instance, like the long-term flexibility needs. We understand, we have a good understanding of short-term flexibility, but we think that the long-term is still an open question. So we look forward to keep on working on this topic. Now I will give the floor to Luciano for him to discuss on the key accomplishments from ISGAN and the next term.
Thank you very much, Alejandro, and congratulations for these 3 years of PSF activity. Very impressive, very important, and that is why we have this strategic collaboration. So next slide, please. So as you know, ISGAN is a CEM work stream, but at the same time is also an IA technology collaboration program. And we have a very broad participation. As you can see in this slide, we have 27 members. These 27 include Brazil, that is just one step from becoming an official new member of ISGAN, so also covering participation from South America. Next slide. Yes, in this slide, I try to summarize some of the main accomplishments that ISGAN reached in the last 2 years. Certainly one to be mentioned is that we developed a web-based smart grid evaluation toolkit that is based on CBA and multi-criteria analysis. We organized several knowledge transfer projects on dedicated topics, and especially on experimental sandboxes as a possible tool to improve, innovate at the regulatory framework aspect, including. Then, of course, we released also a very important document that was made in a cooperative activity under the framework of CEM. It was called Horizontal Accelerator, and we released a policy message report about EV and power system integration that also was very well received. This, of course, was in collaboration with different work streams, including PSF campaign. We also did several other things, like releasing lesson learned on a very burning topic like TSO and DSO interaction. We organized webinars that had been attended by more than 1,000 participants. And then we also launched a new annex, a new task that is dealing with important aspects like flexibility markets and the consumer-focused flexibility. And I have no time today to talk about this annex, but maybe Liana, that is moderating the first panel, can say a few words, being fully involved and engaged in this new activity. Thank you. Next slide. Just time today to say a few words about one example. Our accomplishment is that Smart Grid Evaluation Toolkit. We really aim to develop a reliable supporting tool for orienting investment and also address regulatory policy on smart grids. I think this tool provides a simple framework for project assessment. And you know, this is also important to share available data and results from other smart grid initiatives in order to make comparison and possible full assessment of the proposal before they are finally granted a support. So the main aim of this work was really to share data, point of view, and especially results. In this way, we want to collaborate in making a possible community that share the same view, and this could be really supporting decision maker in deciding strategy at government level and also at company level. Thank you. Next slide, please. So let's come to the next term. So we are now in the process to apply for request for extension to IA for a new period that we hopefully believe could be 5 more years. So we start a very detailed analysis of the present situation. That means global trends and scenario. And we record that there is a strong importance of power system transformation and energy system transformation at large on the agenda of our policymakers. And this is becoming a complex issue, talking about a system of system situation where we have really all different devices and different assets interacting to each other. Then we also analyze the situation and mapping out that there are already several global initiatives in place. So we want to have ISGAN there with an added value, and we want to differentiate and explain why ISGAN value is there for our stakeholders in order for them to support our future activity. Next slide. Thank you. At the end of our process, I would like to say that we are almost ready to submit our new strategy for the new period. We also develop what we call a model canvas, a value proposition for ISGAN that really analyze the value proposition, the benefits that ISGAN can provide to the stakeholders and the key partners. I'm happy to say that we have a very strong approach to strategic partnership, and the power system flexibility campaign now and in future, the evolution of PSF is really one of the partnership we would like to establish and to continue to work with you. Thank you for your attention, and back to Alessandro for the rest of the presentation. Thank you.
Thanks, Luciano. So, what is the way forward for us to work under the CEM on flexibility? So, at the end, what we want is to keep on providing policymakers and industry the good policy advice or insights of what is needed and what is expected for the coming years. So, it is important for us to have an efficient flow of information. So, a lot of it starts with a request. No? A lot of it starts with the member countries sharing what are exactly the challenges, what are the current questions that they have. We are very happy to provide the platform. There is a large share of research and there is a large share of industry experience that through ISGAN and through the Power System Flexibility Initiative, the coming work, there is a lot of inputs that can be provided, and they have to be put in an efficient platform, I would say, for us to keep on providing this good information. But this is a feedback process. No, it's not going from, I would say, just from academy, upwards. It's going from the people implementing this either on a regulatory side, on the policy ministerial side, on the industry side. There is interacting with the rest of the network. There is a big community of experts, that are part of this. Of course, ISGAN Expert Network, the 21st Century Power Partnership, SMAP in the World Bank, and there are other international consortia which are integral part of this. So we hope to keep on providing a good platform for us to have an organized discussion on what are the pressing topics that we should be addressing in the coming years. I will stop here, and now we will go to our next session. So I will give the floor now to Ileana Cárdenas. She's head of innovation at the Business, Energy and Industrial Strategy in the UK government. Ileana, the floor is yours.
Hello, thank you very much, Alejandro. Hi, everyone. My name is Ileana Cárdenas. I lead the Energy Systems Flexibility Innovation work at BASE in the UK, and I will be moderating today's first panel on our priorities for research in flexibility for research and development. So we only have 25 minutes. I'll be introducing each panelist in turn, as well as asking them a question or question and a half. And at the end, I'll try to bring it all together and give you some perspectives from my side. Just quickly before I introduce our panelists, and ask them each to come in and give us some thoughts on their R&D perspectives. I'll bring in is the ISGAN Annex 9, as I know that Luciano just asked me to introduce it quickly. So I am the UK's representative to ISGAN, and I have also been involved in developing the ISGAN Annex 9 from the start, when it was just an idea, all the way to it being the Annex 9 that it is today. So as we know, there is quite a rapid growth of decentralized renewable energy sources, and their intermittency will require greater level of flexibility. We know that market environments that better reveal and reward the value of flexibility are currently under development in a number of countries around the world. And we know that globally there are many projects active around electricity networks, reinforcement, avoidance, and trading platforms. But a big but is there are elements that are underrepresented, particularly in research and particularly around market design. So here is where ISGAN Annex 9 comes in. We've established it to progress understanding in this space within the following 3 objectives, which is to enrich and disseminate participants' understanding of flexibility market design, to create and curate evidence that everyone can draw upon to support decision-making in the flexibility market space, and also to further the debate on best practice in market design. So, and we are collaborating with the PSF, and as has been mentioned, and we look forward to collaborating with them quite a lot more in the future. So without further ado, I'm going to introduce the first of our panelists. His name is Johan Kroesel. I'm sorry if I didn't do great with your name there, Johan. My Spanish accent doesn't let me sometimes pronounce these syllables. He is the Global Head of Market Innovation at Hitachi ABB. So Johan, you work on R&D, and it would be really interesting to get your perspectives on how you identify new innovation needs in your business, particularly focused on technologies like distribution, for distribution and grids. And a question that I'd really like to ask you is, are we there yet? So do we have the technology, and what we need is actually now regulation, paradigm change, or do we still have priorities, and what are they?
Well, thank you very much first for having the opportunity to contribute to this panel. And by the way, your pronunciation was excellent, my name. So you said I'm coming from R&D, and I would start my answer there. Not really. So you may wonder what market innovation is, and this is a function that we have introduced a few years ago. It has evolved out of our previous Smart Grids initiative. And what we do by that is we acknowledge that for the first time since a very long time, at least, there is a demand for innovation which is coming from the market in power systems, or from the system. And traditionally, we used to operate power systems more or less the same way over roughly a century, and innovation was primarily motivated by new technological options in networks. So it was technology driven. And this is still part of innovation, of course, but in addition, we are now see a demand for new functions, new solutions, which are coming from the market, and flexibility is certainly the most obvious among them. So how do we realize flexibility? And in order to come solutions here, we concluded we can't do that alone. No one can do it alone, because it's an interplay out of market design. You mentioned that, a little bit underrated yet, and technology. We are talking about markets that are expected to operate jointly a sophisticated technical system. So it's always an interplay between markets and technology. And you can only find the right solutions if you bring all the players together. And that's what we are doing. We are working with key customers. We are participating in global platforms. We have other representatives of the European Technology and Innovation Platform, Smart Networks for the Energy Transition, here on the panel. So we are active there as well. And there are numerous other examples. So collaboration is key. And then you have asked, do we have solutions already? I would say yes and no. We have a lot of building blocks. Very often it is about combining existing knowledge and solutions in a different way. Many solutions that we will need in future, primarily on distribution level, because the majority of the new generation and flexibility assets will be connected to distribution, and that's a big difference to the past. So many of the solutions we will require there are more or less available from transmission level. They need different scaling. It's not exactly one-to-one the same, but we are not starting from scratch. And we have proven that in various pilot and research and smart grid projects. There are other elements like power electronics and networks. They are not brand new. In fact, we're using power electronics since more than 50 years in HVDC systems, but they get a new type of usage. For instance, if you look at the European transmission network, we never used onshore HVDC there in the past because there was no need. And today there is a need, and we use it, and we will continue developing it to match the new requirements even better. But again, it's not from scratch. We have also seen virtual power plants or aggregators evolving, which contribute a lot of flexibility in the meantime. There are new elements in it, but again, many of the building blocks were not unknown for us. So that's enough for the moment. So collaboration is key. We need to find the new needs, and then it's very often about combining existing building blocks in a different way, use them differently, also create a room for them, a space by market design. Very often it's more lack of incentives to do something than to have the things that you need. And of course, there is also a part that we do not have yet. it's a continuous innovation journey that we are all going through, and that will continue for the next, I would say, decades. It's a long journey. We are reinventing electricity.
Thank you very much, Johan. And that's a really nice introducing sort of few points around collaboration and those building blocks being there. If we have time, I want to come back to you and ask you what processes you go through to understand new needs in the market. I'll move on to our next panelist, but do have a think about that, Johan, and if we have time, I will come back to you.
Sure.
Thank you very much. So our next panelist is Sandoval Feitosa. He is the director at the Agencia Nacional de Energía Eléctrica, ANEL, in Brazil. Welcome, Sandoval. It's great to have you with us. So my questions to you are a little bit different from the perspective of ANEL. So I know you've been involved in ISGAN in the past, and it would be really great to get your perspectives from sort of an energy agency. And the questions here really are, what do you think are the key issues for research and sort of pilot developments that ANEL is working on to enable greater flexibility in the power system? And if you can also delve into specific areas of research, particularly around, for example, tariff design or demand response that are, I guess, becoming more important. How do we advance those, and sort of what are some of the lessons that you have learned through your experiences?
Hi, everyone. Good morning. For this moment in Brazil, it's day. It's my pleasure to be here and to have the opportunity to contribute in this panel. First of all, I would like by thanking to the organization of the Clean Energy Ministerial. First, to talk about the main point of her question, it is important to give some details about our electric power system. Brazilian power system was traditionally a hydrothermal system. For decades, we have learned how to technically and economically operate a system with roughly 8% hydro and 20% thermal plants. But this has been changing fast here and around the world. Wind power plants now represent more than 10% of our power capacity. Solar PV is now responsible for 2% and increasing very, very fast. And about 1/3 of the thermal power plants are now running with biomass. This brings us challenges at both the technical and economic levels. For the technical perspective, I would like to highlight some important points. The first one is obviously related to deal with the intermittence and hydro stage in a huge scale. We also need to improve our knowledge on hybrid systems that could optimize system usage of solar and wind power plants. Another important field of investigation this moment in Brazil is related to cybersecurity. The last technical aspect, in my opinion, is to how to handle with the distributed energy resources and its ability to form microgrids and to postpone an enhancement grid. We currently have one sandbox on this issue in the South region in Brazil. For the economic level, research to help us properly operate with hourly based prices. In the last year, we changed for a weekly basis to our base price. Another interesting field for research would be how to handle with questions related to constrained off for wind power, PV, and hydroelectric plants. And the hottest theme here in Brazil is related to separate electricity and power capacity in our public auctions. About the tariff design is a key issue to be studied in the near future, because nowadays in Brazil, most of the end users pay a volumetric tariff. The arising of distributed energy resource has shown that a more efficient cost allocation method must be used to replace pure volumetric tariffs. In this sense, two-part tariffs must be studied, but it can have an enormous impact on the population here, particularly for those people in the poor areas with very, very small electricity consumption. So consumption behavior must be studied also in order to allow a diversification in tariffs. Also, time of use tariff must be put in place to synchronize end user tariffs with hourly generation prices and do properly allocate transmission and distribution capacity costs. About demand response, there is one big pilot project taking place currently in Brazil. It started in 2017 for a small part of industries, but now was expanded in December 2020 by the regulatory agency. Finally, regarding smart grids, we must start planning new sandbox for smart grid projects. This sandbox must consider that Brazil is a big country, as you know, with different realities in each region. So the drivers for smart grids are also different from Europe and the USA. We need smart grids here to fight energy theft, enable cost reduction, improve quality of supplies. In some parts of the country, energy theft will be the main drive for smart grids, whereas in other parts, cost reduction is what will drive the race for smart networks. Finally, the good news is we have funding to study these areas. Nowadays in Brazil, the utilities are entitled to spend at least 6 million euros on research. Thanks for your attention. This is my final contribution.
Thank you, Sandoval. And a really sort of quick overview of a lot of issues and challenges that are presented as power systems transition to distribute energy resources. You've touched on things around the challenges for digitalization, cybersecurity elements, the importance of considering low-income and vulnerable consumers, and how we transition to new tariff designs that require consideration of all type of consumers. The need for innovation funding, and a wide variety of issues as systems do transition to having higher levels of renewable energy. So thank you, really, really interesting overview there. Our next panelist is Antonio Iliceto, who is joining us today as a representative from ETIPSNet. ETIPSNet is a European technology and innovation platform, particularly called Smart Networks for Energy Transition. And their role is to guide sort of research, development, and innovation to support Europe's energy transition. So I know that Antonio has several hats, but I'm going to ask you 1.5 questions, Antonio. The first one is from a European-wide R&D perspective. What do you see as the key areas that remain to be explored at the European level so that we can enable flexibility and even perhaps move to integrated sort of cross-border markets and grids and exchanges? Is that even possible? And the second question, that it's a sub-question there, it would be great to get your perspectives from a system operator and the Italian perspective, particularly as I know that you are integrating quite a number of new products into your grids, particularly things like ancillary services. So I'd love to hear about the process for onboarding and validating these new assets and products. So lots there, Antonio, but I'll head over to you and looking forward to hearing.
Thank you, Iliana, for the floor. I will cherry pick. I will be quick on the first answer. Actually, what we are looking after in Europe, I think, is what is needed in most the system of the board. And this is a good thing because it means this exchange on best practices as we are experiencing today, and in a lot of collaboration platform like Mission Innovation, ISGAN, IEA, etc. They are very good, and we do think we can progress together. ETIPSnet, you said, is a European platform. The good important thing there is that it was funded by European Commission to have all the stakeholders of the energy system, not only the power system, together to discuss and come with a consolidated view on what are the priorities for funding, but also for efforts in general, not only for funding. And the main point of this ETIPSnet I'm representing today is to bring together a wide geographical footprint, because Europe is not so wide as a continent, but is very diversified in its different sub-areas. And we have different flexibility. For example, in North Sea, the big point is a lot of offshore wind plants, which will require and provide flexibility. In other places, we will go more for solar, and in other places more for sectoral capping. So, for example, some particular area particularly suitable for hydrogen valleys. Another interesting point in ETIPSnet is the actors. We have public and private together, and I think this public-private joint effort is a key issue, because traditionally the collaborative research is the one public-funded, which by definition has to be transparent and disclosed to the public, but a lot of major innovation, as Joachim from ABB Hitachi has shown before, is coming from big private industries, which of course need to safeguard their international, intellectual property rights. So finding the right balance between public and private is most important. And also in ETIPSnet we have many actors, all from research centers, but utilities also, industrial sector, and grid operators. So coming here to grid operator, with my hat, I work for the Italian grid operator. Joachim said a lot of technology innovation will be needed in the distribution network. Maybe the distribution network traditionally was less in need of being smart. So a lot of smartening, the concept itself of smart grid started from distribution. Transmission grid, which is slightly different in the future, they could even merge, because now TSO, DSO are and on many fields are converging on planning, on operation, on forecasting. But transmission grid had to be smart already since the beginning, because it's having the system view, the single frequency, and have to the balance of production and consumption. So these were there since decades. But now we have been forced as a TSO, transmission operators, to look also what is happening not only in the mega grid. We have projects of interconnecting wider and wider areas, but we have also to look what happened in the distributed resources. When we aggregate them, they become very relevant for the system. One example for all, we are now as NSOA looking particular at electric vehicles, which will be connected mostly to distribution networks. But when they come to millions or hundreds of millions eventually, they of course are their behavior is very relevant for the functioning itself of the system. So just an example in Italy, we are particularly careful to this. We have started a capacity market, which is important from the reserve point of view. We have also done a lot of pilot projects, which have now become, together with the regulator, from pilot they have become consolidated assets about aggregating small units in virtual power plants. And this is functioning quite well, although it is still in embryo stage regarding their size. We recently also started a fast reserve mechanism, which is performed mostly by batteries, electrochemical storage, and but the technical specification are not only for one technology, but then the performance of different technologies determine which is more suitable for what kind of service. And we are looking extensively at sector coupling, not only electric vehicles, but also power to gas and eventually power to heat. Also, this is what is most discussed in many workshops about flexibility, but let's forget that as grid operators, we work a lot also on our grids, on our grid component, which may be not so visible outside, because every grid component can be used in a more extended way. For example, the typical limits of the lines, of the electric lines, are from thermal point of view, which is happening when the worst condition is there. And traditionally we were using the lines, but also the component transformer, the substation, with a lot of prudence, considering the worst case contingency. Instead, now we are considering dynamic limits for all the components, so to use the same assets in an extended way. And also we look for flexibility coming from traditional plants like thermal plants, which in the last year maybe it was not very much known because it's a traditional technology, but they have increased a lot their capability, dynamic capabilities like ramping and duty cycles and minimum technical level for functioning. So actually the point is for we are as TSO will be those who use mostly the flexibility. We will buy it, and market mechanisms will be important, and we need to find the optimal mix for the less cost of running the systems still with the principle of security and safety, which we cannot give up. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Antonio. Again, a really interesting and a more comprehensive view as to how we manage some of the new products on flexibility that are coming up. I'm conscious of time. I know we're running out of time, and we still have 2 more panelists. So I'm going to ask everyone to try and keep to 3 minutes. So our next panelist is Richard Sedano. He's the CEO of the Regulatory Assistance Project, and we're going to shift a little bit on the focus of our questions now. And Richard, the RAP has been involved quite a bit on creating customer resources and how we create customer resources to provide flexibility to the power system. So I'd like to hear more about how it is that we enable this, particularly sort of what are the regulatory paradigm shifts that you think are required to ensure that we can enable customer side flexibility, and where is it that we're going to get this flexibility from?
Thanks, Ileana, and it's a very great privilege to be with the Clean Energy Ministerial today. We do spend a lot of time on distributed energy resources in customers' buildings and customers' processes. I think there's a number of elements that we've already talked about that go towards drawing customer resources into existence and to prioritize flexibility as part of those. One notion that is starting to become very useful for us is grid integrated efficient buildings as a paradigm for constructing new buildings or renovating existing buildings. There's a source of flexibility in maybe it's a little, maybe it's a lot, in every building because you can regulate temperature. You can regulate temperature in rooms, you can regulate temperature in refrigeration, you can regulate all kinds of temperatures. And we don't motivate this enough today, and government can prioritize this. So grid integrated buildings is an important source of flexibility. I think we also can think about storage, both thermal and battery storage, as an important source of flexibility. And let's not also forget down the road, the batteries in cars that can be sources of flexibility. We sometimes fantasize about fleets of school buses that are mostly idle during the day that can be used for flexible resources for ramping and cycling. So the markets to create that, to compensate flexible resources, those are lacking. And I think we've already seen in these presentations today how important it is to create a mechanism to monetize the flexibility benefits from resources. One other thing I'll mention is that the use of performance regulation by regulators to elevate in priority the opportunity to draw flexibility from customers is something that regulators have to work with regulated companies. That will elevate priority if it connects reward to success in developing flexibility resources. I think generally what we need to see among the many ideas in summary is for government to prioritize flexibility. And I think if it does that well, we will get a lot of flexibility. Ileana, I'll end there.
Thank you very much, Richard. Concise, but quite a bit in there around where is it that flexibility comes from on the customer side and the demand side. And yeah, I have to say that I also dream about fleets of buses being completely electrified and providing flexibility. Thank you very much, Richard. And our last panelist is Robert Denda. He is the head of network technology and innovation at Enel. So Robert, I know you've been previously involved in the PSF and that Enel focuses quite a bit on the digitalization of the energy system, that you've been involved in areas such as the digital twin, active network management, and that you've done quite a bit of innovation work in Brazil. So bringing these things together and noting that quite a lot of the panelists have mentioned the challenges of making sure that our distribution grids become digitalized and become more smart and sort of bring in those innovations from the transmission side as well. I wanted from this perspective to hear about what is the role that you see digitalization playing for distribution system operators, and more specifically, what are the challenges of building new innovative solutions into the main business case for a DSO? What are some of the challenges so that we can actually enable this to happen?
Yeah, thank you for being here. In fact, as you mentioned, let's say innovation is really a key now. Today, more than ever, in the grid distribution business, we at Enel operate grids in 8 countries for 74 million customers and have done already quite a long path in digitalization. So we operate 45 million smart meters, for example, smart grids, and they're really active in innovation with the network, digital twin, and many other solutions that at the end form a puzzle that all the distribution system operators will need also in the upcoming years in order to be ready for the energy transition and in order to really embrace this flexibility of the market. And I think here we speak about innovation on all different levels. We speak about innovation on technology, of course, that is quite clear. And I think we are basically there. I mean, the technologies that we work or that we use help, let's say, to already provide self-healing in the grids, management of the meters. So smart grids, the smart grids technologies are there. Let's say, of course, still innovation is needed on top, but basically the pieces are there. But there's also the innovation of the processes. So the system operators really need to digitalize their flows, their processes from completely, because in order to manage the complex energy flows in the scenario, further electrification of more and more decentralized generation, and not only on the high voltage, but also medium and low voltage, it's really a key issue for distribution system operators to be completely digitalized. So this digital process innovation, and that means also installation, of course, of smart meters, smart grid devices, and many other things, and integration of the system is very important. On top of that, we have the innovation with of the market system. I think the previous speakers already spoke a little bit about that, and really to how to bring the different stakeholders together to jointly work in real time and provide that flexibility to the system and this dynamic behavior. Sandoval spoke before, I think, about the different tariffs. That's another part of innovation, of course. You can only bring full integration of those new features into the market if you have the right tariff structures behind. And there again, you need technology on the other side in order to provide the data for those tariff structures. So this goes really hand in hand, and will be also the challenges for the next upcoming years. I think what we are doing at Enel, of course, we in our grids, let's say we continue and accelerate more and more in this digitalization effort, and what we learned from there, that at the end you need the right technologies, look at all the processes, look at the involvement of the other stakeholders. Of course, TSO, DSO integration is crucial here as well. But you need to look at all the functionalities that these type of solutions can bring for the different customers, for the different stakeholders, in terms of congestion management, in terms of reactive power, in terms of many other things. It's not just an issue of investment deferral, for example. And so innovation is really needed at all places, let's say, the regulatory and financial part as well. So I think it will be still an interesting and long journey altogether to work in this field.
Indeed. Thank you very much, Robert. And actually a really good sort of final contribution there around touching back on a lot of the points that our panelists have made. So I'm going to make, unfortunately, a really quick wrapping up because we have run out of time. I hope that that has given our listeners, our viewers, a bit of a flavor of the variety of challenges and opportunities and needs that exist so that we can transition to enable much more flexibility in our future power systems as we get more distributed energy resources on the grid. I'd like to thank all our panelists for their contribution, and thank you to the CEM, to PSF and ISGAN for organizing and enabling us to have this discussion today. So thank you very much all, and goodbye. Have a great rest of your day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Have a good day.
Thanks so much. I will be the moderator of our second session, which we have entitled "What's Next for the Power System Flexibility?" What we expect from this session is for us to give a look on what are we expecting from the next years, from the next 5-10 years. What are kind of the solutions that are getting there, and what are the solutions that should be getting there? So for this, we have an excellent panel. I will introduce them one by one. As I will start here, I will start the session with Vinod Philip, as the head of a strategy of Siemens Energy. Vinod, welcome.
Thank you, Alejandro.
Nice to see you. And I will start, I think it's great to have someone like you today here. I would like to start basically with this first point, saying, how do you see the technology perspectives? What do you think is going to come? What is the next things that are going to come, are going to be deployed? And maybe if there is a gap, if from your view, there is a gap of things that they are already technologically ready, that could be already be solving issues, but maybe the environment is still not there. So please, the floor is yours.
Great. No, thank you very much, Alejandro, and a big thank you to also the CEM for inviting me to this session. Yeah, what I'd like to do is answer those questions from a perspective of a global energy technology company like Siemens Energy that is working with customers in over 90 countries. And the way we frame it is there is no one single silver bullet to be able to fulfill the needs for the planet's net zero ambitions. So we look at it in terms of 3 vectors. Vector number 1 is the technologies we can deploy in the existing asset base to be able to decarbonize, increase energy efficiency, and reduce emissions. Vector number 2 is how we want to approach hybridization, where we mix technologies and also fuel flexibilities so that we can take our existing assets and make them greener. And vector number 3 is around deep decarbonization. So when I look at the next, let's say 10 years, I see 5 areas where there is clearly technological advancements that are going to happen, and more importantly, technological advancements that need to happen so that we can fulfill this ambition of net zero by 2050. The first area is around grid flexibility and intelligence. So the technologies that we will need to bring in, like automation of the grids, intelligent transformers, grid stabilization technologies, and so forth, will be one clear area of technology innovation. The second area, connected to the whole notion of an increased renewable heavy generation, is that of storage. So coming up with new ways of energy storage, enhancing the time durations and also the scale of storage for thermal storage, chemical storage, electrical storage. So storage will be a second area. The third is, of course, going to be around hydrogen, where we can look at the generation of hydrogen at scale, green hydrogen at scale, more efficiently, making sure that we can convert this hydrogen into valuable chemicals or also transport the hydrogen from the supply side to the demand side. The fourth area is around how we look at next generation solar, because we believe that there is still a significant room when we think about moving from silicon-based technology to perovskite-based tandem solar. There is going to be opportunity for innovation there, especially considering that solar is going to be the fastest growing segment within generation. And the last is technologies around carbon capture, be it carbon capture and sequestration or direct air capture. So I think for me, these are the 5 areas where I see a lot of technology innovation needing to be happening and also already happening. Coming to your question on the gaps, I think that there are 2 things I would like to highlight. One is we need more partnerships and alliances between governments, technology providers like Siemens, investors, and also off-takers or consumers. And one great example is actually in a country where one of my fellow panelists is in Chile, where on the Haru Oni project, there is a great collaboration between the Chilean government, German government, Italian government, and companies from these countries, with AME from Chile, Siemens Energy and Porsche from Germany, and Enel from Italy, working together to produce green hydrogen that can then be producing gasoline or fuel for the offtake, in which case this is Porsche. So we need more of these sorts of strategic alliances. And the second is we need some sort of a pricing mechanism for carbon that is definitely encouraging the early adoption of technologies like carbon capture and direct air capture, so that this becomes economically much more viable. I'm going to stop here because there are many more panelists coming. I don't want to take up their time, but I hope that this answer was addressing your questions.
Thanks so much, Vinod. I hope we will have time to come back for a small discussion if we have time. So it's an excellent overview. Thanks so much. So now I will give the floor to Ms. Agnes da Costa. She's an IEA friend. She's also the head of the Regulatory Affairs Office in the Ministry of Energy and Mines in Brazil. Agnes, welcome and very nice to see you. It's been a while, actually.
Yeah, thank you, Alejandro. It's a pleasure to be here.
Agnes, I wanted to ask, we know that Brazil is going through a very important power sector reform. So what I wanted to ask you is if you could provide us some insights on what is the role of this reform for changing Brazilian energy mix. If you see a larger increase of renewables there, and if you see a need for rewarding flexibility in Brazil.
Yes, Alejandro, this is a very good question. We have to think that Brazil is an enormous country where electricity consumption still grows a lot. So but on the other hand, we are also very renewable already. 85% of our supply comes from clean energy sources, non-emitting ones. And there is, of course, still room for more renewables in our mix considering this growth. So when we think about the power sector modernization, is how we call this reform, we think of two moments, two behaviors, in fact. We are undergoing still a market opening behavior. So we have, for the moment, more or less 33% of the market, no, 37% of the market being procured bilaterally through in a free market, but we are undergoing this opening of the market so that at the end everybody can choose from home to buy energy. So this is one movement, and the other ones is all our renewables have become very, very competitive. And so when we think about this opening of the markets, we see a tendency for bilateral procurement of more and more non-controllable sources, which are, of course, cheaper. So there is need of more flexible resources to supply for reliability of the system operation in an hourly basis. So it's very important. Then, so this is a movement that we have to deal with. And then when we started discussing our reform, everything that we should do, we came up with a roadmap of more or less now 95 activities that we have to implement in a multi-annual base. And one of the things is that before our expansion planning, when we look mainly 10 years ahead, and our operation planning up to 4 years ahead, based only on one supply adequacy criterion, which was energy, a firm energy need. So through this reform, we define now two supply adequacy criteria, so firm energy and firm capacity. So planning and procurement through auctions now have to look for the provision of these two criteria. Then during this transition to an open market, we still have the centralized auctions, and we will keep procuring firm energy and start procuring firm capacity. But in the future, energy will be procured bilaterally, and reliability, so the missing firm energy and or firm capacity, will be procured through centralized auctions. So one principle of our reform is what we call the technical neutrality. There is place for renewables, of course, but there is also, we see, place for what we call the firmed renewables. So as we were talking before, hybrid projects with, for example, renewables with storage. And what under this reform, we are, so in this reform, we have several institutions linked to the Ministry of Energy working together, and then the regulatory agency is already working on the regulation of hybrid projects and also of storage for the power sector. And also this modernization of the power sector also promoted changes in terms of providing a greater price granularity so that we can see a better response of consumers, but also at the supply side. So at the end, what with this idea of technical neutrality, what we want to procure in the future are supply solutions, not sources specifically. And then there is a lot of room for the combination of all this technology that you were mentioning before. And besides that, when we look into flexibility, we see also room for improving flexibility or thinking of other ways of supplying flexibility to the system, provided by, of course, the relevant investments in the expansion of our interconnected transmission grid. So we have a transmission grid composed of lines that could take like 4 turns on Earth. So it's enormous how big our interconnected system is. Then the development of 2 additional mechanisms that are also mapped and being undertaken in this reform, that is demand side response. This is something that we are working on now in 2021. And then a market for ancillary systems services. This is something that we plan to do next year. So this is, yes, what we are thinking, and we see the need to have to improve the flexibility of the system, of course, and we see room for renewables, but also for the combination of renewables with other technologies. So I think I answered your question.
Indeed, you did. Thanks so much, Agnes. I hope we'll have some time to come back for a small short discussion at the end. So in order to go that, I will go with our next speaker. It's Mr. Marco Peirano. He's the head of the energy markets area in the energy ministry in Chile. Hello, Marco. Hello,
Alejandro.
I wanted to ask you, either from a Chilean perspective, we know Chile is one of the countries that has one of the most, I would say, largest potential on the renewable side. They have very good resources. What are the challenges already for the next 5-10 years? What is exactly what is expected, and how on the regulatory side, how is what are the changes that are going to be implemented to take advantage of this large potential?
Okay, thank you, Alejandro, and all the organization for the invitation, and best regard to all my colleagues from different countries, and for all people who see us. It's my pleasure to be here today participating in this meeting. And as I be not early, we think that collaboration is essential for advancing a good way to the fulfillment of our object. So this event for us is really important to reach the goal that I will explain here in this answer. So let me start giving a little context about our energy sector, starting with our carbon neutrality goal. So the Ministry of Energy, along with other public institution and private sector, has fostered and signed a plan for reaching the carbon neutrality to 2050. This is a very big challenge, given the need that we need to decouple our economic growth and do the fact that we were always, since in the past, depending of the fossil fuels that we import. So this is a very challenging goal, but we think that we can accomplish it with, I think, that 3 key elements. In the first place, to clean our electricity generation capacity by increasing the amount of renewable energy. Our aim is to achieve 70% renewable generation before 2030. And if we think in that way, it's very important to say that this year we have more than 100 projects connecting to the grid. That is about 5,000 megawatts. That is like the whole capacity that was installed before. So it's a very important growth of the renewable capacity. And it's also important to note that this capacity is mainly solar and wind capacity. So there are, as said before, Agnes, non-controllable sources, and they face us to a very important challenges. And in second place, we have the withdrawal of coal-fired plants by 2040. This plan represents an ambitious challenge also to all our energy sector, because we need to think that the coal power plants significant in the past more than 40% of our generation. So we have a big penetration of renewable and an important withdrawal of coal. This is a very big challenge. So just to give you a little numbers, by the end of this year, we will retire almost 30% of our coal capacity, and we expect that before 2040 we will retire all of our coal capacity. So these 2 elements, plus the replacement of fossil fuels and by electricity in different sectors of the economy, like mining, industry, transportation, and building, is also a very important key issue that we must face. In this case, electromobility and green hydrogen are also key elements. So I just want to say that if we have in mind these 3 main aspects, we have a very important challenges to our electrical system, and in particular to the way as we operate our electrical grid. So just to end my first answer, I would like to go to two topics. That is the prompt that we need of investment in transmission. This is important because we are retiring, as I said before, the coal capacity that was located near the center of consumption, and we're replacing it with a very large amount of renewable energy that are located in other places, for instance, in the north of Chile, where is the Atacama Desert, and in the south, where we have very important wind resources. So it's very important to strong our transmission system. We also need to think that Chile is a very teeny and large country, so we need to work in a secure system, because it's very unstable if we don't have the redundancy that the system needs. And finally, to improve our network flexibility, this is a very important challenge, and we have faced this through a flexibility strategy. It's not a bill; it's a complete strategy that have different measures. And mainly, I can say that they are related to the establishment of a proper capacity market design for the development of the flexibility electricity facilities, the settlement of a comprehensive and regulatory framework for a storage system, and a new flexible technology that can supply flexibility. And finally, the third line of action is related to the improvement of technical and economic aspects related to the short-term energy market. It's mainly our energy and ancillary service market. So we think that it's clear that storage in this strategy of flexibility will be vital, but we think that if we face these three main lines, we can afford in a good way our flexibility challenge. So I think that can respond your first question, and maybe we can go ahead in the future. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much, Marco. Indeed, the Chilean case is a very interesting one. I think it's one of the countries where the first solar PV won auctions without subsidies, and since then it has always come up with very interesting news. And of course, it has a very important and ambitious objectives of retiring coal plants. So the challenges and the policy decisions are very important there. So now I will go to our next speaker, is Vera Silva.
Hello.
Vera. Welcome.
Thank you.
She's the Chief Technology Officer of GE Grid Solutions. I love to speak with technology officers. They have great visions on what is going on and what is exactly what they expect from the technology side. So I will leave you with this quick question. Feel free to shape it the way you want. What's the role that you see for digital grid solutions? How they can help accelerate the progress, and our markets are ready to make use of the fantastic options that are coming with.
Hello, good morning, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for the invitation to join the panel. So thank you for the question. First of all, I wanted to say that I really like the vision presented by Agnes da Costa and Marco Peirano about having this technology agnostic approach to flexibility and making sure that through the market design and the regulatory framework, we actually enable the access to flexibility and we send the right signals to the different market participants rather than incentivizing a pre-selected technology. And I would say that the digital layer of the grid will come as an enabler of this vision, because the first thing is that we will need to be looking for new sources of flexibility, giving access from the renewable side to the demand side, as well as the storages or the hydro. We might have interconnections. And to this end, the first thing is that we need to give trust and visibility to system operators to be able to not only procure, but also to make sure that we have access and reliability in the response of these new sources of flexibility. So the digital layer of the grid, I would say, is a core foundation for this, because at the first, I would say in the next 5 years, there is this need, namely at the distribution level, of understanding what is connected to the grid, what is at the edge, and what is the flexibility potential that we have from these resources. And the second thing is about getting access to this flexibility within very fast time frames. So if we look at what is the need in the next 5 years, we can see that it's very much in the space of frequency regulation and ancillary services that require a quite fast response and reliable response from these sources. So the digital layer of the grid, it will on the one hand facilitate the transmission management of making sure we can bring this flexibility to the system. Will facilitate the market's operation because we need to have these platforms trading all the new services, but will also be important on the side of the flexibility providers that will need to make sure that they can have a fleet management, a device management approach, and be able to make the right offers and deliver within very fast time frames. So I feel it's a terrific opportunity and an important role, and that in the next 5 years, we do have a lot of latent flexibility in the system. So enabling the access to this flexibility through the right digital layer of the grid is, for me, one of the critical priorities from a technology standpoint. And the second one is about delivering the capability from the renewables to be full participants in the system. Today, they can provide energy, they can also provide frequency regulation. And as we go forward through our technology research, we try to prepare this power electronics to provide the grid forming capability that we have today in conventional plant. And to this, we still need more clarity from grid codes and regulation to specify what is this capability that's needed in the system of the future, so that we can really make sure that renewables will be at equal play and fully capable of replacing some of the functionalities given today by conventional plant. So this is what I had in a nutshell about the digital layer. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much, Vera. This is super interesting. I'm really looking forward to witness all this latent flexibility, both at the distribution level and also what the contribution from renewables for the stability of the grid can provide. Thanks so much. I will go to our last speaker. He's Mr. Sushanta Chatterjee. He's the Chief of Regulatory Affairs in CERC, the India federal regulator. Welcome. It has been also a while since the last time we met. I'm very happy to meet you here. Mr. Chatterjee, I would like to ask you, India has also very important ambitions, and they have it's very clear all the renewable targets that have been set by the governments and how seriously this has been taken by all the Indian stakeholders. So going to a point, are the reforms needed to come that need to get all these renewables into the systems regarding the flexibility part? Are there things to be done, and which are the things that should be changed in the Indian context? From your view.
Thank you. Thanks for inviting, and nice to see you once again, although virtually. So hope to see you in person in near future. Yeah, I mean, honoring the constraints of time, I'll try to be brief. As you rightly said, India has set a very ambitious target for itself on the renewables, 175 gigawatt, and out of which about 150 odd gigawatt from wind and solar by 2022, and 450 gigawatt addition of renewable by 2030. So that's a huge target. Our peak demand is about 190 gigawatt as of now, and it's been growing continuously. We have huge capacities, but historically we have depended on base load generation, thermal. We are thermal heavy power system here. And as we embark upon integrating variable and intermittent renewable, the need for flexible resources is being realized, and we are working towards that. And in fact, I mean, we quite often say that what you see as a duck curve in California, possibly it would be a giraffe curve for India. I mean, there would be a steep ramping requirement in the evening. So towards this end, we have been working as regulators, trying to create regulatory framework and market design. We have some framework, but then we have a long way to go. We are trying to work on almost all aspects on the regulatory and policy front. I would like to highlight a couple of specific issues which we are working on. The biggest emphasis now is on the resource adequacy requirement, policy and a regulatory framework for resource adequacy, which will highlight the need for reliability margin and also the reserves that you need for balancing the variable and intermittent generation. That's the biggest focus. We are also talking in terms of long-term, medium-term, and short-term measures that we need in terms of tweaking the market design. On the longer-term horizon, we are looking towards managing the shoulder peak demand and the ramping requirements, as I said, and then going forward, instead of depending only on the base load thermal, can we think of some hybrid with storage either pump storage or battery storage, which can meet our ramping requirements of the morning and in the evening. We call it shoulder demand. So that's part of the overall resource adequacy planning that we have been thinking of. And in addition to that, we are trying to work on load shifting. Agriculture load, we are trying to, in several states in India, we are trying to shift our agriculture load from the night time to the daytime, so that major part of the solar generation can be used optimally. We are also thinking in terms of capacity market, and also in terms of flexing of our thermal generation, because we have huge thermal capacities, as I said, which are already in place. Quite often, as you have more and more of intermittent generation, many of them run the risk of getting stranded. The system has to pay for the fixed cost of these generation assets. How to best and optimally utilize these existing assets by flexing them is also what we have already provided for in terms of a regulatory framework. In terms of the future interventions, short-term future interventions, we are working on a market-based ancillary services framework. And one of the important features which we are trying to work on is rewarding or creating rewards for fast ramping ancillary services. We have already created a framework of real-time market, and currently the real-time market is half-hourly market. We are trying to reduce the time so that flexible and fast ramping generation resources can come fast. Last thing that I would like to say is that apart from these interventions, we are also expecting the intermittent generation sources like wind and solar to provide good and robust forecasting and scheduling. And also we are trying to create a framework of aggregation at the pooling station level. So if you can aggregate the wind and solar generation, at least at a pooling station, the error, the deviations get minimized, which can help the system operators manage their system better. So these are the broad kinds of interventions which we have in mind as we go along, with an ambitious target of adding about 450 gigawatt of renewable generation by 2030. Thanks. That's been brief from my side.
Thanks so much. I'm afraid we are run out of time. So we won't have time for a discussion, but I think it's okay because all your interventions have been super interesting, and I think we have had a very good vision, both on the technology side, what are already the possibilities now that we have heard? I think we have heard a very good map of what are the topics. Vinod provided a very nice map on what are the technologies, I would say, for different time frames, going from storage already to hydrogen. I really enjoyed the message on the technology side from Vera as well, saying there is a lot of technology there on the distribution side, and digitalization for sure can be part of the tools, giving this to the system operator more tools to handle the system properly. And on the government side, on the regulatory side, I think we have heard what ambitious countries are facing as challenges, and how they are thinking on how to address these flexibility needs in the coming years. The three countries represented here are going through a constant reform process, on changing their market framework in order to get into the policy objectives. So I think we have had an excellent discussion here. I would thank the panelists for participating here. Thanks so much. I will close this meeting very briefly. I would like to thank all the members of the Power System Flexibility Campaign, all our colleagues from ISGAN. As you know, we have the proposal to transform the PSF into an initiative that will come from a permanent into a permanent work frame. As we have seen, there is a lot of question, and technologies will be much faster than our market and regulatory frameworks are doing it. There are a lot of questions, and there is still a lot of feedback that is needed between the policymakers and the research, and between the policymakers and the industry. For us, it's not only a technological question; it's how we can make good use of those technologies, how markets are supposed to be changed, and sometimes markets they take much longer. The market frameworks they take much longer to adapt actually than the technologies when they evolve. So we see a good reason for us to continue working on that. The flexibility needs are going to start increasing rapidly in the coming years. I would like to have the ministerial policy makers and regulators the good vision and good inputs from our side. Having said that, I would like to close here this fantastic session. Thanks so much, and I'm looking forward to meet you all once again in person soon. Bye-bye.
Good afternoon, and welcome to this exciting side event on energy storage. First of all, I'd like to thank DOE, the Department of Energy's Office of Technology Transitions, for organizing and gathering this important panel. The staff there works hard on coordinating the technology transfer activities across the Department of Energy's extensive R&D enterprise. We'll discuss more what they lead, including the Energy Storage Grand Challenge, in detail later in the session. But to kick off, I'm Varun Sivaram. I'm a senior advisor and the head of Innovation, Competitiveness, and Clean Energy for Secretary John Kerry, the Special Presidential Envoy for Climate of the United States. The United States has demonstrated long-standing support for mission innovation. It was instrumental in its creation. Now more than ever, MI is a critical forum for commercializing new and improved technologies that will be required to meet our collective climate and clean energy ambition and foster innovative pathways to net zero economies. And you heard Secretary Kerry touch on these critical themes when he spoke as the keynote for Mission Innovation just a couple days ago. And he mentioned that nearly half of all the emissions reductions that we'll need for a swift global net zero transition must come from technologies that haven't yet reached market, hence the importance of mission innovation. Nearly 6 years ago in Paris, the Obama-Biden administration spearheaded mission innovation alongside the Paris Agreement to accelerate global clean energy R&D investment and collaboration. President Biden has made clear that global climate action is a top priority of the Biden-Harris administration. And that's why he ran on the most ambitious, comprehensive climate platform of any presidential candidate in US history. He rejoined the Paris Agreement just hours after being sworn in as president. And at the Leaders Climate Summit that President Biden hosted within the first 100 days of his administration, he underscored his support for mission innovation and made a raft of commitments on innovation for the United States. Now, energy storage is one of those core technologies that will be critical to a net zero transition. The outlines of that clean energy transition that we'll need are becoming clearer. The beating heart of the global energy system is going to be renewable electricity generated from increasingly cheap wind and solar plants. Other clean electricity sources will also play an important role, and wind and solar power may provide the largest share. So not only will they displace some power plants today from fossil fuels, they'll also produce far more energy overall than today's power sector. And that power is going to be used to reduce emissions in the transportation, industry, and building sectors. But there are two problems. First, wind and solar power are volatile. They only produce power when the wind blows or the sun shines, rather than when that energy is needed for use. And second, other sectors, like transportation, aren't currently configured to use electricity. For example, most cars, trucks, ships, and planes are fueled by petroleum. Energy storage can solve both problems. First, it can act as a buffer for intermittent renewable electricity generation, storing excess energy during windy or sunny times and supplying energy when demand rises. And second, energy storage technologies like batteries can displace fuels like oil, for example, to power electric vehicles. Over the last decade, the cost of lithium-ion batteries, a leading storage technology, has fallen by 90%. Its use in electric vehicles and on power grids has exploded, and those trends look set to continue. Bloomberg forecasts that by 2040, a majority of global new vehicle sales will be electric, and that in the electricity sector, over $600 billion will be spent on storage alongside the growth in renewables. The US represents the world's fastest growing market for grid-scale battery storage. It's going to be the largest global market over the next 3 years. Energy storage is a critical part of the Biden-Harris administration's climate goals at home and abroad. We plan to continue to drive down the cost of batteries already being deployed and commercialize new and innovative technologies needed to meet our own ambitious national energy and climate goals, as well as those of our mission innovation partners. And you'll hear a lot more from my Department of Energy colleague, for example, but I'll quickly mention that our ARPA-E agency has a program on long duration storage called DAYS. We have an energy storage innovation hub at Argonne National Laboratory. A Department of Energy supported company, QuantumScape, is now worth more than $10 billion. And across the federal government, not just at the DOE, but elsewhere, for example, at the State Department, we support work to increase the flexibility of electricity systems around the world, particularly in countries like India, where fast-growing energy demand and renewable energy deployment mean that we have a real opportunity for renewable transition. At the Leaders Summit, you heard Secretary Kerry reaffirm the U.S. commitment to innovation, and Secretary Granholm of the Department of Energy commit the U.S. to slash battery cell prices in half again by 2030. Meeting this goal will go a long way toward decarbonizing power systems and transportation systems. Electric vehicles are getting more affordable around the world, but batteries remain the single biggest cost component to customers. The United States has already made a number of other investments and goals around energy storage, including cutting the cost of clean hydrogen by 80% by 2030 and reducing the need for critical minerals in battery supply chains. And so the goals of energy storage tie directly into the themes and objectives of this next critical phase of mission innovation, as members step up their collective ambition and cooperation to launch a decade of clean energy innovation and globally interconnected RD&D efforts to accelerate the implementation of Paris, including the path to net zero, by making clean energy affordable, attractive, and accessible to all. Innovation is key. It's a key element of the US's global climate and clean energy leadership. And we'll continue to reduce our emissions. We'll slash emissions by at least half by 2030, as the president committed to, and we'll decarbonize the power sector by 2035, ultimately reaching net zero emissions economy-wide by 2050. So the US only accounts for less than 15% of global emissions today. So as part of our leadership at MI and elsewhere, we plan to drive innovation collaborations that lower the cost and increase the pace of decarbonization for all countries. For this reason, President Biden has called on the US to quadruple funding for clean energy research, development, and demonstration over 4 years, delivering long-duration storage, for example, that can complement seasonal variations that come with high levels of renewable penetration. Accelerating the development and commercialization of clean energy technologies is a whole of government effort. The Departments of Commerce and Treasury and State all play critical roles along with the Department of Energy and many other institutions. We'll hear more on this point from one of my Treasury colleagues later on. And we're pursuing and revamping bilateral and multilateral innovation partnerships with our MI partners and mission innovation itself. By COP26, we intend to announce major new demonstration projects in critical technology areas spanning the globe. We'll hear from colleagues from the World Bank, another multilateral organization that helps match storage technologies to country and region-specific challenges. There is tremendous opportunity to learn from these demo projects and test cases so we scale clean energy quickly enough to meet the challenge the climate crisis presents. Connecting the on-the-ground reality in countries and markets around the world, particularly in these fast-growing emerging economies, with the innovative work occurring in the United States, is critical to commercialize and deploy technologies to help reduce emissions, improve lives, and address climate change. So with that, I'm delighted to introduce my interagency, international, and multilateral partners in this endeavor who will share more about the challenges and opportunities that create these tipping point innovations and cost reductions in energy storage. These ambitious efforts include DOE's Energy Storage Grand Challenge, Treasury's work on international financing and commercialization, and World Bank-backed projects and partnerships to prove energy storage technologies. I'd like to go now to Eric Shea, our first speaker. He is the Director for Grid Systems and Components at the U.S. Department of Energy, and he conducts cutting-edge research and development for new grid hardware technologies, including energy storage, robotics, and power electronics. Can we hand it over to you, Eric? Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Varun, for that introduction. As he mentioned, I am with the Office of Electricity within DOE, but I'm speaking to you today as the Technology Development Track Lead for the Energy Storage Grand Challenge. The ESGC, as an overview, has an intent to make the U.S. a global leader in energy storage innovation, manufacturing, and utilization. We have a vision to have storage technologies contribute to a U.S. and a world energy system that is resilient, flexible, affordable, and secure. And we want to do all of that by 2030. As you heard from Varun, achieving this mission is a key enabler of the entire suite of decarbonization goals, especially when variable renewable energy sources and the electricity system become a much greater share of the total energy supply system. So I wanted to put a very fine point on the need for accelerated innovation. So the Biden administration very quickly out of the box issued a goal to have the electricity sector carbon-free no later than 2035. So in order to have hundreds of gigawatts of new clean resources in operation, achieving their project commercial operational date by 2035, we'll work backwards. At least 3 years ahead of that, you'll need the project final investment decision leading to start of construction so that bulldozers can begin building all the resources necessary to achieve full decarbonization. 2 years ahead of that, you're going to need to complete your design, secure the manufacturing commitments, and finalize any kind of supportive market structures and policies so that financing can go into place so that you can actually begin construction. Which brings us to today. We have fewer than 9 years to validate technologies that will be operational for 10, 15, perhaps even 30 years. So any way you slice it, we have a very real need for not just accelerated innovation, but validating those technologies and deploying them. So an effort like this requires an enormous amount of coordination, even within the Department of Energy. We have a wide range of technologies included in this effort. So not just bidirectional electrical storage, which includes batteries, electrical mechanical systems like pumped hydro or flywheels, but also chemical and thermal storage and flexible generation and controllable loads. Basically anything that can time shift the consumption or generation of electricity. We have a wide variety of offices spanning the full range of the TRL scale, from basic materials science, research and discovery, all the way out to systems analysis, manufacturing, and commercialization. Just to give you even more of a detail on all of the different activities across DOE, these are tables that you'll find in the Energy Storage Grand Challenge Roadmap Appendix that outlines all of the different efforts related to energy storage and the offices responsible for them. So you'll see the offices that work on bidirectional electrical storage, including electromechanical and electrochemical technologies. And while lithium ion today is a very important part of the storage picture, we're also investing in other technologies that might have other qualities, like the ability to scale to very long durations, or the ability to use completely different, more earth-abundant supply chains, like sodium or zinc. Beyond bidirectional electrical, there's also chemical and thermal storage technologies, a lot of heat and mechanical with attractive properties there, and then power electronics, and then flexibility within generation and loads. So there are an enormous amount of small individual activities that are being coordinated from the materials and component device stage of technology maturity all the way out to investments, operations, markets, and end of life. The Energy Storage Grand Challenge itself is made out of 5 tracks. I lead the technology development track, and I will give you more details on that as we go along. The manufacturing, the supply chain track addresses major challenges to lowering manufacturing costs, accelerating scale up, and also looking at the entire life cycle, including recovery, second use, and end of life. The technology transitions track looks at 4 areas, collaborating with external entities to enhance access to experts, facilities, and intellectual property at the national labs and across DOE, providing industry and market analysis to spearhead commercial activity, working with our interagency partners to identify opportunities for collaboration and engagement, and to develop real-world projects to demonstrate and validate these technologies. The policy and valuation track is a genuine cross-cut effort to develop coordinated DOE-wide analysis to technical assistance that supports effective energy storage policies, no matter what the technology, and across a variety of market structures and regulatory structures in the US. And finally, in order to do all of this, we need an effective workforce, from R&D to manufacturing to deployment, operations, and maintenance. All of these new technologies will require new sets of skills, providing new opportunities for a wide range of skill sets. So one of the things that is unique about the Energy Storage Grand Challenge, at least for DOE, is that we are leveraging later stage commonalities. So I spoke up front about the wide variety of technologies that are included within this effort. And traditionally, DOE has worked in technology-focused, we'll call them silos for lack of a better term. And all of those activities on the basic materials and device and systems research, that will continue. But what we're leveraging here is the cross-cutting nature of later stage work. So once a device is connected to the grid, it's not it's not as important anymore, like what the chemistry is within the battery, so much as the battery performs as the grid needs. Similarly, in order to identify the best kinds of market structures that value the types of sort of time shifting capabilities that energy storage brings, it really doesn't matter what is in the black box or what is behind the inverter providing the electrons back and forth. Again, these issues are common across all of these technologies. And so by leveraging these commonalities and joining efforts, it allows us to present a much more unified and accelerated framework for accelerating integration and deployment and commercializing all of these technologies at scale. So in developing the Energy Storage Grand Challenge framework, we developed a set of use cases to quantify the ways in which storage benefits specific users and use cases. You've often heard that storage is many different things to many different people, and that is exactly true. There is no one way in which storage operates, is valued, or should be deployed. And so I'll go through a couple of these use cases to give you an example of what we did. So the first use case, and probably the largest one by scale for the grid, is of course facilitating grid decarbonization. And here we want to ensure grid flexibility and continued reliability as the electric power system evolves. And we have specific cost targets for each of these use cases, in this case 3 to 5 cents a kilowatt hour levelized cost of storage. And these are cost targets that we are aiming for the technologies to achieve by 2030. Some other use cases include serving remote communities. These are places that are not necessarily connected to the bulk power system and are particularly dependent on delivered fuel for their energy needs. And here we have a delivered energy cost target. And then the last one that I'll touch on is electrified mobility, of course. This includes both the onboard vehicle batteries as well as the grid infrastructure needed to support fast charging. Here we're listing our target, a 2030 target for manufactured battery cell cost, but we also have performance requirements for the interconnecting hardware and infrastructure. So these use cases help DOE link our R&D activities to policy objectives. So if you move left to right on this chart, you'll start with sort of the foundational R&D activities that DOE is very good at. So lithium ion, sodium ion, zinc, these are all things that my office and others invest in at a very early stage. And then these materials innovations get rolled up into actual products that you might recognize, like batteries, cylindrical or pouch cell, pump storage units, etc. Our hope is that these products can be shown, demonstrated, deployed to benefit all of the use cases, which in turn will achieve these higher level objectives of decarbonization, reliability, resilience, and equity. I'd also like to talk about how our laboratories will be leveraged to accelerate the Energy Storage Grand Challenge pathways. Over the past decade or more, DOE has invested quite a lot in a number of facilities throughout our lab complex, from the Joint Center for Energy Storage Research that does work on materials for batteries, to the safety and power electronics testing at San Diego National Labs. We have a wide variety of facilities and capabilities to help industry accelerate their energy storage time to commercialization, no matter what the technology or what stage you're in. Two of the facilities that I'll touch on here in more detail. First is the Grid Storage Launchpad, which is now under construction at the Pacific Northwest National Laboratory. And that's going to focus on materials validation at a small prototype scale to 100 kilowatts. The intent there is to test as early as possible if a new chemistry would be suitable for use on the grid. So instead of waiting until you've had to spend millions of dollars for your first prototype only to discover whether or not your chemistry is actually suitable for grid duty cycles, we can test that much earlier, like when the prototype is at the button cell stage. The other facility I'd like to touch on is ARES, the Advanced Research on Integrated Energy Systems at NREL. It's really more of a megawatt scale test facility. It's actually a very large test pad spanning many, many acres. And they're trying to support full experimentation of integrated energy systems at scales that replicate real world scenarios. So megawatts and above, looking at actual devices in the field connected to an actual grid. And that is a very important final step in validating that these technologies work at scale. The Energy Storage Grand Challenge itself has many challenges to overcome. I'll touch on a couple of these quickly. So, of course, few storage technologies are commercially viable in the power system at very long durations now. Supply chains are a especially critical consideration that through this initiative, we were able to build into very early stages of R&D to make sure that the ultimate products meet all the criteria of our supply chain requirements. We need validated technology and market data and operational field experience so that the commercial sector will be willing to invest their own capital in these new technologies. And finally, we've talked about the requirements for new multidisciplinary skills and expertise in order to power this sector. So I'll highlight some of the publications that this initiative has released. So the Energy Storage Grand Challenge Roadmap was released in December 2020. And all of the sort of structures and use cases that you've seen in this presentation are in this roadmap. We also released alongside that a grid energy storage technologies cost and performance assessment. And it functions for us as sort of a guidepost. The 2020 costs are sort of baseline for how much we need to improve by 2030 to get a lot of these use cases achievable. And then there's also an energy storage market report that provides current and projected markets for the global deployment of energy storage. If you go to the Energy Storage Grand Challenge webpage, you'll have the ability to see the open and recent funding opportunities. And I'll note that in 2021 alone, DOE has announced over $100 million of R&D opportunities within the energy storage space. And I'll close by saying we invite you to connect with the Energy Storage Grand Challenge. The link to the website is here. You'll be able to see all of our events, like funding opportunities like you saw on the last slide, and sign up for our email mailing list so that we have an opportunity to stay in touch and that you'll be able to find future venues to work and communicate with us as we execute on the promise of energy storage. So with that, thank you very much, and I'll turn it back over to Varun.
Terrific. Thank you, Eric. That was fascinating. And congratulations to the Department of Energy on all the great work you're doing. Let's now move to Vicki Gunderson. She is a coordinator with the U.S. Department of Treasury's Climate Task Force in the Office of International Affairs. She facilitates cross-department coordination and advises senior U.S. government officials on climate finance and the energy transition. And she was previously the Deputy Director for the Office of Investment, Energy, and Infrastructure at Treasury, and has held positions across the U.S. government. So Vicki, she's, I'd appreciate if you talk about financing and commercializing technology from your current vantage point at the Treasury's Climate Task Force. Let me hand it over to you, Vicki.
Thanks, Brian. And thank you to the Department of Energy colleagues for the invitation to speak today. My name is Vicki Gunderson, and as Varun noted, I'm a coordinator at the Department of the Treasury's International Affairs Climate Task Force. This is a pretty new team at the Treasury. Even just a few weeks ago, Secretary Yellen announced the formation of a climate hub, led by our first ever climate counselor, John Morton. The hub coordinates and enhances existing climate-related activities across the department, including domestic finance, econ policy, tax policy, and international affairs, where I sit. Our team in international affairs is really focused on facilitating and helping to integrate climate considerations across the range of international policies, tools, and programs. So next slide. Secretary Yellen underscored alongside President Biden at last month's Climate Leader Summit, the global community has only a short time to avoid the most catastrophic effects of climate change. We need a sprinting start now to achieve a net zero emissions by mid-century, and you've heard a little bit about that already. As we look to achieve net zero emissions, the steps countries take this year to set the world up for success will make all of the difference. That first step really is about decarbonization of the power sector and transitioning to cleaner sources of energy. According to the International Energy Agency, almost 40% of global carbon dioxide emissions come from the power sector. And as you can see from this graph, 29% come from coal-fired power alone. We must transition the power sector away from coal and to utilize low-carbon electricity generation sources. Looking at other sectors, transportation, buildings, even industry, transitioning their primary energy use to electricity will help to decarbonize those sectors and ultimately put us on that path to net zero by mid-century. Decarbonization of the electricity sector is key and will require electricity systems to be flexible while remaining affordable, particularly for the most vulnerable global populations. And I'm going to argue today that energy storage is one of those key technologies to making this all happen. Next slide. As Varun noted and Eric underscored, solar and wind are cost competitive today in almost every global service territory, jurisdiction, country, market, however you define those particular areas in your scope as a senior official, an industry professional, or a company out there in the world. Just last year, the International Renewable Energy Agency reported that despite the global pandemic, the world added 261 gigawatts of renewable energy capacity. Almost 50% higher than in 2019. Solar is leading the new source of renewable electricity. 127 gigawatts was installed. And this is followed by wind with 111 gigawatts. The US, similar trends, 15 gigawatts of solar added, 14 gigawatts of wind. And really, renewable energy is outpacing fossil fuel electricity generation and added capacity every year. It accounts for more and has for almost the last 5 years. Interestingly, in 2020, North America, Europe, and Eurasia all had net decommissioning of non-renewable electricity sources. So next slide. As you think about intermittent renewable penetration increasing, decreasing use of thermal generation, the utilities are looking for grid management solutions. As shown in this plot, which is a bit wonky, but I think underscores the point, especially for stationary storage, the wide range of tools or use cases, as Eric noted, and I'll underscore, that energy storage technologies can provide. Varying power and rating energies. So not all batteries, not all storage systems are the same. They have different functionality, and identifying, utilizing, and scaling the right tool, the right technology for the right use case is really important. Initial use cases for global stationary storage have really been focused on ancillary services markets, those short requests for time, frequency response, voltage management, and in some cases for buildings and other things, arbitrage to take advantage of time of use prices in that mid-range. It's been concentrated in places where there are market signals, price signals, and the value for that service is defined. However, not every market is structured that way globally. Valuing energy storage in order to send that market signal to drive deployment is critical. Batteries, I really think, are uniquely positioned to provide many of these services. If you look at this graphic, they span multiple durations, multiple power ratings. They offer a flexibility that can be very well utilized outside of the limited applications of pumped hydro, which accounts for almost all storage around the world. But you need unique geological configurations. You need the time to do that. They're not readily deployed in every market or jurisdiction around the world. Use cases and deployment of storage have really benefited from the cost of lithium-ion batteries in particular coming down. This has been driven by the economies of scale of electric vehicles. I think Varun said 90% in the last few years. However, deep decarbonization will require that long duration storage, that 4 to 8 hour window, to maybe even cover that span when the sun goes down and the wind hasn't quite started to blow as effectively in those late hours in the evening. And as such, new battery chemistries will be particularly useful. And plugging into what the Department of Energy is doing, the research, and being able to scale those will be important. But we need to expedite that technology transition from the lab to the pilot to the demonstration, commercialization, ultimately final deployment, global deployment, where you start to utilize all of those great financing tools, project finance and other mechanisms. As we look to get there, governments, development finance institutions such as the World Bank have a role to play in bridging these market gaps. By financing pilot and demonstration projects, providing technical assistance to utilities and stakeholders, and looking to deploy storage technologies that increase market demand for these products. Next slide. That combo, as I talked about, of intermittent resources plus loss of thermal power, those black start capabilities, ancillary services, et cetera, and a decreasing battery storage costs are really driving global development, in particular for battery stationary storage. So you can see from this plot, data produced by the Bloomberg New Energy Finance. It's described, as you can see in this graph, in 2020, battery stationary storage deployments reached an all-time installed capacity high. 5.3 gigawatts, 10.7 gigawatt hours of energy storage were added to the global electricity system. It's predicted even next year, this year alone, I should say, 9.7 gigs, 9.9 gigawatt hours of new capacity will be added. And over the next 3 years, the market is expected to grow at a 37% CAGR. 37%. The US will become a global leader. Next year, it'll predicted to account for roughly 40% of all global energy storage capacity. As Eric and his team have noted, we have some of those lessons learned, both from our laboratories, the utilities, the states, and at the federal level, to understand what's needed in order to drive that growth. However, global supply chains for lithium-ion batteries are concentrated in a handful of markets, and the majority of manufacturing is concentrated in a couple of places. As the United States looks and other actors looked to what we're going to need for our systems, investment in next generation of energy storage technologies, those new chemistries, including for long duration, are really important. And as Eric noted, really position the United States to resume leadership in these key sectors and offer a new way to engage with our global partners. Again, decommissioning of existing carbon-intensive electricity generation, added renewable energy capacity, long-term policy signals, and an economy focused on catalyzing innovation are key drivers for the energy storage markets around the world. The climate crisis presents a unique challenge and a valuable opportunity to create millions of jobs, strengthen working communities, and achieve environmental justice. Next slide. And part of that, the key will be financing, public and private. Also critical to accelerate that progress towards net zero emissions future and catalyze investment in renewable energy and energy storage systems. We cannot succeed in achieving our global goals for climate change if we don't have a credible plan for mobilizing money that is required. At the Climate Leader Summit, President Biden launched the first US International Climate Finance Plan. It's focused on specifically thinking about international climate finance and how to leverage whole of government expertise and resources. As the world's largest economy, the United States can play a critical role in mobilizing climate finance, especially for the world's poorest and most vulnerable communities. The International Climate Finance Plan is a government strategy and a vision for climate finance out to the 2025 horizon. It outlines key steps, instruments, things the US government will be doing to mobilize climate finance, to tackle climate change, to support the Paris-aligned financial flows, and to signal to other governments, institutions, stakeholders that the US intends to work closely with all of you to deploy climate finance more efficiently and with the highest impact. I won't go into the details of the plan. It covers a host of things from scaling up climate finance to mobilizing private sector to taking steps to end international financing of carbon-intensive fossil fuels, as well as making international capital flows consistent with low emissions, climate resilient pathways. Plus a bunch of wonky stuff about defining and measuring and reporting on climate finance. You can find the report online, but I'll highlight a couple of things that Treasury is offering to do, which I think will be relevant, particularly following who's speaking after me. Most notably, Treasury leads participation in the multilateral development banks, one of the largest sources of public finance. Part of our commitment under the US International Climate Finance Plan will be directing our executive director offices to work with partners to help promote the institutions, the implementation of ambitious climate finance targets and policies. We'll be supporting additional private sector financing for quality infrastructure, storage systems being included, and development that incorporates economic, social, and government standards. Additionally, part of that market signal in this energy transition and achieving global net zero emissions is sending market signals about the things that we're looking to decommission. Treasury will be providing guidance on fossil fuel energy activities, and we'll use our voice and our vote to encourage the MDBs to phase out such support for such projects. Next slide. In closing, as we protect the livelihood around the world and keep ourselves on a path towards less than 1.5 degrees C, we must get on that path today. We need to set ambitious net zero goals. We need to electrify as many sectors as possible. We need to decarbonize the electricity sector with renewables and storage solutions. We need to mobilize public financing to mitigate those effects. And we need to do it together. At the end, we can only achieve our goals if curtailing climate change through collective action. And Mission Innovation is a great example. We need to deploy innovative technologies and energy storage as part of that solution, a critical part. As a global community, we have to set ambitious targets, set goals, work together, and really sprint towards a better, safer, cleaner future. I look forward, and we at the Treasury look forward to meeting this challenge together. Last slide, thank you so much. I look forward to continuing the discussion. Over to you, Varun.
Thank you so much, Vicky. That was a phenomenal presentation. Really exciting work the Treasury is leading, and we are thrilled to partner with you from the Special Envoy's Office on the International Climate Finance Plan. Now let's go, as you previewed, let's go to the World Bank. Let's go to Dr. Chandrasekhar Govindarajulu, who leads the Global Battery Storage Program at the World Bank. He has more than 20 years of experience working at the World Bank and the International Finance Corporation on energy efficiency, energy access, and renewable energy across 15 countries in South Asia, East Asia, the Middle East, and North Africa. He leads the Energy Climate Finance team, which is responsible for mobilizing climate finance from the climate investment funds, the Green Climate Fund, and other sources for the energy and extractives practice at the World Bank. Over to you, Chandra.
Thank you, Varun. And thanks, Vicky, for a nice leg up for my presentation. So from the World Bank's perspective, emerging energy storage technologies are a critical resource for developing countries to transition their energy systems to a higher share of renewable energy and eventually achieve the global net zero emissions in line with Paris Agreement. Equally, I would say, energy storage also creates opportunities for meeting the needs of the 800 million or so unelectrified people, mostly in sub-Saharan Africa, which is meeting the SDG 7 goals of the UN, through mini-grid and other innovative solutions. Battery storage is a unique advantage, we feel, over other sources of flexibility in the power systems due to its fast response, suited to address the variability of renewable energy and the modularity, allowing it to be scaled up, deployed easily. It has evolved favorable solutions in developing countries, primarily due to the limited, as I mentioned, flexibility options. Despite these very positive trends, we are still not there yet in many of the developing countries because of fragile grids, environmental conditions, low capacity, and so on. So therefore, the risk for battery storage in developing countries is still high, is perceived as high, and there's a lot of work to be done by the World Bank and our development partners in getting over this market barrier. So there is a clear need to catalyze new market for batteries and other energy storage solutions that are suitable for energy grids in our developing countries. So the World Bank's energy storage program is designed in the form of two pillars. The first one is investments, and the idea is really to get some of these kickstart projects and programs going in our developing countries. We see a lot of demand both from middle-income countries like India and South Africa, who are trying to integrate ever greater amounts of renewable energy in their grid and are looking for options to increase the flexibility, and battery storage is one among the other options, and really exciting because of the cost trends and convenience and so on. Equally, we see the interest among the least developed countries and fragile countries as well, because they are often burning a lot of heavy fuel oil, and solar plus storage offers a very economical solution to overcome their energy access issues. So in addition to the investment side, which we work very closely with the climate investment funds and the other global funds to make this possible in our developing countries. We have the second work stream, which is called the Energy Storage Partnership, which is focused on developing knowledge base and technical capacity for energy storage through cooperation and stakeholder engagement. So we have designed these programs in such a way that there is close complementarity between these two programs. So we try to distill lessons from across the world to influence the work program of our energy storage partnership, and equally we design the work program and then bring back the lessons to bear on the projects that are being developed in our countries, in our client countries. So in terms of our portfolio of battery storage, it is pretty diverse. We have hybrid projects in fragile countries such as Central African Republic, projects in small island nations such as Pacific Islands, Comoros, Maldives, mini grids in sub-Saharan Africa, and as well large-scale utility-scale projects in South Africa, in India coming up, and so on, and Ukraine coming up, so on. So overall, we have already committed financing for about 2.75 gigawatt hours of battery storage, and we have an additional 2.5 gigawatts and a further 2 gigawatts, overall about 7 gigawatt hours, I would say. That's where we are. Now coming back to the energy storage partnership. So this is really in order to respond to the client needs on the knowledge agenda for energy storage. The World Bank and the Energy Sector Management Assistance Program, SMAP, established the ESP in 2019 to help respond to deployment of energy storage and bring new technologies to developing countries' power systems. This partnership aims at fostering international cooperation in 4 areas, I would say broadly: technology research, development and demonstration, system integration and planning tools, policies, regulation and procurement, enabling systems for management and sustainability. As of now, we have 36 partners globally, including partners from the US. The Energy Storage Association is a partner, as well as the National Renewable Energy Lab is a partner, and we welcome other US partners. And we have European partners like the UK Bureau, Business and Industry Department, Faraday Institute, and so on. We also have developing country partners like the Solar Energy Corporation of India, the Moroccan Solar Energy Agency, and many others. CSIR, Mukulu is from CSIR. CSIR South Africa is one of our key partners as well. So we have already been operating for a year. So the main outcomes so far are we have created a series of knowledge products on policy and regulations, warranties, which is a key issue in de-risking projects, reuse and recycling, which comes up all the time given the type of metals and materials that are used for storage, for lithium-ion especially, safety, given the fire incidents that we have seen globally, including in the US. And it's so we have produced these, some of them are, each of them are led by different ESP partners. Some of them are led by the World Bank, some by other partners. In addition, we have launched a very interesting program called Women in Energy Storage Mentoring Program. Energy sector is, doesn't employ a lot of women, and and energy storage is no different. So we have started this mentoring program, and 25 women from all over the world were selected for this program and are undergoing mentorship to understand nuances of battery storage. Some of them are involved in battery projects. My mentee is involved in implementing a battery storage project in Lebanon, solar battery storage project in Lebanon. So we have also developed an online tool to size energy storage in solar and storage hybrid projects. And finally, and a point that I'm going to dwell a little bit further on, is we are supporting clients on energy storage test beds to showcase different battery storage technologies in different environments, and on-the-ground capacity building on operation and maintenance of energy storage technologies. So this is something called the Global Network of Energy Storage Test Beds, NEST initiative. So as you would realize, now the path is being led by lithium-ion batteries, and cost reductions are quite dramatic. And they tend to be also the projects of choice in our client countries, given the track record. People want their first project to be successful. But if you want to get over that and go to new innovative technologies, and especially long duration technologies, especially technologies that could perform well in higher air temperature conditions, poor grid conditions, and requiring lower maintenance, so we need to be pushing the button on innovation, and that's where we hope the test bed will make a difference. So the test bed would testing different points, different technologies would lower the barriers to performance verification for innovative technologies in new markets. So we are seeking to develop energy storage test beds in Morocco, India, and South Africa, so that we can reduce the barriers for introduction of new technologies. So these will be facilities with capability to operate energy storage systems with controllable and standardized system configurations, use cases, and operational and environmental conditions, allowing developing countries to assess energy storage performance under realistic local grid conditions at low cost and manageable scale. So the objectives are first, enable low-cost demonstration and performance verification, because doing it directly for a zinc air or a flow battery at a large scale is risky. So doing it at a smaller scale will help you sort through risks for safety, functionality, and profitability. And also, this is a fast-changing landscape, as you will appreciate. So allow the pace of performance demonstration to keep up with the rate of change in the global energy storage landscape. Provide performance information that informs instruments for risk reduction, such as warranties and so on. So we get better commercial traction for these projects. And finally, build local technical and institutional capacity. So that is really the point that I wanted to emphasize. So battery storage deployed in stationary applications are based on designs for electric vehicles primarily these days. And one of the main objectives of the Energy Storage Partnership is to move the research that is now led by global institutions and fundamentally focused on electric vehicles to more towards stationary storage applications and the needs of developing countries, so that their costs and those technologies that are going to be making a difference in those conditions can make a move forward. So by verifying performance, the test beds will reduce the perception of technology risk and therefore ease the market entry for new commercially promising energy storage technologies. So we will have different operating models. There could be a private sector investment in this. There could be some of this could come through public projects. So these will depend on the context and the conditions in which how we design these 3 test beds in these 3 countries, so that they can be useful and help push the technology envelope in these 3 countries. So I think I will stop there for now. And I'm very pleased to say that we work very closely with the climate investment funds as well as other climate funds. And where we have launched CIF, the climate investment funds have launched a global energy storage program. In fact, they had a session this morning. So we would hope that more funding is available for us to be able to take this program to the next level and see greater levels of deployment in our client countries. Thank you very much.
Sunlight, wind, water. Morocco is bringing with clean energy sources that are both infinite and renewable. It boasts several wind farms, either under construction or already operational. Most hydraulic plants are operational, and many solar energy projects are at various stages, thus making the kingdom's commitment to clean energy a reality.
Mazen leverages its successful experiences as well as a network of industrial and international partnerships to serve as an accelerator for the path to market of solar, wind, and storage technologies. Its dedicated demonstration platform, over 200 hectares, at the heart of Nurwarzazat solar complex is an ideal setting for upcoming technologies, capacity building, and also industrial and local industrial involvement for the benefit of local ecosystems. Mazen is proud to partner with the World Bank SMAP program as a battery test bench, part of the global network of energy storage test beds, or NESTs. Mazen's demonstration platform is already home to innovative storage technology deployments, such as Unido's funded 500 kilowatt-hour vanadium flow battery from Sumitomo, but also Azelio's 330 kilowatt-hour phase-change material thermal energy storage battery. Mazen is looking forward to host other battery storage demonstrators through its partnership with the World Bank SMAP program. With inexpensive renewable energy generation, competitively priced storage will form an ideal combination for a fully renewable solution for Africa. The opportunity that lies ahead of us should be mindful of Africa's constraints and development urgencies and needs, and in particular, local job creation and technology transfer. The renewable energy generation and storage revolution that lies ahead of us should be an inclusive and holistic development opportunity for beneficiary communities all over Africa. Thank you.
As a signatory to the Climate Change Paris Agreement, South Africa is committed to reducing its carbon emissions. Therefore, in the past 10 years, South Africa has bolstered its energy supply by introducing renewables into its energy mix. This energy mix constitutes renewable energy sources dominated by wind, solar PV, biomass, and hydropower that contribute to the country's greening of its national energy grid. For South Africa to reap the full benefits of renewable energy, an efficient and effective utility-scale energy storage system needs to be developed. The transformative impact of renewable energy will truly be felt when surplus energy has been effectively stored and can be used at times when demand exceeds supply. Energy storage will undoubtedly have a positive impact on an economy when pressure on the grid is alleviated, leading to minimized disruption of industrial outputs. The bottom line is that effective and efficient storage will require more than a car battery. It demands innovation. The Council for Scientific and Industrial Research has heeded this energy call. As a member of the Energy Storage Partnership, in collaboration with VITO, CSIR has embarked on a project to research and develop South Africa's first test bed for electrical storage. This project is developed with the framework of the World Bank Energy Storage Partnership and is aligned to the Department of Mineral Resources and Energy Risk Mitigation Program. The CSIR seeks to achieve 4 strategic objectives, namely, demonstration of the effectiveness of battery energy storage at grid scale, testing of individual battery technologies under real team operating test regimes, the establishment of the probable life cycle of various technologies under real working conditions, and the establishment of the round-trip efficiencies of various units. CSIR researchers are currently well ahead of developing material-based technologies which make up the components of battery cells, intend to improve the electrochemical properties used in energy storage systems. South Africa has an abundance of materials such as manganese and other mineral resources. The CSIR has capitalized on this advantage and is experimenting and producing various materials with manganese that can be used to best store energy. Our drive to bring together experts both locally and globally echoes our commitment to excellent, efficient, enabling partner-driven initiatives that seek to outperform.
I'd like to introduce Dr. Mkhulu Mate, Chief Researcher and Program Manager of the Living Energy Lab platform of the Energy Center at the Council for Scientific and Industrial Research in South Africa. His current research focuses on the synthesis and characterization of nanomaterials for energy applications like fuel cells and batteries. Dr. Mate is a current chair of the advisory board of the Process Energy and Environmental Station at the University of Johannesburg. So would love to hear you talk about the new energy storage testbed capability being funded by the World Bank in South Africa.
Good afternoon, and thanks to the Department of Energy for the opportunity to share the events and the developments that are happening in South Africa on indoor and outdoor testbed, accelerating technology to market and serving the power sector needs for the country. I will jump right in and indicate the presentation outline, which is as is there. And I'll be emphasizing more on the South African energy storage activities and touching on our international collaboration with VITO. As other speakers had already indicated about lack of access to electricity, you can see that the numbers have grown from 800 million to now about 1.2 billion. And the majority of those, about 600 million, are in sub-Saharan Africa, and that offers itself as an opportunity for storage, because you'll be looking at different ways in which we can be using storage to the grid with renewables and also using storage as standalone. Sadly, you can see that when we are looking at the global lithium-ion battery cell manufacturing, none of the activities are happening in Africa and part of South America. You can see where they are concentrated. And if you're looking at lithium iron phosphate, which is the one that's popular for storage, stationary storage, it would be ideal to consider having such capabilities built in Africa. Why build those capabilities in Africa? You can see the storage market for Africa growth projection is that by 2025, it will be about 2 to 3 gigawatt with cost revenues of 4 to 5 billion. The analysis would show that the growth is going to be mostly in stationary storage. And so from where I'm coming from, the Living Energy Lab project, it's a new entity that is combining projects that are linked to solar PV, energy efficiency, and electric vehicles in that first cluster. And in the second cluster, you can see that we have mini IRP and thermal storage modeling. And then the test beds will be part of the energy storage test bed and battery chemistries, where we are currently working on establishing an indoor test bed facility for cells and module testing. And then later on, we'll be working towards establishing the outdoor test facility with the World Bank Initiative, where we'll be demonstrating different chemistries for stationary application. We have heard from the talks of Eric as to how fast the technologies is evolving. And if you are looking between 2016 and 2030 along the Y, you can see that the advanced lithium is getting matured, and then you are working towards higher safety levels. And you can see that in the future, lithium air batteries and lithium sulfur batteries, and also when we are looking at post-lithium, it's going to be solid-state batteries for EVs, and other batteries would be working for stationary. And therefore, it makes sense that there is always development and deployment and testing and piloting of these battery chemistries. So in as far as the South African energy storage landscape goes, there is a venture capital or an industrial development corporation that had conducted a study where they have identified the area of use, the purpose of use, and the range. And suffice it to say that I will just concentrate on the bottom one on the gray table there, which shows the customer energy management system, which is for this lower range. And then you can imagine that the people that don't have electricity would be able to derive value from those things. But when you're looking at the right, at our utility company, which is called Eskom, they are already having a BYD lithium-ion battery that they're testing here at the top, but they also have the vanadium redox flow and the zinc bromide flow battery that are being tested. We have heard from other speakers about the existence of microgrids, And companies like Eaton, ABB, and others have microgrids on their campuses such that they can continue to do their manufacturing with the power outages and disturbances that they'll be experiencing. So with regards to the time frames of introduction of technologies in South Africa, let me just focus on the lithium ion. You can see that there's going to be a growth from this year up to over the next 10 years up to 2031. The flow batteries in terms of vanadium and zinc bromide are also going to be growing. And then towards the 2025 to 2031, you'll be looking at lithium metal batteries and metal air batteries. So why do we want to have this energy storage test bed? We know that normally there are desired performances from batteries, and then we also have those that are real measured performances. So if we look at the spider web on our left, we can see your right, where we have performance and reliability testing. When we look at cycle life, the real performance is low, and in essence, we would want the cycle life to improve. And then also, if we are looking at the calendar life, we will also want it to improve. And you can see that when it comes to safety, there has been a lot of development and progress that has been made also with energy density. That in itself affords opportunities for the future, where you can also see that according to the calendar life, there is a time and temperature and resistance dependence, but which is underpinned by the temperature. And you can see that at lower temperatures, the performance are better and over a longer time, and then you don't have an increase in resistance. So we at the CSIR have these existing facilities, and we are looking at this new space where we would be expanding to do other testing in terms of module testing and others. So from our collaboration with VITO, we have a 3-year Flemish government funded program, which is also an example of international collaboration. So the goals is to offer services for low capacity clients, and then from that they will they'll see benefits from battery storage being demonstrated in developing countries. And then through the testbed facility, we would build the capacity in terms of energy storage knowledge, but also expand the market. So for the scope of the testing for now, we would be looking at cell and module testing for the indoor testbed. And later on with the developments with the World Bank, we would be looking at outdoor testbed. And then with this project, we would be able to bridge the gap to bring new knowledge and also to bring new technologies for implementation. So we will establish a testing infrastructure. We will support innovation in the field of energy storage and microgrids. And through all of this, there will be knowledge and tools for the assessment of business cases and sustainability of storage solutions. And overall, the test bed will be a training ground for energy storage operators and end users. And so what we have in at the CSIR currently, we have these capabilities in terms of cell testing, pouch cells, manufacturing, and then also energy management system. We are building the skills in battery module pack and others. And but more importantly, the services that are identified for testing initially are performance and reliability as seen from the spiderweb diagram, and also work on aging testing, calendar life, and also the cycle life, as we have indicated that these remain some of the challenges to be addressed in the testing regime. And so our utility company, Eskom, has a test facility, as mentioned by Chandra in his talk, And there they are demonstrating the effectiveness of battery energy storage at grid scale. And they are also testing individual battery technologies under the real testing regimes. And why they are doing that is with the aim to test all under identical low discharge profiles over a minimum period of 3 years so that they can see how deployment would look like. And I would like by concluding to say that the lack of third-party testing facilities and energy storage testing skills are a challenge to be addressed in the developing countries where we have limited infrastructure because the equipment is expensive, and we have heard from Vicky that there are challenges with financing. But more importantly, we would start to have locally manufactured batteries. So I'll conclude by saying developing countries have awareness of the energy storage landscape, but they have isolated activities with pockets of growth and excellence emerging. With the market analysis, the local energy storage stakeholders need third-party testing. And for technical analysis, there's lack of adequate skills in energy storage and testing expertise. But more importantly, jobs will be created with the projected market growth. And on that note, I would acknowledge the funding from the Department of Science and Innovation, international funding, the opportunity to talk here, and the collaborators with whom we are journeying on making energy storage a reality. And I would thank the production team and the organizers for the opportunity to share my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Nkulu. That was fascinating. And now I'd like to invite all of our panelists today to join in a discussion of the topics that we've heard. The first topic takes off from what I heard from Chandra and Nkulu, and honestly also from Eric and from Vicky. It's about the biggest opportunity and need for next generation energy storage, which is in fast growing emerging economies. And the question is, how do we connect the innovation that we talked about earlier on, the new materials, for example, and new approaches that will be post-lithium ion technologies, for example, for long duration grid storage? How do we connect that to the places where flexibility is most needed and where capital is most scarce? For example, in fast-growing emerging economies in South Asia, in India, for example. What would it take to mobilize the financial capital to take some technology risk and invest in demonstration projects, and building on what Chandra mentioned and what Nkulu mentioned about test beds, to make sure that we can test those technologies in the actual conditions they will be used? I'd love to hear from any or all of you on this topic with as much concrete examples as possible. Can I, would anyone like to start, or I can jump in and select someone?
Maybe I can start.
Thanks, Chandra.
Sure. This is the real challenge, Varun. As we discuss with clients, even in middle-income countries, when we start discussing storage, the track record issue comes up. They want to, even if it is concessional financing, the risks are higher, and they would like to go with a tried and established technology, which at least has, say, 10 megawatts, even if they are very generous, 5 megawatts of something that is already operating, commissioned and showing. So it is a critical barrier to overcome. And one way would be to do it at a scale, a smaller scale, in the sense that, for example, we are now discussing in Ukraine a large, operation, battery storage operation. They are interested, for example, to try out zinc air batteries for part of their program, because they feel that that is really helpful in because of the charge discharge cycle offered by zinc air, and also other advantages like cost and maintenance and so on. That's more amenable to that. For part of the program, they are ready to do that. So that is one way to do it, and obviously concessional climate finance plays a key role. And we are funding this project not only from IBRD resources, but also from climate finance resources from the Global Energy Storage Program. Thanks.
Thank you, Chandra. I was curious, Mkhulu, if you had a thought on this.
Yes, thanks, Varun. My thought is going to be the importance of piloting and demonstration is essential, where you are able to, at the same time, build on industries that are not existing in those developing countries, when you're also skilling the people, because we have realized that the new technologies, as Eric indicated, would need new skills. And when we are talking about new chemistries, there's an element of safety. So we have to have, in being compliant with climate change, be good environmental stewards, that we are able to do recycling. And I think the risk that Chandra has talked about in terms of who wants to finance, if you're looking at the amount of people that don't have connectivity, you then say anybody who's going to invest would have a greater market share. So it's going to be a first mover market that would determine. And also, if you're considering that some of developing countries, including South Africa, have abundance of minerals. So with what Vicky was saying in terms of private partnership, in terms of funding, there can be funding structured between your mining houses and your utilities. Thanks for that question, Varun.
Thank you, Mkhulu. Anybody else want to opine before we move on to our next question?
Sure, I can jump in.
Go ahead, Vicky.
I think as we talk about scaling finance, whatever the tool is, one of the things in new tech is technology risk. But in emerging markets or any market around the world, there's a whole host of risk profiles associated with a project. Construction risk, political risk, financial risk, let alone the technology risk. And as we think about scaling storage and those projects moving forward in a variety of different locations with different price signals, different policy and regulatory environments, which are really critical to utilizing all of the use cases and functionality to make storage systems economical, that distribution of risk and who is best allocated to take on that risk becomes really important. And so whether that tool at a multilateral development bank or a development finance institution will have more comfortable with political risk or country risk in an emerging market. Technology risk oftentimes is not the thing that our major government institutions are as comfortable funding. And so developing new instruments or thinking about project structures, different allocations of debt and equity that can change to bring these things to scale after you've demonstrated, because every utility likes to be first to be second. After you develop that comfort level, thinking through that risk allocation profile is going to become really critical to finding cheap sources of capital and moving projects forward to scale. Over.
Terrific. And Eric, do you want to ask anything? I've got another question coming straight to you.
Sure, go ahead.
Well, in that case, the next question, which is critical to what we're talking about here in this exciting new phase of mission innovation, is how do we make multilateral partnerships support innovation? And this isn't just a motherhood and apple pie question. Countries may very well ask, well, if we're competing in this global new battery market, how can we collaborate globally if each of us is seeking to develop the technologies to win a substantial share of these growing battery markets? And so I'd love to hear, and perhaps we'll start with you, Eric. I'd love to hear if you have, concrete examples of how countries can work together at different stages of the innovation process in energy storage technologies, all the way from the very basic research through the development, the demonstration, and ultimately the scale up, as we were just talking about, the testing and the scale up of these emerging technologies in new markets. How can countries best work together? Can we start with you, Eric, given that a lot of the work you lead is at the early end of this technology roadmap?
Sure. And for that, I would point to an example. One of the points that Mkhulu had brought up was on safety. And I think, in the end, for a product to be viable, the end users need to be able to trust that it's work and that it's safe. And I think one of the places that we have been collaborating and can be very fruitful collaboration is on being able to share the operational experiences of systems in the field. So, for example, the DOE storage program collaborates internationally on fire and safety codes already with the existing lithium-ion installed stationary storage base. And I think that's very important to allay the fears of users and local permitting authorities, especially when the performance of a new chemistry may not be known. I also think that in the earlier R&D stages, it's important to be able to see into what the ultimate use will be. I mean, I think a lot of the times R&D criteria may be looking at very myopic targets. And so collaborating at the early stages to say, okay, what are all of the different ways in which your end users envision using this product? I think that can feed back early and earlier into the R&D cycle so that we can reduce the time to commercialization and then have a higher confidence that when a technology leaves the lab, it will be ready to perform in ways that the users will find beneficial.
That's a great answer. Thanks, Eric. Anybody else want to share examples of multilateral cooperation?
Varun, if I may, we have lessons from COVID, which have set a template for multilateral, multi-nation collaboration, because when we are talking climate change and when we are talking energy access, it's now a universal and a global problem. And we understand that where we don't have equality of skills, there is a need to accelerate. And part of the acceleration is where students study in different countries. And when you are talking about these global collaborations towards solving a problem, Vicky and yourself, Varun, talk about the Biden-Harris commitment to climate change. And therefore, we have to stop and ask, if we have to learn anything from COVID with regards to energy, what is it and what plans do we start to put in place? We have seen what happened about the fires in Australia that went for a long time. We know what happens in the US around the West Coast. So now the question is, if we are not going to be intentional about having a way of international collaboration, and we talk of instability and uncertainties, we would not have access to those minerals that we need to have energy storage. And therefore, there has to be the calmness of minds, the planning, and the execution of good policies. Thank you.
That is very well said. Thank you, Nkulu. Any closing thoughts from Chandra or from Vicky?
Sure. No, we have really seen the energy storage partnership as a forum, multilateral forum, where our client countries from across the world are benefiting a lot from sharing information, from sharing experience across projects that are being implemented in Western countries, as well as from other developing countries. So that's, we had, colleagues from Gambia, we have had colleagues from China and other places sharing their experience of, and Korea also, where there were a lot of fires on lithium ion. We have undertaken a review of that and shared our experience with other colleagues. Thanks.
Thanks, Chandra. All right, Vicky, you've got the last word.
Oh man, that's daunting. I think the thing about global cooperation is identifying someone who has that same shared experience, who can relate to you. Just like the US is not monolithic, there are places throughout the United States that best identify with a different country around the world. Hawaii doesn't have the same issues that DC has, that Arizona, California, Chicago, my hometown. And so as we look globally and start to share best practices, you see exchanges in the US for utilities, but those don't need to be within the borders of one country. And the work that the World Bank and others are doing to facilitate those international dialogues, I think we have a lot to learn, and it's a two-way street. And only through increased learning, increased dialogue, increased capital flows back and forth. That's really going to drive the response that we need for storage to come in and ultimately help us achieve our decarbonization goals.
That's terrific. Well, thank you, Vicki, and thanks to all of our fantastic speakers. We're so excited from the standpoint of the United States, from the Biden-Harris administration, about this next phase of mission innovation and for reinvigorated U.S. leadership in clean energy innovation and the transition. Thrilled to have everybody here for this important event on this important topic of energy storage, and hope you enjoyed the rest of this terrific week. It's great to see everybody. Thanks again for the time, and signing off from here in Washington, D.C. and around the world.
Welcome, Dr. Swarup. I am delighted to speak to you today as Secretary for the Department of Biotechnology at the Ministry of Science and Technology. You have been instrumental in India's national research and innovation strategies. You have also been a leader in mission innovation, helping to drive forward impact domestically and internationally since it was launched in 2015. Can you tell me what you're most proud of achieving during your time in the Department of Biotechnology in India?
Thank you very much. It's such a pleasure to be with you. It's a pleasure to be on this mission innovation related event. I have had the very, very proud privilege of being associated with this department for over 32 years. I joined here as a young scientist. It gave me the opportunity to grow within this department, and today I have the good fortune to lead it as the secretary. I think the growth of the department in these 32 years that I have witnessed itself have been a matter of pride for me. How we've moved from the discovery to the innovation to the translational ecosystem, and today being a very vibrant innovation, startup, research, knowledge-driven hub. And I think that is what is one of the most proud moments for me.
Can you describe a little bit this hub, Dr. Swarup?
So the Department of Biotechnology, which is the nodal ministry for all biotechnology related activities within the government, has the key mandate of supporting biotechnology research, policy, innovation, creating a very strong foundation from the human resource, infrastructure, capacity building, looking at the policy enablers that help move forward the knowledge that we generate through the translational ecosystem to products, technologies, and eventually driving the bioeconomy growth within the country. And that's what we've done. We've had over these many years a number of biotech development strategy documents that we've brought out for the 5 years. And very recently in March this year, we brought out our strategy for the next 5 years, where we've clearly said it's going to be a bioeconomy-led growth that the country will see. And we've positioned the biotechnology sector as a 150 billion target for ourselves in the next 3 to 4 years. So this whole transition from the knowledge that we generate to the end commercialization and industrial growth is the key strength of this country. And India is today seen as a global leader in this sector.
That's great. I can tell my experience. I started here at the Ministry of Energy in 2019, moving from my background in the World Energy Council, where I acknowledge that collaboration and integrating new actors in the sector is key. In my actual position, I have confirmed the relevance of collaboration between public sector, private sector, investor, researchers, academia, NGOs, etc. So this is challenging, uncertain time for us, both due to the COVID crisis, but also as we tackle climate change, right? So governments will play a crucial role. How do you think governments can best support scientists, businesses, and society to accelerate clean energy transition?
So the government plays a very important role, and I think the most important role the government plays is of being an enabler and a catalyst to put together all the players that you just spoke about. Whether it's the industry, it's the researchers, it's the startup group or the academic researchers, the policy makers, the government has a very important role to identify what the key gaps and challenges are, what do we see as the future, and then what are those enabling ecosystem components that we need to bring in? Whether it's helping to build capacities, whether it's bringing in certain financial incentives, whether it's creating an ecosystem which allows the researchers, gives them an environment to work, helps collaboration. And I think the government plays a very important role in promoting collaboration, both national and international. What we are doing in mission innovation, countries are coming together. And this platform that we are creating is enabling our own country scientists to take on these sort of initiatives. I think the other major role that the government plays is, while you look at these various components, both national and international, how well we align them to our national priorities and try to see how we can match all these priorities with global priorities. And climate change is clearly a global challenge that all governments have to come forward with, all research groups have to address. And in one way, if you see what the COVID has shown us, it's a global challenge. All of us are addressing it. We've come together globally. We've come together with a common objective, with a common action plan. And that is exactly what we have to do for climate change. Because this is something that we all have to put everything together to be able to address it with a common goal, because it's a universal planet that we are all trying to look at and find solutions for.
Totally agree. So it's also important that clean energy transitions are inclusive, involving women and marginal voices. I know this is something you're passionate about. How do you think we can better support women to take leading position as scientists, innovators, and as senior policy makers in clean energy?
So let me talk about how we can promote the involvement of women in all fields of science, technology, and of course the climate change with it. I think what is important is, first of all, we have to recognize that when women come forward in science, technology, innovation, these sort of policies, they are hardcore professionals. They need to be given that recognition that they are not coming from a different category altogether. We need to help them to understand and to recognize their own inherent strengths. They have a lot of inherent strengths, but many a times it's not a level playing field. So they don't have sufficient opportunities to be able to bring forth their strengths that they have. If we can do that, and if women can actually look into what their inherent strengths are, their contributions are immense. Wherever we have seen women come forward and contribute, whether it's research or it's healthcare systems or climate change, clean energy, policy, ground level implementation, they've always excelled. And I think that is where we need to strengthen them more. We also have to make a conscious effort to see that there is a proper representation in all these various fora where we take on these discussions, whether it's at the student level, where we are encouraging them to come in, or it's at the level in which they could also be seen as mentors, not just to women, but to the community at large, because they've excelled. So why do we only look at women as role models for women? Women could always be wonderful role models and leaders for the entire field. And I think that's where we need to play a very important role. We have within our own country a large number of such initiatives where we are trying to promote the participation of women, encouraging them to recognize their own strengths.
Thank you very much. And as a powerful woman, you have been instrumental in supporting mission innovation over the past 5 years. Why is international collaboration on clean energy innovation so important for India?
The whole area of climate change, as I just spoke about, is so important for every country. And mission innovation is a true platform that enables the research and innovation to be taken through the development ready for deployment. And that is the basis of any new technology deployment. Mission innovation is very important. As I said, any national priority that we have, if it gets well aligned with the international goals, we are all confident that we are now being able to contribute to that larger global challenge. We are all committed to be able to address the sustainable development goals, and for India to play a very important leadership position in bringing all the various technologies that we have within our own country, technology developers, our innovators, onto the main framework of mission innovation, not only gives them an opportunity to be able to connect with a larger ecosystem, take best practices there, but it also allows other countries to have an exchange of information. Build these collaborative networks, which then go much beyond mission innovation. So they could have bilateral relationships, they could have scientist to scientist exchange. This platform provides them that opportunity. And collectively, it gives us a sense of responsibility to deliver and to be able to achieve that larger goal, which mission innovation is putting forth as a global challenge response.
So delivery is key. I agree with you on that. So the next decade is going to be critical to accelerate clean energy transitions, right? What do you hope mission innovation will achieve over the next decade?
So first and foremost, let me say this, that the first phase of mission innovation has really been a wonderful beginning to something that needs to move forward to be able to address the larger global challenge. In these first 5 years, as I said, not only have we been able to accomplish the goal that we set ourselves with, and that is doubling investments, identifying innovation challenges, but most importantly, we brought the countries together. We brought the scientists, the researchers, the private sector, the academia, the policymakers all onto a common framework. This is so important and crucial if you have to address global challenges. Moving forward, I think now is the time when we would see the excellent outcomes of mission innovation, the challenges, the way they are moving ahead in terms of the platforms, looking at engaging more with private sector, looking at technologies which are going to be deployed. And I think the next decade is clearly going to see this accelerating. You're going to see more collaborations. You're going to see now a concerted effort to be able to take technologies and get them delivered to where they are needed the most. And the impact of those technologies would also probably be seen. So in addition to having new innovations which find wonderful solutions for our challenges, I think it's also going to be creating a very, very strong bonding amongst people who are like-minded with common objectives, common policies, and create a global workforce of scientists, researchers, academic groups, industry, who could respond to this climate change. And this will give us a collective sense of responsibility, which I think today, as the universe, we do want everyone to take on. So mission innovation is definitely going to be very, very important and critical as we move forward.
Totally agree. And we hope as well that this collaboration can impact community as well, right? Because we're working for the whole world, not just for this group that are developing things. So what would be your remarks for closing this conversation? Your most important message you want to leave for the people that are seeing us here in CEM12 MI-6? And what do you want to say to close this great conversation?
First of all, I want to congratulate and compliment each of them for being part of this very important global initiative, the Mission Innovation. I also want to say to them that this is a path that we have all chosen to be able to respond, as I said, to a very important global challenge. And third and most important, it's a collective mission. And I think that collaboration, that collective responsibility, that collective ownership of being able to deliver is so important. Mission innovation is one group. Our mission is to innovate and to deliver. And I'm sure and I'm confident that as we move forward, this would only grow larger and larger. And eventually, all those who are affected, all those who could play a very important role, will be a part of this mission, taking it ahead.
Great message, Dr. Swarup. I think working together is the key for achieve those goals that we see somehow far right now. But as we have said, this is the decade for action. So I'm kind of excited to be part of this decade and working for making this world better. So thank you so much for your time, for your words. I think they're really inspiring and clarifies a lot of the work that we're doing as Mission Innovation, and we hope to work together in the future.
Thank you very much. Pleasure to be with you here today. Thank you.
We are the Clean Energy Ministerial. We are a global clean energy community. of the world's largest and leading countries, companies, and international experts. We work together to achieve one mission: accelerate clean energy transitions. It's about international collaboration in action to the good of each and for the good of all. The Clean Energy Ministerial has 20 active work streams that span the energy spectrum, with colleagues collaborating around the world.
I co-chair the CEM's work on smart grids.
I work with Brazil co-leading the 21st Century Power Partnership.
And I coordinate the CEM Electric Vehicles Initiative.
I coordinate the work on regional and global interconnection.
I co-lead the CEM's work on a sustainable biofuture.
I co-lead work on nuclear innovation.
And I work in biofuels and flexibility.
And I'm coordinating work on decarbonizing industry.
I coordinate CCUS initiative.
I co-chair the CEM's hydrogen initiative.
And we coordinate work on long-term energy scenarios initiative.
And I coordinate work to promote zero-emission commercial vehicles.
And I participate in the work on clean energy, education, and empowerment.
We co-chair a Clean Energy Ministerial's steering committee and was a proud host of CEM11.
I also co-chair the CEM steering committee and lead the Chilean team hosting CEM12 this year.
Our global clean energy community is working hard to bring insight, inspiration, and impact. But despite the progress being made, we know that much more needs to be done. Global clean energy deployment this decade must be many times faster than the last. This is not incremental change, but monumental change. Not a small step, but a giant leap. And so, as we look forward, we know that it is time to set a bold course for the CEM, one that looks to supercharge the scale of clean energy deployment, one that looks to supercharge action across every sector of the economy, and one that looks to supercharge inclusive action across all parts of society. This is a critical year for raising clean energy ambition, and the CEM is a critical platform for taking clean energy action. Welcome to the 12th Clean Energy
Hello, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the 12th Clean Energy Ministerial CEM12. I'm Melinda Crane, and on behalf of our host, Chile, it will be my great honor to accompany you today as moderator. We heard it there. We meet today to achieve a single crucial mission: to accelerate the deployment of clean energy around the world. This ministerial represents the culmination of an amazingly comprehensive and constructive week-long program. It brings together energy ministers and prominent heads of international organizations from around the world to realize the aim described in our title: ambition into action, turning a year of ambition into a decade of delivery. Over the course of the next 3 hours, our plenary will showcase clean energy leadership and transformational action, identify future priorities for the CEM, and last but not least, hopefully inform and inspire the global clean energy community. As you know, it is crucial that we accelerate our efforts. We were just reminded of that in the film, if we want to fulfill the goals that we signed up to nearly 6 years ago in Paris. And to convey that ambition, we've entitled the 3 parts of our ministerial today: supercharging scale, supercharging sectors, and supercharging society. Just a very quick word on our format. Not only are our aims, but also our schedule is ambitious today. I kindly ask all speakers to stay within the allotted time for interventions. That means 2.5 minutes maximum. There will be a countdown on screen, and I will need to be a strict timekeeper, so thank you very much for your understanding. And I promise to do my own bit by keeping all of my introductions brief. To facilitate scheduling for our participants, the speaking order basically correlates with time zones. So in effect, we're going to be following the sun, a great clean energy source, as we know, as we move around the world. And dear speakers, please keep in mind that this meeting is being live streamed. We are therefore on record. Finally, please keep your microphones muted when you're not speaking. All heads of delegation should please have your cameras on whenever you like, and certainly when you're speaking. And for everyone else, please do keep your cameras off because that ensures the stability of our connections today. I look forward to a highly productive exchange during this CEM ministerial. And now it is my great honor to hand over the floor to our host, His Excellency, the Minister of Energy of Chile, Juan Carlos Jobé.
Hello, Melinda. Thank you for joining us today. It's a great honor to have you as a moderator. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone, all across the world. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, colleagues, and friends, and all of those watching around the world, welcome. It is an honor for Chile to host the 12th Clean Energy Ministerial, and a pleasure for me to host you in this important ministerial plenary meeting. I'm very thrilled to bring all CEM members together today, including our newest members, Poland and Portugal. Congratulations and welcome, as well as our guest countries, Peru and Costa Rica, and our observer organizations, the International Energy Agency, IRENA, UNIDO, Sea4All, the World Energy Council, the UN Environment Programme, and the World Bank. Welcome all. We have already had 3 days packed with high quality, high level meetings spanning the clean energy spectrum. And there is still more to come today and tomorrow. The CEM's global community has come together virtually, showing their commitment to the CEM and to accelerating clean energy transitions, sharing clean energy insights with one another and giving inspiration to one another. By its conclusion, CEM12 will have heard from hundreds of clean energy experts and brought together many thousands from across our global clean energy community. But this meeting, this ministerial plenary, is the centerpiece of the Clean Energy Ministerial. This is the key moment where we, the CEM ministers and heads of observer organizations, come together to demonstrate global clean energy leadership, to announce new clean energy actions and commitments and raise collective ambition, and to shape the future direction of the CEM. We start this meeting in the most positive of ways, because it is at this meeting and in this important year for raising clean energy ambition and action that I have the privilege of announcing on behalf of all CEM members that we are extending the CEM's mandate for a further 5 years, renewing our commitment to the Clean Energy Ministerial as an important platform for international clean energy collaboration. And we are calling on the entire CEM community, observers, partners, and participants to strengthen their engagement with the CEM to the benefit of all. In recognizing its role as a pivotal leadership forum for clean energy collaboration, members have also agreed to set a bold course for the next phase of the CEM. In its next phase, the CEM will target a major acceleration in clean energy deployment, consistent with achieving the goals of its members and putting the world on track to achieve clean, affordable, reliable energy for all. To achieve this, we underscore that the CEM must use all of its key levers, its work program, its secretariat, and its annual ministerial meeting to help supercharge 3 key shifts in the clean energy landscape: a shift in scale, a shift in sectors, and a shift to an inclusive all-of-society approach. The CEM to take forward practical action to help achieve these shifts. What can each of us bring to the CEM community to help achieve these shifts faster, cheaper, more effectively? Last year, at our CEM11 meeting hosted by Saudi Arabia, we called for more work on decarbonizing heavy industry and on the socio-economic aspects of clean energy transitions. This year, we have launched an important industrial decarbonization initiative, the BioFuture campaign and Empowering People initiative. Where do we want to go next? We have heard time and again this year that international collaboration is key to achieving clean energy transitions. The Clean Energy Ministerial is our international collaboration platform. How do we want to use it? What do we want to achieve through it? Today's commitment that we make to the future of the CEM, continuing the excellent work of its more than 20 work streams and of its excellent global community, is a big statement of our determination to continue advancing clean energy transitions together. Welcome once again. I wish us all an enjoyable and productive meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much, Minister Jobé, to you and also to your entire team for your very exceptional efforts hosting CEM12 and all the preparatory work that has gone into it and for making this exchange today possible. You will be with us throughout the proceedings. You'll be back a little bit later on, and I know all of us look forward to that. We move on now to a keynote from a climate action leader described by UN Secretary General Guterres as, quote unquote, undaunted by big challenges and uniquely suited to helping accelerate impact as we rebuild better together. It is a great honor to present remarks from the first global ambassador for the Race to Zero and the Race to Resilience, and 3-time UN Special Envoy, Michael Bloomberg.
Minister Jobé, Your Excellencies, I'm glad to speak with you all today. The work you do is critical to driving the global transition to clean energy. That's why so many of the world's major economies are represented here. You have an opportunity to advance the fight against climate change, while at the same time spurring economic growth and innovation. The two go hand in hand. And as we approach COP26, now is the time to take action. To give you and other leaders the data you need to make decisions, Bloomberg New Energy Finance and Bloomberg Philanthropies have produced a Clean Energy Fact Book. The book shares the latest and most promising changes in the energy sector, including the fact that 2/3 of the global population now live where wind or solar is the cheapest option for new power. That's good for the planet and good for family finances. We hope the fact book will help you to accelerate the clean energy transition at scale, across sectors, and throughout society. It couldn't be more important. So thank you again for all your work, and I look forward to hearing about what comes out of your meeting. All the best.
And that was Michael Bloomberg speaking to us, and we are enormously grateful to him and his team for producing that Clean Energy Fact Book, and it will be launched later on today, so stay tuned for that. Clean energy action is not only a crucial spur to much needed economic growth as we emerge from the pandemic, it is absolutely key to success in this make or break year for boosting climate action as we look toward COP26. So very, very important, of course, that we have such a background as that Clean Energy Fact Book that Mr. Bloomberg mentioned. It is now my pleasure to hand over to the head of the Clean Energy Ministerial Secretariat, which has been working assiduously to serve its members and the community. Dan Dorner, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Melinda. Look, my deepest gratitude to Chile, to Minister Jobé and his amazing team for their hard work and their friendship in hosting CEM12. The CEM is, simply put, international collaboration in action. And even in this virtual setting, the CEM's clean energy community has come together to deliver our biggest ever ministerial program. Over 40 events and over 250 speakers from over 40 countries. Around 1/3 of those speakers from government, 1/3 from companies, and 1/3 from international organizations, think tanks, NGOs, and academia. We've really lived our mantra this week of bringing together countries, companies, and international experts. And in doing so, they've all sought to share insight, spark inspiration, and ensure real impact. CEM12 is seeing the launch of new coalitions this week on industry, hydrogen shipping ports, empowering people, and bioenergy. Evolution of work streams on super efficient appliances, long-term energy scenarios and power system flexibility, new global calls to action on zero-emission commercial vehicles, electric light-duty vehicles, and product efficiency, launches of major new reports on energy transitions, investment and finance, industrial decarbonisation, nuclear's role in net zero, smart grids, EVs and hydrogen. Overall, we will leave CEM12 with a strong and strengthening work programme consisting of over 20 work streams. And then to this meeting, your meeting, the centrepiece of CEM12, our most sincere welcome to Poland and Portugal as the newest members of the CEM. It's an honour to have you as our members, and we look forward to working with you and supporting you however we can. Also, our gratitude to the confirmed hosts of CEM13 in 2022 and CEM14 in 2023. We look forward to working with you to build on the success of CEM12. And lastly, but perhaps most importantly, my deepest gratitude to all members for extending the CEM's mandate for a further 5 years. The CEM Secretariat is a small team that sits at the heart of a big community. We feel a deep sense of responsibility and passion for what we do, and it is something that we see reflected across that community. Thank you to all of our members, our observer organisations, our partners, our workstream leads, coordinators and participants. It really is in the CEM's DNA to be inclusive, supportive, member-led and absolutely committed. We have a very important mission. We have a very committed community and we have a very urgent need for action. I look forward to hearing your views and guidance in the meeting today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dan Dorner. A truly impressive array of initiatives and actions that you listed there. Ladies and gentlemen, we move on now to part one of this ministerial plenary. Our title, as you heard, is Supercharging Scale. And the reason that we chose that title is evident. This is a message that we've heard from all of our speakers so far. We must significantly boost clean energy deployment within the next 9 years. So we will be showcasing what CEM members are doing to accelerate the clean energy transition. And we'll be focusing now in this first part on the Asia Pacific and Middle East regions, as well as hearing from several CEM observer organizations. We begin, first of all, with an overview from an organization that recently made headlines with a roadmap for the global energy sector that contains both a stark warning and a promising message of opportunity. Let's hear more now from Dr. Fatih Birol, Executive Director of the International Energy Agency. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and greetings to all the colleagues from the IEA headquarters in Paris. First of all, may I congratulate Minister Jobe for organizing such an excellent meeting, bringing so many governments, thought leaders, business leaders together. And we know that your country is making huge efforts in the right direction. You are being also an example for many of us. Congratulations, Minister Jobe. May I also thank all the CEM member governments for their trust in the IEA to host the CEM Secretariat in our headquarters. We are very fortunate to have the CEM Secretariat team working with us, with our colleagues, hand in hand in many areas. And I can tell you that my colleague Dan Dona, he is doing an outstanding job with a small number of experts and brought all of us here today. And congratulations, Mr. Dona, for the next 5 years of CEM. Now, while we all acknowledge that the momentum to address the net zero by 2050 is growing, and when I look at the governments here, almost all of them, if I am not wrong, made commitments to net zero by 2050, we at the same time observe that there is a growing gap between what the government commitments are and what is happening in the real life today. Our numbers show, we are a data-driven organization, we look at data. This year, global emissions will increase substantially which will be the second largest increase of emissions in the history, a historical increase in the emissions in a year where our moderator set a make or break year. So this is a very important point to take a picture of where we are today. So since many governments around the world made commitments for 2050 net zero, we thought, as the leading global energy institution, what those targets mean for the energy sector. What are the implications? What needs to happen in the energy sector that the governments can meet their targets they set for 2050? And it is the reason why we came up on 18th of May, our net zero roadmap. So there is a lot of information there, but I want to highlight three things. First, what do we have to do in the next 40 years in the energy sector can be categorized in two groups. One, to make the most out of the existing clean energy technology options that are in the market today. Solar, wind, energy efficiency, electric cars, a massive expansion of all of them. Second, at the same time, we have to push the button, the magic button of innovation for the technologies that are not in the market today, but under development, such as advanced battery technologies, such as different hydrogen applications, electrolyzers, such as direct air capture. Different type of technologies should be at the same time brought to the market, should be made mature for the market. This is the job that we can roughly divide into two. Another point from our report. We have, of course, looked at the entire energy sector, and we have came up more than 400 milestones what governments need to do and when they have to do these things. For example, we say by as of this year, no more unabated coal-fired power plant. Or by 2035, 60% of the all car sales should be net zero vehicles from 5% today. Or 2040, 50% of the all aviation fuels should be sustainable aviation fuels. These are all tall orders. And we have it for the entire world and for our entire energy system. And third and finally, I wanted to say that this roadmap we came up with is a roadmap, not the roadmap. Every country has its own circumstances. They have to make their own roadmap, and some of the countries are requesting us to work together to build their roadmap on the basis of our global roadmap. We are going to work together. To finish, Madam Moderator, I would like to say that there is a job for all of us to do, for citizens, industry, civil society, academia, but governments are definitely in the driving seat of bringing the world, bringing the planet to a net zero pathway. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Fatih Birol. The International Energy Agency's net zero report set out in no uncertain terms the scale and the urgency of what's required. So thank you very much for underlining that. Let's go now to the Asia Pacific region to hear how countries are taking up exactly that challenge. We hear first from New Zealand's Minister of Energy and Resources, Megan Woods. The floor is yours.
Kia ora. I'm delighted to be here at the 12th Clean Energy Ministerial. I'd like to thank Juan Carlos Jobé, Minister of Energy for Chile, for the opportunity to address this esteemed audience. And today I'd like to discuss 4 topics with you. Firstly, the need for the public sector to take leadership. Secondly, measures to ensure the private sector plays its part. Thirdly, the importance of decarbonising transport. And lastly, the need to create a global market for hydrogen. New Zealand is committed to reducing net emissions of all greenhouse gases except biogenic methane to zero by 2050. A carbon neutral public sector is a key part of our plan. And this is why we are requiring public sector agencies to measure and publicly report on their emissions and to offset any they cannot cut by 2025. This program is backed by a $200 million state sector fund that finances our schools, our hospitals and other government organisations to replace coal boilers with clean alternatives. We have also committed to helping local councils decarbonise bus fleets by 2035. While I strongly believe that the public sector should lead by example, we have also taken steps to ensure the private sector plays its part. The majority of large New Zealand firms provide limited or no information on climate change or are reporting in inconsistent ways. To address this, our government has introduced legislation to make climate-related disclosures mandatory for some organisations that participate in financial markets. Decarbonising transport is another part of our 2050 target. Adoption of electric vehicles represents the most significant opportunity to reduce transport emissions in our country. To accelerate their uptake, we have established a special fund to encourage innovation and investment. Hydrogen has also emerged as an important part of the clean energy mix. Falling costs combined with the urgency of cutting emissions has given hydrogen unprecedented momentum. However, there is a need for concrete actions in creating a global hydrogen market. Government and industry must work together to ensure existing regulations are not an unnecessary barrier, while international cooperation is vital to speed up the growth of versatile clean hydrogen around the world. Action on climate change is also an integral part of our COVID recovery plan because it gives us the unique opportunity to tackle the economic downturn and the climate crisis at the same time. But if we choose another path, we will lock in unsustainable practices, harming generations to come. We are at a crossroads. I call on you all here today to take the path towards a low emissions future. Thank you.
And thank you very much to New Zealand for those important messages, both in regard to the role of public sector leadership, echoing what we heard from the IEA, and also about big plans for clean transport and hydrogen. Our next speaker is Australia's Minister for Energy and Emissions Reduction. Angus Taylor, you have the floor.
Thank you for this opportunity. The Australian government's committed to the Clean Energy Ministerial. It aligns with our technology-based approach to reducing emissions and is focused on delivery, turning our ambition into action. And when it comes to real action, Australia is a world leader. We're deploying renewable energy at 10 times the global per person average. We now have the most solar per person of any country in the world and the most wind and solar per person of any country outside of Europe. But we're not resting on our laurels. We're investing in priority new technology solutions through our technology investment roadmap. With its economic stretch goals, Australia aims to make new technologies as cost-effective as existing technologies. We're investing $20 billion over the decade to bring the cost of clean hydrogen, green steel and aluminium, energy storage and carbon capture to commercial parity. We expect our investments to leverage at least $80 billion of total public and private investment by 2030. If these technologies achieve widespread deployment globally, they'll significantly reduce emissions from energy, transport, agriculture, and heavy industry. For example, our ambition is to produce the cheapest clean hydrogen in the world at under $2 per kilogram Australian. That's why we'll continue to work with the Clean Energy Ministerial Hydrogen Initiative as a key part of realising this goal. In the lead up to COP26, we believe it's vital that countries work together to get low emissions technologies to parity. Australia wants to partner with countries that want to work on reducing costs throughout the supply chain of low emissions technologies. We invite interested partners to join us to identify targeted areas for investment, which can inform the work of the CEM. Lastly, we welcome the US in hosting CEM13 and look forward to working closely with all of you to make the next era of CEM a success. Thank you.
And a strong commitment there to CEM. As we heard, and as all of you know from experience, cooperation is absolutely essential to leverage accelerated action. So hopefully Australia's willingness to work together to target specific areas for investment that will reduce the cost of clean energy technologies has resonated with other CEM members. It is now my pleasure to hand over to Japan's State Minister of Economy, Trade and Industry. Ejima Kiyoshi, you have the floor.
Well, thank you so much for introduction. My name is Kiyoshi Ejima, State Minister of Economy, Trade and Industry of Japan. To the host of the CEM12, Juan Carlos Jobet, Minister of Energy, and the Chilean government colleagues, Mr. Dan Dorner, Head of the Clean Energy Ministerial Secretariat, and all staff in the CEM Secretariat, I would like to express my sincere appreciation for your contribution to holding the CEM12. Japan is placing emphasis on innovation towards its challenging goal of achieving carbon neutrality by 2050. At the end of last year, we formulated a green growth strategy aiming to promote innovation and social implementation in 14 key areas such as hydrogen, ammonia, carbon recycling technology, and offshore wind energy. In order to implement this strategy, we are mobilizing a wide range of policies, such as a 2 trillion yen fund for research and development, tax incentives, and regulatory reform. When promoting cleaner energy transitions, we also need to ensure an affordable and stable energy supply as the foundation of our society. Facing various challenges, it is necessary for each country to pursue an optimal energy mix, which will address its own national circumstances the best by utilizing a wide range of technologies. In addition to the introduction of renewable energy to the maximum extent and promotion of energy efficiency, it is important to utilize all fuels, all technologies in a well-balanced manner that includes nuclear power, hydrogen, ammonia, and decarbonization of fossil fuels by CCUS and carbon recycling technologies. Furthermore, international cooperation is essential to promote cleaner energy transitions globally. Japan will continue to support emerging countries in Asia and other regions whose energy demand will continue to expand. For example, we will help them develop a roadmap for their various transitions, as well as provide capacity building and finance and so on. And also, Japan hosts a series of international conferences on hydrogen, ammonia, carbon recycling, and so on, which is called Tokyo Beyond Zero Week every autumn in Japan. Finally, Japan believes that the CEM will continue to play an important role toward the global promotion and diffusion of clean energy. Thus, we have already disbursed 400,000 euros for the new CEM 3.0 activities. In addition to such financial contributions, Japan will contribute to the activities in each initiative under the CEM by actively sharing the knowledge and experience gained from our efforts. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Minister Kiyoshi, for your remarks and for the strong commitment to clean energy from Japan and to the CEM. I think we are all excited with Japan's commitment. May I ask you to please tell us a little bit more about your approach under that concept of all fuels, all technologies for clean energy transition? I mean, what kind of technologies will Japan promote for innovation and social deployment under these concepts?
Well, thank you so much. Thank you so much for your question, Mr. Jobet. In addition to the areas covered by the CEM, the Japanese government and private sectors are working on promoting the use of ammonia. Japan expects that the co-firing technologies of ammonia and hydrogen, which are zero-emission fuels, will be a game changer, which will avoid a so-called lock-in and achieve emission reductions while utilizing existing power generation infrastructure. We expect demand of ammonia to be 3 million tons per year in Japan by 2030 and 30 million tons per year by 2050. Japan will promote research and development and the establishment of a supply chain as a fuel for ships or industrial furnaces, as well as for co-firing and exclusive use in thermal power plants in order to expand the use of ammonia. Thank you so much.
No, thank you. It's very exciting, all the progress you're making, and I look forward to working together. We expect to be a big exporter of green ammonia, so we have room there. It's very exciting to hear all the work that our members are making. The clock continues to tick, not just on climate goals, but also in achieving the Sustainable Development Goal on energy by 2030. Furthermore, another important stepping stone on the path to COP26, as you know, is the UN High-Level Dialogue on Energy this September, and we have one of its co-chairs with us here today. I also think that we have around 18 of the global champions for the UN High-Level Dialogue on Energy represented around the table, including Chile, of course. I want to welcome Damilola Ogunbiyi, the CEO of C4All and the UNSG's Special Representative and co-chair of the High-Level Dialogue. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and thank you so much for Chile's leadership position of the High-Level Dialogue. It's great to see so many ministers and look forward to seeing you at our ministerial, which is starting in June. So ministers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, despite energy being a critical role in economic development and supporting people's health, livelihoods, the world remains severely off track to achieving SDG 7, which is affordable, reliable, sustainable, and modern energy by 2030. COVID-19 has shown us that energy access is the difference between life and death in many economies with very vulnerable people. As we talk about climate and climate emergency, we cannot leave anybody behind, and we have to think about continents that are actually suffering from energy poverty. We cannot achieve net zero by 2050 if we do not address universal access by 2030. Therefore, I plead with everybody today to include in the energy transition story, the energy access story, because it's a key part. With only 9 years to go, we need to be bold. We need to have urgent action. And as part of the high-level dialogue of which the UN Secretary General is convening, which is the first time in 40 years, the UN is convening a dialogue on energy. One of the critical steps that we would want from all countries, civil societies, businesses, is to sign up to energy compacts and show exactly how we're going to either do energy transition or how you're going to also assist other nations. I'd like us to hone in on 3 key words: equitable, just, and inclusive. It is critical that when we are talking about the energy access challenge and all the challenges we have to end poverty, energy is always there. And when we're talking about these different solutions and these technology advances, we should not forget Africa and South Asia in what we do. The data shows a strong correlation between energy poverty and energy consumption. So most of the countries that are energy poor are countries that we know as developing countries as well. But they are not the cause of climate change, and that also needs to be very important. Historically, you can see that Africa is responsible for barely 3% of global emissions, and sub-Saharan Africa, if you remove South Africa, is responsible for less than 1%. But they are the people facing the key challenges. The beauty about starting from such a low point is we don't have to think about how they transition, but we do have to think about how they have a clean energy growth path. And we need nations like yourselves and people on this call today, especially CEM, to also think about carrying all these other countries along. We already know the economics are in favor. I believe you can earn 93 cents in GDP for every dollar you spend on sustainable energy, which is huge. And in Africa, where I come from, especially Nigeria, a woman, an entrepreneur who's giving sustainable energy and nothing else can earn almost 59% of what she was earning before. So to all the colleagues here today, obviously I'm really excited to be here, but really want to keep the conversation going. And as we always talk about energy transition, we truly cannot forget about the global South and truly leaving no one behind. So thank you so much for listening to me.
Thank you to Damilolo Ogunbiyi. Great to see you again. And we greatly appreciate your very clear reminder that to succeed, this clean energy transition must be just and inclusive. And in fact, we're going to be picking up on that later on in the third part of this plenary. It has been nearly 3 years since the Fridays for Future movement brought generational justice to the fore of the climate action movement. So let's now take a few minutes to hear the voices of young people. Student Energy and the SDG 7 Youth Constituency have conducted a youth survey on the topics of our plenary. Respondents were asked to choose among several options in terms of priority technologies and actions that they expect from governments. We'll now hear the results that pertain to our focus in this part of the plenary on scale and priorities. Let's go to that video.
Your Excellencies, I'll start with my call to action. As young people who are deeply concerned about the slow pace of global climate action, we need to see governments and decision makers actively working with young people, as we are the generation to carry out the clean energy transition into the future. Young people chose improvements in energy efficiency, solar, and energy storage as their top choices. I want to draw attention to the top choice, energy efficiency in particular, as it suggests that young people see the massive potential in scaling solutions that already exist, are relatively low cost, and come with numerous other co-benefits, like creating jobs and improving energy access. Young people also want to urge decision makers to prioritize creating enabling conditions for the deployment of new clean energy solutions. How can international cooperation like CEM help create these enabling conditions? By developing common standards and transparency procedures for products and increased financing for clean energy technologies. Increased financing is needed to spur innovation in areas like energy storage and in renewable energy, which urgently need to be scaled to reduce carbon emissions. Engaging with young people and investing in youth-led solutions is the key to reaching the scale of action we need to tackle the climate crisis. As young people, we want to play an active role in CEM and other international partnerships to strengthen ongoing work and to bring increased ambition and innovation in the areas where we need to see bolder action. Thank you.
And an inspiring message there from the young generation when it comes to the clean energy agenda. And we will be hearing more about that poll also in the subsequent parts of this plenary. We now go to China and hear from Science and Technology Minister Wang Jigang, followed by Ren Jingdong, who is the Vice Administrator at the National Energy Administration. Please, gentlemen, the floor is yours.
胡安卡洛斯 霍维特部长，各位部长，首先，我代表中华人民共和国科学技术部，对第12届清洁能源部长级会议的召开表示热烈祝贺。发展清洁能源是人类应对全球气候变化、实现可持续发展的重要路径，推动技术革新是关键点。中国政府高度重视清洁能源发展，加强关键领域 科研攻关，构建绿色技术创新体系，建设一批国家可持续发展议程创新示范区，推动能源结构持续优化，打造了一批可复制、可推广的可持续发展现实样板。2019年，中国风能和太阳能发电装机容量双双突破2亿千瓦，风电 光伏度电成本比10年前分别下降69%和90%。2020年，中国新能源汽车产量达到136.6万辆。新冠肺炎疫情再次提醒我们，人类是一个休戚与共的命运共同体，只有齐心协力、携手合作， 才能应对全球性风险挑战。面向未来，中国政府将坚持以创新、协调、绿色、开放、共享的新发展理念为引领，紧紧围绕实现中国政府郑重承诺的2030年碳达峰、2060年碳中和目标，持续加强清洁能源研发部署，在推动高质量发展中促进经济增长、社会进步、产业结构全面绿色转型。目前，中国科技部正在加快制定科技支撑碳达峰、碳中和行动方案、技术路线图，全面推进研发攻关、平台建设、成果示范和国际科技合作，努力为碳达峰、碳中和提供更多有效的科技创新方法和答案。我们愿意在清洁能源部长级会议框架下，与各国不断深化新能源汽车、智能电网、氢能等领域的交流合作，学习借鉴最佳创新实践，共同推进全球清洁能源发展，共建清洁美丽的地球家园。谢谢大家。
尊敬的胡安部长、丹多纳秘书长，各位部长阁下，大家好，非常高兴以这种特殊的形式与大家会面。智利有句谚语，好朋友恰似天上的星辰，相距遥远却彼此辉映。中国人讲，治和者不以山海为远。我们虽远隔重洋，但推动清洁能源发展的共同目标使我们所有人紧紧相连。在此，我仅代表中国国家能源局对智利成功主办此次会议表示热烈祝贺，对 CEM 秘书处长期以来给予中国清洁能源发展的支持表示衷心的感谢。过去的几年，中方与 CEM 在电力系统、电动汽车等方面开展了良好的合作。自2019年以来，在中国国家能源局的指导下，全球能源互联网发展合作组织等机构牵头的区域和全球能源互联互通倡议也取得了积极成效，为助推全球能源转型贡献了力量。过去的一年，全球超过120个国家推出碳中和目标。作为世界第2大经济体，中国率先做出国际能源转型发展承诺，坚持高质量发展，走生态优先、绿色低碳的发展道路。2020年，中国清洁能源发展逆疫情而上，体现了强大的韧性，实现了“13·5”圆满收官，为“14·5”开好局、起好步奠定了坚实基础。截至2020年底，中国可再生能源发电装机达到9.34亿千瓦，占全国电源总装机的42.4%，可再生能源发电量超过2.2万亿千瓦时，占全部发电量比重接近30%。水电、风电、光伏、生物质发电并网装机容量均位居全球首位。全国可再生能源发电并网项目投资超过9000亿元。未来，中方将继续遵循清洁低碳、安全高效的发展方向，贯彻创新、协调、绿色、开放、共享的新发展理念，大力发展清洁能源，并在以下领域与各方深化合作：一是加强清洁能源政策沟通协调，聚焦碳达峰、碳中和目标，加强各国转型路径交流，促进可再生能源大规模、高比例开发利用。二是在可再生能源、氢能、储能、智慧能源等关键技术领域加大能源科技创新协作，打破地域壁垒，推动绿色低碳技术实现重大突破。三是进一步发挥 CEM 等国际多边机制的作用，加强对话交流和经验分享。疫情的影响阻挡不了人类共同前进的脚步，让我们以 CEM 3.0 计划为契机，凝群策、集群力，共同维护全球能源市场稳定，推动全球能源走上清洁低碳的发展道路，让世界人民共享和谐美好未来。最后，预祝本次会议圆满成功，谢谢大家。
And we are very grateful to both the Minister and the Vice Administrator for those statements and contributions. And it's encouraging to hear about the actions underway in the Ministry of Science and Technology to operationalize China's carbon peaking and carbon neutrality commitments, moving from ambition to action, of course, being the overarching title of this CEM12. And we also heard both speakers underlining quite concretely how international collaboration and sharing best practices can help CEM members with deployment of new energy vehicles, smart grids, hydrogen, and other clean energy technologies and solutions. Again, cooperation, a crucial lever for scaling up. So it's great to hear about that. We will now turn to Korea. Mr. Ho-Yeon Lee is Director General for Energy Innovation Policy at the Ministry of Trade, Industry, and Energy. You have the floor.
Thank you, Melinda. I'd like to begin by extending my sincere gratitude to the Secretariat and the government of Chile for organizing this wonderful event. As you know, Korea is actively pursuing its energy transition by expanding renewables while gradually reducing fossil fuel energy. As a result, we have installed 12.6 gigawatts of renewable energy over the past 3 years, which amount to nearly half of the total installed renewable capacity. The cost of solar photovoltaic electricity has also declined by 20%. Korea has also made remarkable achievements in the hydrogen sector, such as deploying the largest number of hydrogen vehicles and hydrogen fuel cells on the global market in 2019 and 2020. To accelerate our clean energy transition, Korea has announced its vision for achieving carbon neutrality by 2050. And we are currently formulating more specific actions plan to make this a reality. Going forward, Korea plans to speed up the reduction of the share of fossil fuels, expand renewable while enhancing grid integration, establish infrastructure for the hydrogen economy, and accelerate the transition towards friendly mobility to ultimately usher in the era of carbon neutrality. During the P4G summit hosted by Korea a few days ago, participants agreed on the need to innovate the global energy system and support developed countries to pursue economic growth based on clean energy. Finally, Korea agrees on the CEM 3.0 decision to strengthen its target and enhance efficiency of work stream activities. Furthermore, I believe it is very much meaningful that we have announced the first ministerial statement at the CEM level. In line with this, the Korean government will make its best efforts, including raising its energy target and establishing its carbon neutrality innovation strategy. Thank you.
And thank you very much, Mr. Lee, for your remarks. It's very exciting to hear about Korea's Green New Deal and also investments in sustainable transport, smart grids, and hydrogen. Let us now move to the Middle East, a region that illustrates the truly transformative nature of this clean energy transition. We hear from CEM members there, beginning with the United Arab Emirates. It's a pleasure to have Sharif Al-Olama, Undersecretary of Energy, with us today. Excellency, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Melinda. I would like to also thank Minister Juan Carlos Jobey, the CEM Secretariat, for arranging this very special forum. Your Excellencies, delegates, colleagues, and friends, I am really honored to be here today amongst global leaders and visionaries to address, on behalf of the United Arab Emirates, energy cooperation, transition, and climate action. The UAE is a firm believer that the energy transition is the biggest social, ecological, and economic opportunity we face globally. And as many have highlighted over the past few days, one of the biggest challenges the clean energy transition faces is scalability and commercial viability of the required technologies and solutions. We must increase our efforts to accelerate deployment and make clean energy accessible for all. I am proud to share that here in the UAE, we have scaled up quickly through setting ambitious targets in our Energy Strategy 2050. We have also addressed our regulations and policies to encourage investments and are working closely with the private sector to share both the risks and rewards across the value chain. Our first ambition was solar, and now we have over 2 gigawatts of installed capacity, an additional 4 gigawatts, which is committed and will be delivered in the next couple of years. It is a fact that with every single phase, we have been able to challenge the economics of solar. This is sustainable development in its true form, scalable and replicable. We are also on the way to deliver our peaceful nuclear project, 4 reactors with a total capacity of 5.6 gigawatts of clean energy. In fact, Baraki Unit 1 is now feeding into the grid with 1,400 megawatts of power and helping us pursue our clean energy ambitions. The UAE is also home to the Middle East's first commercial-scale CO2 plant, capturing 800,000 tons of CO2 from the iron and steel industry. And by 2030, we will expand this capacity by 5-fold, aiming to capture 5 million tons of CO2 annually. But we cannot simply rest on what we have achieved to date, and our ambition does not stop here. As we continue to work relentlessly on our diversification strategy and pursuit of different sources of energy to ensure resilience of our energy mix, hydrogen in its all various colors is our next target. Hydrogen will be pivotal towards achieving the Paris Agreement and will help us further enhance our resilience to threats of climate change. Our commitment to CEM remains strong, and we know that we cannot do this alone. Collaboration between nations, industries, and sectors is key. CEM offers us tools and a platform to work together to accomplish more towards these shared goals. We look forward to continue working with you and be part of the future of clean energy cooperation. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Undersecretary Al-Ulama, for that commitment to CEM and also for sharing the very impressive work going on in the UAE. Great to hear about your ambitions in solar energy efficiency, hydrogen, nuclear, carbon capture and storage. Very impressive. It is now my honor to go to Saudi Arabia and to hand over to His Royal Highness Prince Abdulaziz, Minister of Energy and also host of the excellent 11th Clean Energy Ministerial that took place in parallel with the G20 Energy Ministerial last year. Let us hear now from His Royal Highness.
Thank you, Chair. Dear colleagues, good afternoon or good evening, wherever you are. I would like to thank our host, Excellency Juan Jobet, for bringing us all in this important event. Also, I would like to thank the presenters and speakers for their input and presentations. I also would like to acknowledge the excellent spirit of international cooperation demonstrated by the government of Chile in hosting this event. Despite the difficulties of such circumstances, Clean Energy Ministerial CEM12 is a crucial moment for the Clean Energy Ministerial community. Today, we have the most critical players in clean energy field gathering around the virtual table. This represents what the Clean Energy Ministerial is all about. We're committed community of government, international organization, private sector players coming together to make a difference. As we are recovering from the implication of COVID-19, we continue our effort to advance energy transition pathways. All technological solutions and options are needed to recover faster and go from ambition to action. The theme of today's meeting is ambition to action, and it's timely. As leaders, you have an opportunity to shape the next clean energy decade together. We identify priority actions. Circular carbon economy framework provide a pragmatic approach for scaling up ambition in our priorities. It is a holistic, integrated, and inclusive approach that enables each nation to define its own priority for achieving cleaner and sustainable energy system based on national circumstances and capabilities. Saudi Arabia has taken serious steps to enable the circular carbon economy framework through its Circular Carbon Economy National Program, the Saudi Green Initiative, the Middle East Green Initiative. We believe that Clean Energy Ministerial is an essential platform for international collaboration to accelerate deployment of technologies needed to advance the circular carbon economy. I wish you all a successful and fruitful meeting, and I look forward to seeing what we can achieve together. Thank you.
And very good to hear there, both about that forward-looking circular carbon economy program, as well as the Saudi Green Initiative and the Middle East Green Initiative. Again, all of them illustrating our theme of turning ambition into action. To conclude this first part of our plenary, I'd like to now turn to an international organization that's a key player in setting the global environmental agenda and in promoting the environmental dimension of sustainable development within the United Nations system. The UN Environment Programme's work on energy is invaluable. Currently, it is one of the co-leads preparing for the energy transition track of the high-level dialogue on energy called for by the UN General Assembly. It's a pleasure now to hand over to Inga Anderson, UN Undersecretary General and Executive Director of UNEP. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you so very much. And Minister Lopez, Excellencies, partners, and friends, it's a great pleasure to be here today. I think we all know, and what we've heard now, that unless we transform our energy systems, we are heading for that major climate crisis with all the massive negative impacts for human health, for nature, and for biodiversity and for poverty reduction. The science is clear that we need to reduce by 45% by 2030 and reach net zero by 2050. We all understand that. So we need that clean and efficient energy to deliver these reductions while ending energy poverty, as we heard from my colleague, for hundreds of millions of people. And we need to do that. And here I would like to highlight that the UNEP emissions gap report stress that the G20 nations, many of whom are members of the CEM, carry a special responsibility with 78% of global emissions. So I'll come to you with just four messages. The first is that many technologies already exist. We have to use them right now. In the IEA's recent net zero pathway publications, most of the reductions in CO2 emissions between now and 2030 are based on current technologies. We are talking not just about solar and wind, but systems like district energy, where, by the way, UNEP is proud to support Chile's Ministry of Energy. So let's use what already exists. Secondly, of course, we need to think about moving into new tech, because if we look towards 2050, almost half of the emissions reduction in the IEA pathway come from new technologies. So governments should increase their spending on research and development. But in so doing, and speaking from UNEP's perch, it's critical that new technology is developed with circularity in mind to reduce the environmental footprint of that technology. And my third point is, smart technology can also be using nature, investing in nature-based solutions. That technology that will come from natural shading, green roofs, incorporating trees into cities to reduce the heat in cities. And my fourth and final point, access to finance and technology. New energy technologies need to flow to developing and emerging economies, along with the funding that makes their deployment possible, or we simply will not solve the climate challenge. So clean and efficient energy is one of our best bets to bequeath future generations a healthy, sustainable planet. We have the tools and we know how, and the know-how to achieve that net zero future for people and for the planet. We now have to use it. Thank you.
Many thanks to UN Undersecretary General Anderson for those very clear words, and also for your ongoing dedication to truly sustainable development, including within the energy sector. This wraps up part one of the CEM12 Ministerial Plenary. I thank all of our speakers for your contributions in this first part, and also I thank the audience for your attention. We've heard some great messages regarding commitment to the CEM, regarding commitment to scaling up individual and collective action on deployment of clean energy technologies, and commitment to a greater scale of ambition and action in the years ahead. So let's now move on to part two of our CEM plenary, in which we're going to drill deeper on supercharging sectors. And you may wonder what we mean by that, because clearly clean energy transitions typically, of course, begin in the sector of power generation. But while that's where they begin, they must not end there. If we want to accelerate the transition, we need to look beyond electricity generation to transport, industry, buildings, and more. The CEM is already working in many of these areas, as you've heard. Where and how should it do more? What can energy ministries and ministers do to leverage their leadership to promote systemic change? And how can the Clean Energy Ministerial, its members, and the global community support the shift to an every sector, whole of government approach to clean energy deployment? Those are our key questions in this second part of our plenary. And to kick off, it is my pleasure to introduce the Secretary of Power for the Government of India, Alok Kumar. You have the floor.
Thank you so much. I am delighted to be speaking at this CEM12, and I extend my gratitude to our host, the Government of Chile, and the CEM Secretariat. I also convey the greetings from our Minister, Mr. R.K. Singh, our Minister for Power and Renewable Energy, who is not able to attend for some unavoidable reasons. Our association with CEM has been very old. We have been its founder member, and we intend and we are working for strengthening the CEM furthermore. I am also pleased to announce that we will be hosting the CEM14 in India, and I look forward to meet all the members in India. We also recognize the contribution of CEM in taking forward the energy transition and deployment of clean energy technologies. We are very happy to be part with CEM. India has been taking a very responsible and leading role in climate change response. We have declared our NDCs, and we are not only going to meet them, I am very sure that we are going to surpass our commitments. Of course, our strategy and roadmap for energy transition has been prepared keeping in mind our development imperatives. There are 4 key pillars in our strategy. First, of course, is the energy efficiency, which we are pursuing very vigorously with very successful results. Second is the ramping of renewable energy. Third pillar is electrification of economy. As we make our electricity greener, we want to increase the penetration of use of electricity in our economy. And fourth, which we have taken up, is industrial decarbonization. Talking of renewables, we were at 32 gigawatt in 2014, and we have not only ambition, a determined goal of reaching 450 gigawatt by year 2030. We have recently launched a very ambitious campaign, Go Electric, which aims at creating awareness and deepening the penetration of electric vehicles and also electric cooking. While we ramp up the share of renewable energy, the power system flexibility becomes more and more important. Our Honorable Prime Minister has given this call for one sun, one world, one grid. That is, greener grids extending to all countries will make the solar energy more and more viable technologically. I am also happy to announce that Government of India very recently has launched a production-linked incentive program for manufacturing of battery storage, and Government of India is going to give an incentive of about $2.5 billion for this program. Talking of industrial decarbonization, we are pleased to co-lead the new initiative, the new work stream known as Industrial Decarbonization Initiative, which we launched only day before yesterday. I'm also pleased to inform that Government of India has launched a national hydrogen mission to take forward deployment of green hydrogen. The next area which we are working through our Bureau of Energy Efficiency is hand-holding the MSMEs for improving their energy efficiency and their adoption of the cleaner technologies. I would like to make one request at this forum. We have launched an International Solar Alliance, and there are more than 70 countries are its members. So I would like to urge the CEM to work for including the International Solar Alliance as an expert organization in this movement. Before I end, let me say India is fully committed to work for this decade of delivery. What we want and what we are doing is to achieve the most by year 2030, to prove our credentials and to show that we mean the business. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Secretary Kumar. And indeed, as we heard there, India's commitment to the CEM is manifold, from your funding of the Secretariat, your activity across several work streams, including launching the CEM's new industry initiative at CEM12 together with the UK and others, and of course agreeing, as you said, to host CEM14 in 2023 in parallel with India's G20 presidency. All of them great news from a country that is so central for achieving the global clean energy transition. Let us move on now to the United Nations Industrial Development Organization. UNIDO has been working closely with India, with the UK and other partners to develop and coordinate the CEM's new industry work stream. We're joined now by the Director General of UNIDO, Lee Yong. Welcome, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Melinda. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it's really my pleasure to join you today once again. I also would like to extend our appreciation for the hosting this important CEM12 by the government of Chile and the CEM Secretariat. Excellencies, industry plays an essential role in the energy transition. It is an engine for fueling growth, job creation, and also offer technology solutions and generate investment. To unlock the full potential of industry to accelerate energy transition, we need to work together on the collective, long-term, aspirational vision of what net zero emission industries could look like by 2050. The decarbonization of energy-intensive industries like cement, iron, steel are critical to achieving our climate goals. Industry faces two distinct challenges. The first challenge relates to the supply of new innovative technologies to support the electrification of high temperature heat. The second is the absence of the strong demand signals in the global market for low carbon industrial products and commodities. Excellencies, UNIDO is therefore proud to join forces with member countries of the Clean Energy Ministerial and the broader CEM community to launch the new industrial decarbonization initiative under the co-leadership of the India and the United Kingdom. The initiative will occupy a unique spot in the global arena. It will leverage the political will in the Clean Energy Ministerial to take bold actions and generate knowledge and the tools needed to make a step change towards industrialization, industrial decarbonization. It will act as a platform for the exchange of best practices on the green procurement principles, and it will implement a new campaign with the objective to solicit public and private commitments to green procurement. Importantly, this initiative represents an excellent opportunity to enhance dialogue with private sector. In that connection, I'm pleased to inform you that the cooperation with the Mission Possible Partnership, we will be organizing a three-stage dialogue among governments and industrial players between July and October 2021. The dialogue will build an alignment on the vision and targets underlying the campaign for green procurement, which will be announced at the COP26. Excellencies, cooperation is of essence if we are to meet our goals. And UNIDO is pleased to partner with the Clean Energy Ministry to drive the industrial decarbonization agenda. We are also pleased to further announce that with the support of the United States and Canada, we relaunched the well-known Energy Management Leadership Awards. The award entry and the process were announced earlier today, and we hope to announce the results as we head towards COP26. In conclusion, I invite you to join the new Industrial Decarbonization Initiative and to help us disseminate the Energy Management Leadership Awards at the national level. Let us continue to work together to turn ambitions into action. Thank you so much.
And thank you very much, Li Yang, also for underlining the importance of the collaboration between CEM governments and the private sector that UNIDO has been facilitating in the area of decarbonizing the industrial sector. And we'll be looking forward to hearing more about that and also to learning about the private sector award winners in the area of energy management. We go now to Russia and are joined by Deputy Minister Pavel N. Snikaz from the Ministry of Energy. The floor is yours.
Good day, dear colleagues. From the platform of St. Petersburg International Economic Forum, let me welcome you, the Republic of Chile, the Republic of Chile, the country chairing today's 12th Clean Energy Ministerial, and welcome Minister of Energy Juan Carlos Jobé, as well as all of the participants of today's ministerial meeting. Development of clean energy sources, including renewable ones, is one of the main trends in the global energy transition, reflected in numerous interstate programs, documents, including international agreements on climate and the UN Sustainable Development Goals. Russia, on its behalf, is making every effort to comply with these programs, and we strive to maintain the balance between addressing the climate challenges and the need for uninterrupted power supply of affordable energy to the economy and individual consumers. Russia already has a diversified and rather green balance of power generation. Energy production from natural gas, the cleanest of all fossil fuels, is about 40%. The share of nuclear and hydro generation is about 20%, and the share of wind and solar power is below 1%. To 2040, natural gas will still be dominating in the overall energy balance of Russia, and the cumulative share of low-carbon energy sources such as wind, nuclear, and hydro may reach as much as 40%. Russian Federation has a program to support generation with renewable energy sources. Starting 2014, this program has been in place in the form of special agreements for energy supply. It helps raise investment and loan financing through appropriate profitability levels and appropriate prices to consumers. It supports both renewable energy and other energy, both on wholesale and retail market, which prompted competition and declined the construction cost of power plant in solar and wind. Also, it fosters machine engineering industry to further develop the renewable energy sources. The government decided to extend the program through 2023-2035 to commission about 7 gigawatts of extra power. And the format of those contracts has been improved, and we're moving from low cost-based contracts to low price-based contracts, which will help us create a more efficient power generation. Compared to other countries, we do not directly support investors in green energy. What we do is we bet on transparent market mechanisms that help the market players be more confident in this competitive environment, of course, given their special features. The result of this policy is about more than 3 gigawatts of installed power, and through 2035, we hope to reach 6 gigawatt of commissioned power. Russia has recently adopted regulations that help producers sell surplus of power. The owners of microgeneration turn into active consumers, which can optimize their schedule of consumption through own sources, and they can also sell the surplus of power to local grids. It is also important for us to create the system of so-called carbon neutrality or low carbon or energy sources. We have implemented certificates of energy origin in the Russian Federation. Those certificates confirm the zero carbon or low carbon origin of power. And we hope to implement this system in near future and consolidate it with similar systems on the international scale. It is also important to move on with our policy on to support clean energy. And we are embarking and continuing to develop along those lines. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Deputy Minister Snickars, for sharing Russia's priorities. Next up is Finland's Minister of Economic Affairs, Mike Lintilä. It is a pleasure to have you with us. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and dear ministers, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. It's nice to see you all today. First of all, I would like to thank the Presidency of Chile and the Secretariat for excellent organizing work of a whole week. Dear colleagues, clean energy is the key in reducing emissions throughout the economy. To achieve the targets of the Paris Agreement, we need clean and cost-efficient energy to decarbonize end-use sectors such as industry, buildings, and transport. In practice, clean energy system will be the platform for climate-neutral economy. Dear colleagues, we need to make most out of clean energy. We need all carbon-free solutions. Finland is aiming at climate neutrality already by 2030, and we need all available low-carbon solutions to make this happen. We have to also invest in innovations enabling energy sectors integration, such as batteries, low-carbon hydrogen, and digitalization. For Finland, Clean Energy Ministry is the key global platform to do beneficial energy cooperation. Finland is strongly committed to CEM 3.0. We will contribute financially and provide the expertise. We strengthen our efforts and contribute more and better than we have done before. Finland is ready and willing to cooperate in all sectors. Thank you.
And thank you very much to Minister Lintilä for that look at your own country's actions. And as you said, Finland is an early mover aiming to reach climate neutrality by 2035. Can I quickly ask you how this challenge will be turned into a business opportunity and what role global clean energy cooperation will play in that?
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Excellent question. I think that this is possible to Finland, and ambitious climate targets boost innovations and investments. But even more important is that we have enabling regulation and incentives to make companies invest, because this is a driver for the investment. Solving climate change is a huge global opportunity to clean energy business. For example, in Finland, we are currently seeing an investment boom in wind power and batteries. During the next 5 years, we might see something similar in hydrogen and power-to-X solutions. And no one can solve the challenge or make business cases successful alone. And as we set targets together, we also have to act together. And this is where we need CEM and facilitate global energy action. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister Lintilä. And we stay in Scandinavia and hear now from the State Secretary at the Ministry of Petroleum and Energy of Norway, Lars Andreas Lunde. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very pleased to see the stronger clean energy ambitions and enhanced international collaborations that we see here at this Clean Energy Ministerial. Last year, Norway announced that we will increase our climate ambitions, setting a target of reducing our greenhouse gas emissions by 50 to 55% in 2030 compared to our 1990 level. Recently, the government presented our climate action plan to reach that target, giving priority to electrification and market-based solutions with a strong emphasis on carbon pricing. We believe that efficient carbon pricing is crucial to phase out fossil fuels and replace it by renewable energy, which is absolutely crucial if you are to reach the Paris Agreement goals. Increasing the use of renewable electricity for new purposes and in various sectors will be important in the coming years. Both electrification and the use of hydrogen should play an essential role in efforts to reach a low-emission society. Norway contributes to the energy transition by mobilizing our comparative advantages, including renewable electric power and offshore technology. We have a solid foundation for developing offshore wind power, hydrogen, and carbon capture and storage. One of the single largest projects this government has put forward is the Longship carbon capture and storage project. Longship will capture CO2 from industrial sources and transport it by ship to a reservoir in the North Sea. The storage facility has the capacity to receive CO2 from other countries as well as from Norwegian sources. Hopefully, this will lower the cost of industrial decarbonization in a number of European countries. I believe collaboration is key to unlock the potential of carbon capture and storage on a global scale. I therefore appreciate the work of the CEM CCUS initiative and the great collaboration with other countries. Norway welcomes the continuation of CEM in order to facilitate stronger collaboration across national borders. We welcome a cross-sectoral approach in the next phase of CEM, but however, clean energy transitions and low-carbon technologies should remain at the heart of CEM collaborations. So thank you very much for your attention.
And thank you very much, State Secretary. It is absolutely fascinating to hear about the work you're doing on carbon capture and storage and your engagement, of course, with the CEM CCUS initiative. I will just give a very gentle reminder to everyone. If you are not speaking, please keep your microphones on mute because we are getting some interference on the audio. You probably hear it, in fact, right now. So please do mute your microphones if you are not speaking. We go to Sweden now, and it's an honor to hand over to the Minister for Energy and Digital Development, Anders Ygeman. Welcome.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, let us take this opportunity to recall the importance of international collaboration, long-term policies and near-term implementation to drastically reduce greenhouse gas emissions. This is in line with our shared international goals. The transition into a green and sustainable energy system will be a key in reaching those goals, but we must not forget to take the necessary actions. Sweden is aiming to become one of the first fossil-free welfare nations in the world. To reach that goal, we need to drastically reduce greenhouse gas emissions in transport, industry, by electrification and transition to sustainable, renewable fuels. This will require a whole system approach with dialogue and cooperation between all actors in the energy system. The government's initiative Fossil Free Sweden is one such example where cross-sectorial coordination has come to be a success factor. 22 different industries have produced their own roadmaps to show how they can enhance their competitiveness by going fossil-free or climate neutral by 2045. Another example is the collaboration agreement between Volvo Group and the Swedish steelmaker SSAB. The aim is to produce the world's first vehicles made of fossil-free steel. The first vehicles are expected later this year. Sweden remains fully committed to CEM 3.0 and its mission to accelerate the clean energy transition. A year of ambition shall turn into a decade of delivery. In this regard, I'm happy to announce that Sweden will co-lead the new CEM initiative, the Flexibility Hub, with integration of higher shares of renewable energy. Power system flexibility will be key to fully unlock the green energy transition. I encourage more countries to join the Flexibility Hub, and I'm looking forward to another phase of successful collaboration within the CEM. Thank you very much for listening, and thank you, Minister Jobbet, for hosting this year's ministerial.
And we are very grateful to Minister Ygeman for outlining Sweden's best practices to ensure a whole-of-system approach combined with cross-sector collaboration, and also for emphasizing the importance of international cooperation, including Sweden's strong commitment to CEM and its leading work on energy system flexibility within the CEM framework. Before we continue, I would like to bring in another set of results from our youth poll. The questions posed to members of the younger generation included an inquiry about how they would prioritize sectors and what actions they would like to see here. So let's find out what the respondents had to say.
Your Excellencies, for the energy transition to be effective, it must have a robust scope and clear focus. For it to be future-proof, the scope and focus must be based on a common understanding between the decision makers of today and those of tomorrow, young people. So straight to the point, what do young people think of the scope of clean energy ambition? Firstly, it is clear that young people hold governments accountable for coordinating the cross-sectoral collaboration necessary for achieving the energy transition. How to do this? Young people believe that governments should tighten internalization of climate costs through carbon taxes and regulations for private banks' climate-sensitive investments. But young people also want to see carrot approaches, for example, public-private partnerships, to de-risk clean energy innovation and commit companies to long-term decarbonization goals. Secondly, spotlight on the industry. Of the hard-to-abate sectors, young people believe that industry is the one that requires the most attention from governments, being responsible for over a third of final energy consumption and counting today. Young people also believe there should be a focus on non-road transportation, a notable absentee from international emissions reductions commitments, and one that requires intergovernmental collaboration to decarbonize sectors such as aviation and shipping. And it is exactly this kind of collaboration that I wish you in the week ahead, co-creating the clean energy transition with the global youth community. Thank you for your attention. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias a ti. Thanks to you. And I think it's really great that we are bringing the voices of younger generations into our discussions today. And I think it is very insightful and also something we should all continue to do in the future. It's interesting, I think, to see how governments, fiscal and regulatory levers are highlighted, as well as the valuable role of public-private partnerships and the focus on carbon-free products and supply chains. I think this resonates well with the CEM's work streams on investment and finance, product efficiency, the new BioFuture campaign, and more. And of course, a strong signal there that younger generations also think that industry is the sector that they think needs greater attention, followed by buildings and appliances, another area where the CEM has stepped up its activities this year. Now, moving on. Since our last meeting, the UK has been incredibly active, both domestically to accelerate its own clean energy transition and internationally as the G7 president and the COP26 host. It is therefore my pleasure to hand over the floor to Minister Anne-Marie Trevelyan of the UK, and in doing so, thank the UK for your great international leadership on clean energy and climate this year. Minister Trevelyan, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Minister Joubert. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to join you at the 12th Clean Energy Ministerial. Thank you to our hosts, Chile, and to the CEM Secretariat for their work convening this meeting under what remain challenging circumstances for us all. The momentum we have seen this year on climate action, though, is unprecedented. More and more countries have joined the UK in making ambitious net zero commitments backed by those long-term energy plans. Now, the UK has pledged to cut our greenhouse gas emissions by 68% by 2030 and 78% by 2035. And for the first time, this includes the international aviation and shipping sectors. So our approach to delivering these goals brings together ambitious policies, including a commitment to 40 gigawatt of offshore wind and 5 gigawatt of low carbon hydrogen by 2030, with £42 billion in both public and private investment. Our approach is also based on the principle that if we work together to bring down emissions, we make the transition cheaper, faster, and easier for all. To tackle emissions from those hard-to-abate sectors, of course, we need to cooperate across industry with heating and heavy transport. So the steps we take this year will be integral to keeping the 1.5 degrees within reach. Our COP26 Energy and Transition Council, which was launched at CEM11, is supporting the transition to clean power in emerging economies by identifying pathways to those low-carbon economic growth opportunities. And through our Zero Emissions Vehicles Transition Council, we are helping countries to align the future of road transport with Paris Agreement goals. The Clean Energy Ministerial has, of course, long been a champion of the importance of sectors for the energy transition. That's why this week we launched the Industrial Deep Decarbonisation Initiative with India to help create markets for green industrial goods. I'm also pleased to announce that the UK will become a full member of the Clean Energy Ministerial's Hydrogen Initiative, where we will work with partners to develop the global hydrogen economy to transform the outlook for power, for transport, for heating and for storage. To help expand the CEM's ability to bring countries together to supercharge sectoral transitions, we intend to double our financial contribution to approximately €200,000 per year. Only by working together on our shared challenges will we make the progress needed to build back better for the benefit of people, prosperity, and our planet. So as we look to COP26 in Glasgow in November, we encourage all countries to strengthen those sectoral efforts and update their NDCs to make our low-carbon future as a planet a reality. And I'm very happy to pass the floor to State Secretary Bike now. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much for these words. And dear Minister Juan Carlos Joubert, good to see you again on the screen. Dear Ministers, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. I think we are in a key year for energy and climate policy with crucial decisions to take in the run-up to COP26 in November in your country, Mrs. Minister. Therefore, I'm very pleased to be part of the global energy community that has gathered today to discuss how to turn ambition into action. With its diverse membership of countries that jointly account for the vast majority of global energy production and use, CEM is the right place to address these issues. Given the urgency of the challenges we face and the scale of our ambitions, we need effective international cooperation and collaboration more than ever. Thus, Germany supports the increased ambition of the Clean Energy Ministerial 3.0. In Germany, we are currently increasing our legally fixed national climate targets further. We raised reduction targets for 2030 to 65% compared to 1990, and the goal to reach climate neutrality already in 2045, which is very, very ambitious, I know about that. Only to name two measures, that means, for example, 20 gigawatts of wind offshore capacity in German waters until 2030, another 20 gigawatts until 2040. That means 5 gigawatt of installed hydrogen capacities, electrolyzers in 2030 and another 5 gigawatts until 2035. We already established a CO2 price system for the heating sector and the mobility sector by the beginning of this year. And I think this CO2 price must be increased, not only in Germany, but also in Europe. Turning these targets into reality will require strong, consistent, and sustained efforts. We will need to tackle substantial challenges, especially in the hard-to-abate industrial sectors. At the same time, we are confident that by setting the right political, regulatory, and economic framework, we can also decarbonize these sectors while safeguarding competitiveness and maintaining our industrial base. And again, we need to use the full potential of international cooperation. Based on this insight, Germany joins the new CEM initiative on industrial deep decarbonization. To be successful, this market creation initiative needs to have the widest possible membership for creating common international product definitions, as well as shared goals and principles for decarbonization of global industries. I therefore call on other CEM members to also join the initiative to realize its full potential as a steel and cement climate club. Last but not least, and on a different note, Germany also acknowledges that for its success, the energy transition needs to be an all-of society effort that provides equal opportunities for everybody. I'm therefore pleased to announce that Germany intends to join the CEM initiative, Clean Energy Education and Empowerment. Thank you very much.
And thank you very much to State Secretary Feicht for these important remarks. One reason there is so much excitement about hydrogen is that these technologies can fulfill the important function of turning renewable energy into a globally traded commodity. So, dear State Secretary, how does Germany plan to ramp up related investments in that area?
I'll get two dimensions. One is, of course, what is happening in Germany, and of course also in Europe and the European Union. So we do it by helping producers, giving subsidies, capex subsidies, in order to establish their installments for production, but also helping off-takers to change the technology, like be it steel, be it chemicals, or the mobility sector. What is very important from my point of view is the international collaboration. It means that we have to cooperate bilaterally with other countries in the world, and we want to do it by an auction scheme called H2 Global. Means that we want to tender money in order to establish and subsidize or incentivize production of hydrogen worldwide, bringing this hydrogen, let's say via green ammonia, to Germany, to import it to Germany, and giving money for that via this auction scheme, H2 Global. That could be one very important issue and effort.
Very, very interesting indeed. Thank you very much. Dankeschön. And we go next to the Netherlands. I know that hydrogen is also a major priority for the Dutch government, so it'd be great to hear about that and how it links up with the work of CEM on hydrogen. And if time permits, I also understand there are some recent developments with regard to CCS, which of course is also a CEM topic. So a very warm welcome to the Director General for Climate and Energy in the Ministry of Economics, Sandro Gastra.
Thank you very much, Melinda. Dear Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, first I would like to compliment the CEM Secretariat and of course also the Chilean hosts for organizing such an impressive program. And as the IEA underlined in its recent Net Zero 2050 roadmap, international cooperation is crucial to ensure that we fulfill our national climate goals. And we therefore warmly welcome all new CEM members to the CEM family. And indeed also we need all clean energy sources and techniques to reach national and international climate goals. And this indeed requires supercharging sectors. And this is why the Netherlands supports the continuation of CEM and hopes to profit from and also contribute to a strengthened organization that facilitates the exchange of knowledge on different topics. Turning to hydrogen, This past year has been key for the CEM Hydrogen initiative, which we are proud to co-lead. The IEA and the Dutch Klingendaal International Energy Program prepared a study on the current hydrogen market and policies in Northwest Europe and their development towards 2030 as an example for other regions in the world. And the study demonstrates the large hydrogen potential in this region, and realization of this potential will be critical to achieve the European hydrogen strategy. And for this, as State Secretary Feist already said, cooperation on cross-border infrastructure and other projects, also beyond Europe, is essential. In other words, if hydrogen flows as freely across borders as fossil gas and other fuels at the moment do, we will all benefit and climate will benefit. The Netherlands aims to contribute to 3 next steps within the CEM hydrogen workstream. First of all, the development of supportive policy and instruments, an annual update of the analysis to facilitate the progress of a regional hydrogen market, and thirdly, and very importantly, to initiate an international hydrogen trade forum to discuss and explore together with potential exporters and importers of hydrogen the main topics on international trade. Not only, of course, within Europe, but also beyond. Aside from hydrogen, as Melinda already stated, we also hope to continue our cooperation on other topics. As my State Secretary explained during the CCS event earlier this week, last month the Netherlands awarded up to 2 billion euros in government support to a large carbon storage, capture and storage project in the North Sea called Porthos. And this project will contribute enormously to our CO2 reduction ambitions, especially for the hard-to-abate sectors in industry. It's planned to commence operating in 2024, and this CCS project involves capturing 2.5 megatons of CO2 per year from industrial sites in Rotterdam, transporting it by pipeline and storing it permanently in depleted gas fields in the North Sea. This specific CCS approach can help neighboring countries like Germany and like Belgium, but other countries in the world as well, in achieving their climate goals, and we are more than willing to share our experiences here. Thank you very much.
And thank you very much, Director General. It has been very interesting to read about the new hydrogen ports coalition that's been launched by the CEM with more than 20 ports, as I understand it. And ports, of course, are absolutely critical links in the chain of both global transport and energy infrastructure. And we go on now to Italy, and the theme of integration, of course, is very, very prominent in the clean energy transition, and integration is often facilitated by smart grids and digitalization. So it will be very interesting to hear from Italy, which has had made digitalization one of the cornerstones of its G20 energy agenda. I welcome Undersecretary in the Ministry of Ecological Transition, Vania Gava. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Grazie per questo invito. Sono molto onorata di essere presente oggi in rappresentanza del governo italiano e in particolare del Ministero della Transizione Ecologica, al fine di discutere con gli altri colleghi del ruolo e del futuro della Clean Energy Minister, la CEM. In primo luogo ci tengo a ringraziare il Cile e gli organizzatori per aver gentilmente ospitato questa riunione ministeriale. Fin dall'inizio il nostro paese, l'Italia, ha riconosciuto la grande importanza nello sviluppo delle tecnologie pulite come passaggio cruciale per aumentare l'approvvigionamento e la sicurezza energetica, rispettando l'ambiente e riducendo la povertà energetica e promuovendo uno sviluppo sostenibile. Pertanto confermo il nostro impegno, l'impegno del nostro Paese alla partecipazione delle attività della CEM, oltre che alla sfida per la riduzione delle emissioni di CO2 e per assicurare a tutti l'accesso a sistemi di energia economici, affidabili e soprattutto sostenibili. Per raggiungere i nostri obiettivi in tema di ambiente nei prossimi 10 anni, le emissioni del settore energetico devono ridursi dell'almeno 80%. Le energie rinnovabili variabili sono essenziali per il raggiungimento di questo obiettivo, così come dimostrato da recenti analisi secondo cui il 2050 possiamo soddisfare l'86% della domanda energetica globale con le rinnovabili e di cui 2/3 generati proprio da energie rinnovabili. Ci tengo altresì anche a ricordare la leadership italiana in alcune iniziative, tra cui la International Smart Grid Action Network. L'Italia continuerà a concentrare l'attenzione sul settore delle rinnovabili, fotovoltaico ed eolico in particolare, e ad investire nella ricerca per migliorare l'efficienza del sistema attraverso il ruolo cruciale svolto dalle reti intelligenti. Per raggiungere l'obiettivo della piena decarbonizzazione stiamo applicando un'ampia gamma di tecnologie che uniscono rinnovabili e digitalizzazione. In questa prospettiva l'Italia investirà fondi sostanziali per incrementare l'efficienza del settore residenziale, della mobilità elettrica e della decarbonizzazione dell'industria, soprattutto il settore dell'acciaio, del vetro e del petrolchimico. A tal proposito l'Italia crede molto nell'ampliamento dell'uso dell'idrogeno. Al fine di incrementare l'uso di tale vettore energetico e raggiungere l'obiettivo della decarbonizzazione, sarà fondamentale nei prossimi anni semplificare le barriere normative e sviluppare per favorire la produzione, la distribuzione e lo stoccaggio dell'idrogeno. Infine vorrei sottolineare che il futuro dell'energia è basato a una dimensione globale e infatti siamo orgogliosi di far parte di CEM, che è di Mission Innovation. È importante che ci sia una forte sinergia tra le due iniziative, così come sottolineato anche al G7. Quindi vi ringrazio e auguro a tutti una fruttuosa riunione.
Signora Gava, I am going to have to stop you there. Unfortunately, we do not have translation for you. We were not aware that you would be speaking in Italian, and I think many of us will have stood some of the key themes of your talk, but I'm afraid we do have to stop you now. So thank you very much. Molto grazie.
Thank you to you.
And it is now my pleasure to pass the floor to Portugal and also to congratulate Portugal as it becomes a full member of the CEM. Joining us is Secretary of State, Deputy Minister for Energy, Environment and Climate Action, João Galamba. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, dear CEM members and observers. It's with great pleasure that we assume the membership of the CEM. Allow me to start this intervention by congratulating Chile and directly Minister Jobé. Olá, Juan Carlos, como estás? For his leadership on the organization of such a powerful and comprehensive CEM12. This is the decade of action if we want to succeed on climate neutrality and energy transition. This is really the time to act and move from ideas and plans to execution. Portugal is fully aware of the magnitude of the challenges we face, as we are strongly convinced that only together with solid partnerships we will be able to address them. It is therefore with great pleasure that we can today assume our full membership within the CEM family. Although we were not a big player on fossil fuel-based energy market, the world has changed, and it has changed significantly. And we are now duly recognized as a key player on the clean energy transition due to our leadership on climate action and renewables. We have the renewable resources, water, wind, and sun, and a strategic geographical location and qualified human resources to make us a solid and strategic partner in the energy transition that we all want to succeed. We are ready to share our experience and knowledge and to learn from the CEM community, particularly in a moment when implementing CEM 3.0 will allow us to enter in a new and ambitious phase. Portugal is ready to take part in this ambitious project and to work on the three main areas: biofuture, electric vehicles, and hydrogen. Particularly on hydrogen, we are participating in the supply chains working group, and we are also taking part on the new Global Ports Coalition. Ports are key enablers for the pickup of hydrogen, and we really bet on most of our ports as being part of this movement. In the south of Portugal, in the center of Portugal, and in the north of Portugal.
Thank you very much, Mr. Galamba.
We did it in 2016, and since then we have been developing the necessary frameworks and instruments to turn this ambition into a reality. Our ambition is high, very high, but it is based on a robust track record on our huge potential concerning renewables resources that are still to be explored. We are ready to work with SAM to accelerate the transition we need for the future we aspire. Thank you.
And thank you very much to you, Deputy Minister Galamba. May I ask you to elaborate just a little bit more on what you believe that Portugal can share with the CEM community when it comes to green hydrogen?
Yes, we were early movers in setting up the general infrastructure for hydrogen deployment in Portugal, legal, regulatory, and also physical infrastructure. That's what we're working on. And picking up on what the German Secretary of State said, we are deploying a dual approach with, apart from the regulatory environment that is already in place, we are approaching hydrogen projects from a dual support mechanism. So we will deploy CapEx support mechanisms, as is traditionally done with European funds and local funds. But we want to complete that with an OpEx supporting mechanism through auctions. So we will do a carbon CFD based on carbon prices and natural gas prices to ensure that we close the loop. So our projects will be simultaneously supported on CapEx and on OpEx. And we believe that this is the right framework to align the interests of producers and users and to quickly start deploying our projects. This integrated approach is favored in all our legislation and our support mechanisms, and we believe that this is the faster way, linking producers and consumers to deploy the hydrogen economy. And that's what we're working on at the moment in Portugal, and we strongly believe that it is the correct approach.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Deputy Minister. And it is great to hear that Portugal is already a very active member in the CEM, including joining the Biofuture Platform Initiative. So it's particularly appropriate that we go now to Brazil, which has been leading this initiative in the CEM together with several other members. Let's hear from Brazil's Minister of Mines and Energy, Bento Costa Lima Leite de Albuquerque.
Dear ministers and members of the CEM community, I wish we could all be in Chile right now. Even though another year goes by without us meeting in person, we must recognize the amount of meaningful work we have done. This shows the power of CEM in bringing ideas into action and highlights the centrality of the clean energy agenda for all of us. Brazil is glad to recommit to a strengthening CEM in the next phase of work. According to preliminary data, in 2020, the share of renewable sources in Brazil's total energy mix was over 48%, whereas our power sector was around 85% renewable. In spite of all the significant challenge faced by the energy sector last year, we have managed by December to resume our transmission and power generation options. Furthermore, we have recently laid the foundations for two very important government initiatives that will help us further decarbonize our energy mix in hard-to-abate sectors. First, our Fuels of the Future program aims to increase the use of sustainable fuels. The many public policies in this sector are being integrated, with a well-to-wheel carbon life cycle analysis in mind and a regulatory framework for carbon capture and storage. Second, in 60 days, we will present the guidelines for our national hydrogen program, which will certainly simulate research and investment, helping consolidate the hydrogen economy in Brazil. Both initiatives are top priorities for us as we prepare our energy compacts under the UN High-Level Dialogue on Energy. The BioFuture Platform initiative has just held its second summit, with over 550 participants from more than 30 countries and some new and concrete results. Governments and the private sector are being challenged to work hand in hand to replace at least 10% of fossil-based products with bio and waste-based fuels. More recently, we have also decided to join the NICE Future Initiative, which is contributing to the debate on the relevance of nuclear to energy transition. Finally, I would like to acknowledge the ongoing work in the Long-Term Energy Scenarios Initiative, mid and long-term planning, in which Brazil has a solid experience, will be crucial tools for achieving our decarbonization goals. Please be sure to count on Brazil's active engagement in these initiatives and others. Thank you.
And we thank Brazil for that look at domestic efforts such as the Fuels for the Future program and work on hydrogen, as well as international action in the CEM on bioenergy, nuclear, and long-term scenarios. And we heard just there about the second BioFuture Summit that took place last week. That was great to hear about, and also the new CEM BioFuture campaign launched this week. Our next speaker represents a sector that will play a central role in supplying the financial wherewithal for the clean energy transition. It is a pleasure to welcome the Global Director for Energy and Extractives at the World Bank, Dimitrios Papathanassiou. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Melinda, and congratulations to Minister Joubert and his team and the CM Secretariat for organizing this event so well under the challenging situation we all face with COVID-19. At the World Bank, we believe that we need innovation and cooperation to address the global challenge of bringing affordable, sustainable, and reliable modern energy services that we need to succeed for global economic development. Our programs across our client countries focus on establishing the right strategies, regulatory and legal frameworks that encourage clean energy and innovation. And we recognize that we need to accelerate the adoption of clean energy across the world. The World Bank priorities in the energy sector include helping countries with better energy planning, reform subsidies for fossil fuels, and improving the operational and financial performance of utilities, investing in projects to increase energy access, improve energy efficiency, regional power cooperation, and trade. We're helping countries replace fossil fuels with affordable, reliable, and cleaner alternatives. Through our work in the last decades, we have seen how the fast declining cost of renewable energy and energy storage technologies, combined with innovative business models, can offer significant opportunities to expand energy access and accelerate the energy transition. What is more important, we can see that innovative renewable energy technologies create jobs and can spur broad and sustainable social and economic development. The World Bank will continue to invest in renewable energy generation, system integration, and the enabling infrastructure. We're now developing projects with new energy technologies, such as offshore wind and hydrogen, that hold the promise to help with decarbonizing the world's energy system. We are one of the largest providers of finance for renewable energy and energy efficiency projects in low and middle income countries. But beyond the financing alone, we help governments to leverage the broader financial sector to shift energy investments towards achieving the goals of the Paris Agreement, by mobilizing capital for green and low carbon investments. As we continue the COVID-19 crisis response, we are looking to the future as poverty, climate change, and inequality become the defining issues of our time. It is essential for countries to achieve lasting economic growth without degrading the environment or aggravating inequalities. We are linking short and long-term solutions to help developing countries prepare for the post-COVID world, with the opportunity to build a green, resilient, and inclusive recovery. The World Bank's group new climate change action plan is going to our board in a couple of weeks and will help countries by fully integrating climate and development. Achieving energy access and climate goal together requires us to leave no one behind. A key element of the energy sector transition is to also increase support for countries that seek assistance to transition away from coal and scaling up low-carbon renewable energy. The World Bank will mobilize resources, including new private and public capital, new concessional resources at scale, new climate and energy trust fund resources, and dedicated deployment of our existing capital to support countries with a just transition. The recovery precipitated by COVID-19 has a chance to set things right and make up for the lost ground by embracing a green, resilient, and inclusive development future. We commit to work together with the Clean Energy Ministerial Group and place sustainable energy at the heart of the recovery efforts. Thank you very much.
And thank you very much, Mr. Papathanasiou, for your remarks. Given the magnitude of the investment challenge associated with the clean energy transition, innovative and adequate financing is clearly an absolutely critical prerequisite for rapid and sustainable progress. Ladies and gentlemen, that brings part 2 of this CEM plenary, part 2, Supercharging Sectors, to a close. We've heard some powerful interventions from ministers about the importance of the CEM and the need for cross-sectoral approaches to drive clean energy transitions at scale. To achieve acceleration and scale within this decade, new approaches must permeate all ministries, all firms, basically an all of economy, all of society approach, from automotive and freight to appliances, buildings, light and heavy industry, from basics such as steel and cement to complex economic systems. It's not easy, but it is necessary, and the energy sector must lead the way. Energy ministers, as well as energy companies, already are often playing the leading role in what are ultimately whole of economy transitions. So it is inspiring to see that the Clean Energy Ministerial is able to bring together a global community of actors ready to take this systemic action. Now, let's move on to the third part of our plenary. It is becoming increasingly evident that clean energy transition needs to encompass not only the whole economy, but also the whole of society. All citizens and stakeholders need to be part of this transformation and be empowered to play active roles in it. And of course, that is also a message that we heard earlier from Madame Ogunbiyi. And that's why we have entitled this part of the plenary, Supercharging Society. We will identify priority issues and actions to foster an inclusive approach to clean energy transition. And in this session, we will continue moving across Europe and then proceed to the Americas. We begin with an overview from the International Renewable Energy Agency, which has extensively analyzed the socioeconomic footprints of clean energy transitions, and in particular, the socioeconomic benefits of renewable energy. It's a pleasure to welcome Francesco La Camera, the Director General of IRENA. Great to see you. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Melinda. Dear friend, Juan Carlos, dear Dan and CEM Secretariat, thanks for having me today. Your Excellencies, dear all, indeed, IRENA, as the lead global agency on energy transition and as co-chair of the energy transition track towards the UN high-level dialogue on energy, has been also working on the socio-economic implication of the transition. This already from its inception, including on job creation and skill needs for the energy transition. There is a rightly an increased recognition of the need for more holistic approaches, which is at the heart of our analysis. Underlying the critical role of technology and investment, and when we notice that IRENA views on the future energy system consisted with the 1.5 Paris goal based on renewables and complemented by green hydrogen and modern bioenergy as finally globally recognized mainstream, we must pay equal attention to the human and social dimension of energy transition. The pandemic has brought to the fore the fault lines and vulnerabilities of our society and economies. And I would like to briefly highlight several key policy areas the decision maker should consider ensuring we not only meet our climate target, but also the needs of people, as well as the different starting points and capacity of countries. This includes designing industrial policies to build and enhance domestic economic capacity to maximize local value creation, ensuring that policy do not penalize the poorer segment of the population or lock them in less efficient technological solutions, devising labor markets interventions to offer adequate employment services and include often marginalized people, for example, through measures to support gender balance, creating educational and skill development programs to create a trained workforce, providing social protection measures to support affected communities and people during the transition, creating framework for affordable energy access to support livelihoods, and last but not least, mobilizing investment to finance the just transition. The challenge we are facing require all of us to step up, and it is my personal priority to ensure that ARENA's work is action-oriented and that we support our global membership in translating their aspiration into reality. Building our strong body on work on jobs and socioeconomics, we launched a collaborative framework on just and inclusive transition earlier this year. The framework is co-facilitated by the United States and South Africa. It's open for participation, and we look forward for working with all stakeholders to find synergy and catalyze action for a common global effort. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director General, for sharing your insights on the socio-economic dimension of clean energy transition and for the work that you're doing in that area. ARENA has repeatedly called on the world to demonstrate stronger climate ambition, and the European Union has done just that, significantly raising its CO2 emission targets and simultaneously putting focus on efforts to make the energy transition inclusive and fair. We hear more now about the EU's priorities from Energy Commissioner Kadri Simson. Welcome, the floor is yours.
Dear colleagues, greetings from Brussels. We are at a key moment for stepping up the action to fight climate change in line with the Paris Agreement. And the European Union recently adopted a climate law that enshrines our goal of climate neutrality by 2050 in law. We have also increased our 2030 emissions reduction target to 55%, and we are updating related policies. It is encouraging and inspiring that many countries around this virtual table are rolling out ambitious policies too. This will not only accelerate the clean energy transition, but will also help our economies to recover from the global COVID crisis. International cooperation is central to achieving our objectives, and I therefore welcome the decision to extend the mandate and raise the ambition of the CEM. We are keen to continue working with all CEM members in that context. I'm delighted to welcome the new countries joining our ranks, Poland and Portugal. The reinforced secretariat will allow the CEM to strengthen its role with additional tasks and work streams. So this is how we deliver results and lasting impact. In the interest of time, let me refer to two new areas of work. The EU has been amongst the first to set a clear vision for renewable hydrogen, which can help decarbonize sectors with limited alternatives. I was therefore pleased to take part 2 days ago in the launch of the Global Hydrogen Ports Coalition under the CEM Hydrogen Initiative. And secondly, while pushing towards climate neutrality, the European Commission wants to make sure that the transition is just and creates opportunities for all. We were therefore very pleased to join and lead together with Canada and the United States a new CEM initiative on empowering people. These and other CEM work streams will make a difference in this decade. We must all use the next more ambitious phase of CEM for turning our goals into real action and tangible results. Thank you.
And thank you very much to you, Commissioner Simson. It's a pleasure to go now to Poland and congratulate it on becoming a member of the CEM. Poland's Minister of Climate and Environment joins us to tell us about his priorities for the clean energy transition and to share his views on how to make that change both inclusive and just. Minister Michał Kurtyka, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and indeed very happy to be with you, dear colleagues, and very happy also to be part of the CEM family right now as Poland, together with our colleagues from Portugal. We are joining Clean Energy Ministerial, and it's an achievement of a long way, which I have started already 5 years ago. So I would like to thank you very much, all of you, and thank especially Dan for hosting us and for welcoming Poland also. And you, dear colleagues, thank you very much. Of course, my special gratitude goes to Chile. Colleagues from Chile are very close to my heart, as Chile has been, after Poland, the host of COP25. So we know each other very well, and it's a pleasure to be here today with you. As we are moving forward on our energy transition, and we are really making a historical step in order to make sure that we can, together with our European colleagues, fully implement the Paris Agreement. So we have just adopted a new energy policy till 2040, which is a U-turn in terms of the way we will ensure our energy security. And of course, this path is needed to be done in a fair and just manner. So this is why we have 3 pillars in our energy policy. And the first pillar, symbolic one, is ensuring just transition and leaving no one behind in this extremely difficult endeavor for a Polish economy, so much dependent on coal at the starting point, but looking forward for a second pillar, building new zero-emission energy system based on renewables, and offshore wind will be playing an extremely important role. Photovoltaics is booming right now in Poland. We added more than 250,000 prosumers only last year, despite COVID. But also, we believe very much that nuclear will be part of the equation and that we need to bet on this zero-emission energy source. And thirdly, we need also to create policy framework that contributes to air quality improvement, which is extremely important in my country. This is why we bet very much on nuclear, and we are very happy to be part of the NICE initiative. We will continue during COP26. But also we look very much to put a focus on electric mobility. And Poland, under my leadership, made laid foundations for development of electromobility in my country. We became right now the biggest producer of lithium-ion batteries in Europe, the biggest exporter of electric buses, and we continue. By 2025, we will forbid in all big cities all non-zero emission buses. And we are also targeting subsidies for the first time in the history of Polish economy for electric vehicles. So indeed, we want to make sure that this transition will also benefit this zero emission technologies as electric mobility. And we see that this is the momentum to be seized. After COVID, we need to make sure that the rebuild is green and is putting our economies on the path for making sure that Paris Agreement goals will be kept. And this is, I'm saying, in my quality of Minister of Climate, but also previous COP26 President. And I thank you very much for, again, listening to me and for Poland, for accepting Poland in CEM community. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister Kurtyka. We wish you much success as a CEM member, and thank you for that very clear message, including in regard to the challenges associated with making the switch to clean energy a just transition. We hear next from the Minister for Climate, Energy and Utilities of Denmark. Both domestically and internationally, Denmark is working to shape and facilitate a comprehensive, all of government, all of society approach to the clean energy transition. And that includes leadership of the Global Commission on People-Centered Clean Energy Transitions, which will present recommendations for the COP26. Minister Dan Jørgensen, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, and greetings to all my friends and colleagues, especially a welcome to my friend Michael from Poland. Allow me to begin with a short anecdote. The story is about the great-grandparents of the Danish Crown Prince, Queen Louise and King Frederick VIII. In the beginning of the 20th century, cars started to appear in the city of Copenhagen, automobiles. And though King Frederick was known to be a very visionary king, he was still very fond of his royal coach, driven by horses. Queen Louise, on the other hand, might not have shared his enthusiasm. Only a year after the death of King Frederick in 1912, the royal coach was replaced with a car, a French limousine. The newspapers, they followed the transition closely, and especially one question was of particular interest to the readers. Who were going to be the driver of the limousine? The coach driver of the royal coach, of course. The horses were going on pension, but not him. He got a driving license and became a car driver. And so the coach driver became a car driver and entered the job market of the 20th century. Now, a lot has happened since the invention of automobiles. Last year, Denmark adopted a climate act that will lead us towards a path of a legally binding 70% emission reduction by 2030. We are not alone. We see more and more countries and companies setting ambitious goals to accelerate the shift to clean energy. We need to find ways to enable citizens to benefit from clean energy transitions and to protect those who might be vulnerable to them. This is the reason why Denmark is chairing the IEA Global Commission on People-Centered Clean Energy Transitions. When Denmark earlier this year decided to put an end to all oil and gas exploration and extraction in the North Sea by 2050, it was crucial for us to ensure development and employment for the affected people in the region. One of the things we are doing is investing in the development of carbon capture and storage in the North Sea. With the proper training, the same people who are now extracting oil from the underground today can actually put it back into the underground in the future. Turning to international collaboration, Denmark wishes to confirm its strong commitment to the Clean Energy Ministerial. We welcome the increased level of ambition of the next phase. Denmark will continue to co-lead the initiatives on long-term energy scenarios and clean energy investment and finance. I'm also pleased to announce that we will join the new initiative on flexibility, the Empowering People Initiative, and the Super Efficient Equipment and Appliance Development Initiative. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Minister Jørgensen, also for your opening story, which so clearly illustrates the importance of training and retraining to ensure that clean energy transitions and other transitions are in fact equitable and open new opportunities for citizens. Joining us now is France, which is putting an integrated social justice approach at the heart of its energy and ecological transition. We hear more now from the Director General for Energy and Climate at the Ministry for the Ecological and Inclusive Transition. Welcome to Laurent Michel. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Excellencies, dear colleagues. It's a pleasure and an honor to participate to this important meeting on clean energy transition. I'd like to thank Chile and the CEM Secretariat for organizing this meeting. As mentioned by previous speakers, a just transition is key, and it's essential to address the socioeconomic impacts of all the measures associated with the low-carbon transition. Let me highlight a few examples of what we try to do in France in order to address this issue. In order to protect the most vulnerable households, the government has put in place targeted measures such as increased aid for the energy renovation of the worst performing housing, also aid for payment of their energy bills, and conversion bonuses to support the renewable of the most polluting vehicles with higher subsidies for poor households. And our recovery plan boosts this transition and socially just measures. But in order to succeed, we also think we need the support of all citizens. This is the reason why the President of the Republic had decided in October 2019 to establish a Citizens' Convention for Climate made of 150 citizens drawn by lot. The mandate of the convention was to define a series of measures to reduce greenhouse gas emissions in the spirit of social justice. They've presented 149 proposals. 146 have been validated by the President of the Republic, and a bill is now under discussion in the Parliament. The bill contains very concrete measures to achieve our climate objectives. For instance, it deals with the ban of the sale of the most polluting vehicles from 2030. It also deals with the prohibition of the rental of very badly insulated housing with a progressive schedule. And also it creates a CO2 score which intends to display the impact on climate of goods and services consumed by French people. The idea is to have better information and then action empowered by citizens. Reaching net zero by 2050 means a radical transformation of our energy system. Let me congratulate the International Energy Agency for its excellent and inspiring roadmap to net zero, which was published very recently. It means and shows us a drastic reduction of energy consumption is necessary in all sectors. It also means to decarbonize the power generation and to phase out fossil fuels, starting by coal. The various CEM initiatives contribute very intensively to promote the low-carbon energy technology. France participates actively to important initiatives such as ISGAN on smart grids or ZEV on electric vehicles, and we will go on this way. And I'm also delighted to confirm that France has recently joined the Nice Future initiative. Indeed, nuclear power has contributing to a significant part of carbon-free electricity generation worldwide, and of course, in France. We look forward to fruitful cooperation with partners in this scope and more broadly in all scopes dealt with by the same initiative. Thank you very much.
And thank you very much, Director General Michel, for your remarks. Let us now, before we move across to the other side of the Atlantic, get a big picture input. It's my pleasure to invite the Secretary General of the World Energy Council to share with us her organization's vision and priorities for the clean energy transition. Angela Wilkinson, great to have you with us.
Thank you. As Secretary General of the World Energy Council, I'm honored to be part of the clean energy and mission innovation discussions. I speak to you today from St. Petersburg in Russia, one of the world's cultural centers and emerging energy centers, and the host of our World Energy Congress in October 2022. I thank Chile and also Dan's team and Minister Joubert for the opportunity to connect again our agendas and with our imperative on humanizing energy transition. In addition to the word energy in our job titles, we share a common purpose in creating positive social energy for change in all corners of the world. I also believe we have a responsibility to society to highlight that new and improved models of human and sustainable development will require more clean, more just, and more flexible energy in multiple forms: heat, power, and liquid fuels. In this pivotal decade of delivery, it is imperative to close the implementation gap and activate road-building communities everywhere. It is our World Energy Council community call to action to involve more people, workers, women, future energy leaders, customers, citizens, and community cooperatives in progressing successful energy transitions along multiple pathways. Ambitious targets and timelines need to be translated into coherent roadmaps, and we will need road-building communities building forward together across multiple levels. We must make more room for learning by doing, and overcoming the increasing polarization between the principled green versus the pragmatic, clean and affordable energy. A fairer and faster pace of transition will be messy and involve more people. It'll involve a step change in energy literacy, a turnaround in workforce skills, and a shift to a demand-driven solutions framework. In supercharging the role of societies, we need to address the obvious human-centric blind spot in roadmaps. Who will pay? How will uses and behaviours change? Closing the activation and implementation gaps will not be easy. Locally clean, but globally unfair and dirty solutions for the top 10% present a transition trap. Our world energy community is addressing the 90% solutions implementation gap by involving and equipping more people as road builders. That's why the theme of the St. Petersburg World Energy Congress next year in October 2022 is Energy for Humanity. And I'm honoured on behalf of the World Energy Council and the organising committee of the October 2022 World Energy Congress, headed by Deputy Prime Minister of the Russian Federation, Mr. Alexander Novak, to invite you all to join us in the St. Petersburg in October 2022 to further discussions around energy for humanity. May I wish you every success at the Clean Energy Ministerial discussions. I hope together humanising energy features strongly in our cooperations. I look forward to seeing you in St. Petersburg in October 2022. Thank you.
Thank you very much to Angela Wilkinson for that very clear message about both the challenges associated with making the clean energy transition and all of society endeavor, but also the opportunities and benefits that this can bring. Young people have been instrumental in popularizing the term climate justice that has become so emblematic of the crucial importance of inclusiveness. So let's stop for just a minute to hear the result of our youth poll in regard to the clean energy transition and society.
Excellencies, for the first time in history, we have a unique opportunity to ensure that the next energy transition is inclusive and just. As I spend my time developing energy solutions for under-resourced and low-income communities, the importance of this cannot be overstated, and we will be remiss in not taking this opportunity. To that end, we'd ask young people to identify priorities for governments in tackling the socio-economic aspects of a clean and just energy transition. One key thing that emerged was to encourage the investment in training and retraining of the clean energy workforce. Another was empowering communities that have been disproportionately affected by the economic effects of the COVID-19 pandemic-induced lockdown mandated by most countries. Please bear in mind that governments need to effectively assess the cost and benefits of some of their policies and other regulatory regimes that reduce or prevent access to clean energy technologies in these underserved and unserved communities. That is those communities that need this transition the most. Thank you.
And very, very interesting results indeed there, and great to see the young generation so highly valuing education and training in clean energy. Many thanks to all of our speakers from youth organizations. Your perspectives have contributed enormously to this CEM plenary, so we're very, very glad that you could shed light on youth's viewpoint. We'll now continue with our ministerial interventions, and it's an honor to go to our host, Chile. Minister Jobé, please tell us a little bit more about your own goals for the energy transition, about Chile's national priorities, and in particular, what you're doing to bring the entire society along on this journey.
Yes, thank you so much, Melinda. As we know, clean energy deployment and innovation are key for tackling climate change and achieving sustainable and inclusive development. Reducing greenhouse gas emissions and their negative consequences for the environment requires, as we have been discussing, a global response. Participating in long-term international cooperation initiatives like CEM facilitates the design and implementation of effective and ambitious clean energy policies. We really value that. One lesson that has been reinforced during these months of global pandemic, we think, is that international collaboration is critical. And it is vital not only in health matters, but also in advancing in the deployment of clean energy. It is imperative that the international community works together, and the Clean Energy Ministerial gives us a crucial space to do so. We really believe that climate change is the most critical challenge of our generation. So even though Chile contributes less than 0.3% of global CO2 emissions, we will do all we can to be part of the solution. Chile is developing an ambitious clean energy transition. We have set clear and purposeful goals to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and we are committed to being carbon neutral by 2050. We will achieve this through the following actions. First, we're closing all our coal-fired plants by 2040. We are enhancing electromobility throughout our country, having as a goal to have 100% of urban public transportation electric by 2040. We are increasing the production and use of green hydrogen with the goal of producing, we hope, the cheapest green hydrogen on the planet by 2030. We're establishing a framework law on climate change, promoting and developing sustainable buildings, and implementing a new energy efficiency law, among many other things. Our energy policy's main objective is to achieve a safe, inclusive, competitive, and sustainable environment that will benefit all Chileans. We are convinced that it is necessary to bring people together to participate in this process. Collaborative work in both the public and private sectors, we think, is a must. This has been the hallmark of our energy policies because we have the firm conviction that this transition must be achieved by working with our citizens, not just for them. We will reinforce cooperation and experience exchange with other CEM members, particularly in regional and global energy interconnection, electromobility, super efficient equipment and appliance deployment, clean energy education and empowerment, and power system flexibility. The Chilean Ministry of Energy and this government will continue to promote clean energy development. We will leave the carbon era behind and move decisively towards the clean energy era, building together a better future for all. Let me now transition to Spain. I'm very pleased to welcome my colleague and friend, Teresa Rivera, the Deputy Prime Minister for Ecological Transition and Demographic Challenge of Spain. As you know, Chile and Spain, we have been working together since COP25. We really value your support at that final part of 2019, and we really appreciate your collaboration. My friend, Minister Rivera, the floor is yours.
Gracias, Juan Carlos. A great pleasure to join you all this afternoon, and congratulations together with Jennifer, with the United States, for this co-chairmanship in this Clean Energy Ministerial Committee period, as well as welcome and congratulations to Michael and Joao from Portugal and Poland joining the full membership of this Clean Energy Ministerial. I think that this is a very important initiative, as you say, working on how far and fast we can improve our cooperation, the learning processes on how we can achieve this very important goal with all the challenges and joining forces to improve in so many very important issues as electromobility, storage, green H2 standards, or eventually this idea on how we can decarbonize the industry, the energy intensive industry. What we do many different things so to facilitate this transformation in a social and inclusive manner, as Francesco was stressing when commenting on IRENA's main priorities and focus and attention. We try to make our goals very clear in the long and in the midterm, so improving our rates and the share of energy, renewable energy in the final use of energy up to 42 by 2030, up to 74 in electricity terms, and improve our energy efficiency rates almost to 40% by 2030, with the aim to ensure the full decarbonization of our economy takes place by 2050 at the latest. And to do so, I think that we need to do many different things. We need to improve the way we work with the social players. We think that the social impacts of this transformation is very important and very positive in the long term, but we need to pay attention to the social impacts of the transformation, both when talking about workers, but also when talking about consumers. I think that this is very important too. I think that we need to factor in the idea of good regulation, carbon price, and innovation as main drivers for this transformation, together with the training and retraining programs, but social considerations are also key. We have been working when talking about consumers in improving our energy poverty strategies, but we are also trying to tackle the way we can facilitate an access to the carbon dividend to consumers, to avoid that big high prices can impact and can make people be against the energy transformation. So I think that this is some of the very interesting things we need to pay attention to. At the same time, we have been working for more than 3 years, almost 3 years, in the phase out of coal. 84% of our coal capacity has been phased out. All the coal mining has been phased out in less than 3 years. And this, I can assure, has been a great challenge and sometimes a little bit complicated. We have done so through an intense conversation and participation with local players, local communities, workers, business, but also local authorities, trying to identify a fair transition agreement that is supported by all, working in the implementation of these plans. Some of these ideas that have been commented by you, such as skilling and reskilling, have been also focused on the gender aspect. So working with women and trying to identify how we can improve the participation of the youth, which is very difficult. When we try to identify why young people could stay in the same sites, it is very difficult to count on them, but I think that it is worth it to insist on that. And another very interesting issue we have been promoting is that we kept some public tenders to facilitate the access, the decision on how we ensure the access to the grid, to those that provide the best options in terms of local employment, the proper combination, the existence with other economic activities at the local level, or the respectful understanding of the development of green energy, together with the protection of natural resources and endogenous resources. So these are some of the ideas we have been working through together with the local communities and ensuring the participation and the social programs support, as I have said. Thank you.
And we are very grateful to Deputy Prime Minister Teresa Ribera for that message. Next up is the United States, which seemingly generates headlines every day with new climate and clean energy initiatives, from increased clean energy finance at home and abroad to a whole of government approach to ensure that the climate and energy transition agenda is integrated in all government decisions. The first international gathering President Biden convened was, in fact, the Leaders' Summit on Climate a little more than a month ago. And of course, the US is actively engaged in many work areas within the CEM. So it is a great pleasure and an honor to hand over to the US Secretary of Energy, Jennifer Granholm. Welcome.
Great, thanks so much, Melinda, and appreciate you running down on that, because I feel like we are working so hard to get back in this that my hair is on fire. I know what a fruitful partnership, and I'm learning even more, this CEM ministerial is, and I know that for the past 4 years, the United States may have seemed a little, how shall I say, less engaged. So let me emphasize that you can count on us going forward. I mean, President Biden has made it his mission to put America on an irreversible path to cutting our greenhouse gas emissions by 50 to 52% by 2030, and then 100% clean electricity by 2035, and then of course full net zero emissions by 2050. So we're bullish, we're confident that we can make really great progress just by rapidly deploying solutions that we already have, which of course our focus on generating millions of jobs for our people in the process. But we also know that we've got to innovate our way to breakthroughs in these next generation technologies, which is why you're going to hear new announcements very soon regarding our new cost reduction targets for clean hydrogen. Love the fact that so many of us are focused in this friendly competition on how to crack the code on hydrogen. So time running out, we can't go it alone. It's why this CEM and its counterpart, Mission Innovation, are so important. This is the international forum for global cooperation around clean energy solutions, and this administration sees CEM as critical to our own internal climate strategy, from the NICE Future Initiative to advance nuclear energy and nuclear renewables integration, which I'm encouraged to see Brazil and France join, to the Electric Vehicles Initiative, which I'm proud to announce the US is rejoining, and the Biofuture, Platform Initiative, for which Brazil has set a high bar for our coming tenure as chair and a host country, a bar we hope we can begin meeting as we launch the Biofuture campaign to advance sustainable bio and waste-based fuels and chemicals and materials. So we believe CEM 3.0 is going to be this forum's most consequential era, because not only are we working together to drive innovation forward, we're endeavoring to make this clean energy transition a really, as we know, inclusive one, which benefits all communities with the Empowering People initiative. We are proud to join with the European Commission and Canada on this effort. And let me acknowledge that our invaluable partners to the north have put the lion's share of work into launching this. It's one of the so many reasons why I'm honored to call the Honorable Seamus O'Regan a trusted colleague, my cousin from another country. It's why it's my pleasure to introduce him, Minister O'Regan.
Secretary Granholm, cousin, it's great to see you. Secretary Granholm's mother is from Newfoundland and Labrador, where I am talking to you from on the east coast of Canada. And Secretary Granholm, it is so good to have you here, engaged, bullish, and confident. It is so good to have you here. Welcome, and good morning, everyone. It is a pleasure to join you again at this year's Clean Energy Ministerial. Thank you to this year's host, Chile. Canada proudly welcomed the world to Vancouver for CEM9 2 years ago. And come to think of it, it was the last normal CEM, I think, before COVID-19 hit. That obviously has disrupted our lives, has changed everything from the way that we meet to how we imagine our future. And I think that's what we're here to talk about, really, isn't it? Our future. How we include everyone in an urgent, effective, and orderly transition to the clean energy future that we need. And I say orderly because we need to make sure that we take the time to leave no one behind without losing the urgency of acting now to combat climate change. If we fail to include energy workers, then this transition will not be effective, and it must be. Bringing people along has never been more important. The pandemic has laid bare the vulnerabilities and inequalities both within our countries and around the world. It has been particularly challenging for women, youth, Indigenous peoples, immigrants, racialized peoples, persons with disabilities, LGBTQ+. It's been hard on energy workers, something that I understand firsthand here in Newfoundland and Labrador, which is an offshore oil producing region like Norway and the UK. It's the biggest part of our provincial economy. I have friends and neighbors who work in the offshore. And they're facing hard times during this pandemic. They're worried about their future. They're worried about what a clean energy future means for them, for their livelihoods, the families they support, the communities they support. The fact is, we need them. Who else is going to lower emissions? Who else is going to build a low carbon future? It's the same people who built our resource industries with all their expertise and experience and determination and ingenuity. The same people who know how to do the complex engineering needed to build energy infrastructure, and a lot of it. The same people who were the drivers of our economic growth over the past 50 years are the same people to cement our future prosperity. We can't do it without them. They are the ones who will build us back better and greener. Not enough emphasis has been placed on the workforces that we will need in our clean energy future, the skills they'll require, the barriers they will face. We cannot overlook the risk of stranding people. They are our most important asset. So we need this transition to be just and fair, because it's the only way we're going to get the most talented people, the brightest ideas, the best solutions. Canada can't do it without them, because they are the ones who made us an energy superpower that we are today. We're not just a top producer of oil and gas, we're a global leader in hydroelectricity and solar and wind and smart grids and storage technologies and carbon capture. We're one of only 5 Tier 1 nations for nuclear, hydrogen, biofuels, and the minerals that are critical to powering this clean energy future. The skills from many of these parts of our energy sector are easily transferable to another, but in other cases, retraining is going to be required, new skills needed. So we are proud to be leading CEM's new Empowering People initiative. We're working hand in glove with the United States and the European Commission, and we are delighted to hear from Minister Jorgensen that Denmark is going to be joining us. Like Denmark and all of you, I see climate change as so much more than the challenge of our generation. It is an opportunity of a lifetime to refocus our economies for growth that is not only strong and sustained, but inclusive, with people at its core. And that opportunity is what makes the Clean Energy Ministerial so critical in bringing countries together, sharing lessons learned, scaling up our individual efforts, and critical to ramping up our collective ambition. The world is calling for it. And CEM countries, the people around this virtual table, we're answering the call. So Canada eagerly renews and strengthens our commitment to the third phase of CEM to accelerate an ambitious, inclusive, and orderly transition which leaves no energy worker and no energy producing region like mine behind. We need to achieve net zero by 2050. We need a prosperous economy that continues to create good jobs, and we need a low carbon future that leaves no one behind. I know that's a lot. I know it's ambitious, but this is the Clean Energy Ministerial. This is what we do. Back to you, Melinda.
Thank you so much, Minister O'Regan, for that rousing appeal and those very inspiring messages. And it is truly exciting to hear about the launch of the Empowering People initiative in the CEM. It sounds like it will promote a cross-cutting approach that addresses social implications and training needs for all technologies and solutions the CEM is working on, with dedicated effort to developing skills, education, and jobs in clean energy, to facilitating consumer engagement and behavior change, and to bringing all citizens, companies, and communities, as you said, along as active, supportive participants. So very impressive indeed. We have heard clear messages from CEM members today about the huge importance of bringing society along on the clean energy transition path. Training and retraining people will create new expertise and thereby new clean energy jobs, and that in turn will improve livelihoods. Listening to your messages, dear excellencies, it is abundantly evident that bringing clean energy to our cities and countrysides will not only reduce the climate threat, but also improve quality of life. Ladies and gentlemen, this does bring the third part of our plenary to an end. We've traveled across the globe from east to west and spanned 3 key areas of the clean energy transition: scale, sectors, and societies. To close the CEM12 plenary now, I am very pleased and honored to give the floor back to our host, Minister Jobé, for his closing remarks.
Thank you so much, Melinda. Thank you all colleagues and friends for engaging today openly, constructively, and I would say wholeheartedly in today's meeting. The leadership being demonstrated not just around this virtual table, but also across our entire global community, I think it's great to see. We have committed here today to enact a bold new phase of the CEM, one that is consistent with achieving the goals of its members and putting the world on track to achieve clean, affordable, reliable energy for all. Over the course of this meeting, we have discussed many things: how we work together to scale deployment of clean energy, how to increase the pace in sectors beyond power, how to look to incorporate new technologies, think more interconnectedly, engage closely with the finance sector, and think about how clean energy transitions impact the social and economic lives of our countries. I've heard so many great interventions today, and I've made some notes, and I'm going to read out some quotes from what you just said. Let me go with the first one. We have a big opportunity. 2/3 of the global population lives in places where wind, solar energy is the cheapest energy source. Another one, we have a unique opportunity to fight climate change and to generate economic growth. There is a gap between government's commitments and reality. Governments are in the driving seat, Fatih Birol said. Public sector has to take leadership. Public-private relationships are essential to reach our goals. We can't think of carbon neutrality by 2050 if we don't address universal energy access by 2030. Energy transition must be just and inclusive. Energy transition is one of the biggest social, ecological, and economic opportunities in history. New technologies and the funding that makes their deployment possible must flow to developing countries, or we will not meet the climate challenge. Carbon pricing will be essential to give hydrogen a competitive edge against fossil fuels. A year of ambition should turn into a decade of delivery. And I have many others. Anyway, over the course of CEM12, we have seen a lot achieved. We have committed to an ambitious new phase of the CEM. We have welcomed new members, 2 new members into the CEM. We have launched important new coalitions and collaborations on industry, people, bioenergy, and hydrogen ports. We have launched calls for greater action on product efficiency and on electric vehicles adoption. We have launched a new global MOU and targets on zero emissions commercial vehicles. We have seen major evolutions on our work streams on power system flexibility and long-term scenarios. Seen many members, partners, and participants join existing CEM work streams. Launched excellent new reports on clean energy transitions, energy investment, nuclear innovation, smart grids, and so much more. While it's not over yet, we can already see that we have achieved a lot at CEM12. And across it all, we have sought to energize and inspire our global energy community. All of this is a testament to you, your teams, our partners, our committed community, and my own great team. Thank you all for your great job. Lastly, with the confirmation that the United States will host CEM13 in 2022 and that India will host CEM14 in 2023, we have ensured that future clean energy ministerial meetings are in great hands. And with that, it is my great pleasure to pass the floor and the leadership torch to Secretary Granholm. Chile is fully committed to supporting your hosting of CEM13 in any way that we can. Secretary Granholm, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Minister Jobert, and I'm happy to receive the torch, and thank you to your team for successfully convening us all in this completely virtual format. The pressure is certainly on for the United States when we host you all at CEM13 in 2022 for really a homecoming of sorts, because this group met for the very first time 12 years ago in Washington, brought together by one of my predecessors, Stephen Chu, and Secretary Chu's hope in working with your countries to create the CEM was that energy ministers from around the world would embrace a real stake in the global effort to tackle climate change. And as the obvious ambitious ideas and actions laid out in this week's discussion make clear, that hope was very well founded. We've heard such, as Minister Jobert said, we've heard all of these impressive commitments to launch or expand bold efforts within all of our borders. At the same time, I think we all articulated clear understanding of the need for collaboration. And so I believe we are primed to take great strides forward and achieve these increased ambitions over the course of CEM 3.0, but we just know, and not to be Pollyanna-ish, that this work is not going to be easy. We all know it. But this CEM has given us the framework for moving from ambition to action. So let us embrace it. Let's define these bottom-up member-led targets for each of our CEM work streams so that we all have the tools necessary to reach the net zero goals, not just decarbonized electricity and electric vehicles, but clean hydrogen, carbon capture, utilization and storage, biofuels, and more. And let's get to work building those tools together. Let's give each other confidence in our commitments so we can go forward faster toward a global climate agenda that grows bigger and bolder with each achievement we notch. As we all set out to tackle the goals we shared this week, I want to emphasize once again that the United States Department of Energy stands ready to help. In that first meeting 12 years ago, few would have imagined that today solar and wind energy would be cheaper than fossil fuels in so many parts of the world. Few people would have predicted virtually every major automaker in the world would be offering all electric vehicles by the middle of this decade. Few would have predicted that shareholders would force some of the world's biggest oil and gas companies to get serious about net zero. But the pace of progress in clean energy shocked the world, thanks in part to the efforts made through CEM. And I don't know about you, but I look forward to shocking the world once more. And I especially look forward to welcoming you to the United States for next year's CEM13. And until then, my thanks again to Minister Jobet and to all of you for this remarkable CEM12.
The climate crisis is the greatest challenge we'll ever face, but it's also a great opportunity. Through fearless technological innovation, ambitious clean energy deployment, constructive international collaboration, we can build a net zero carbon economy that creates millions of jobs and lifts our citizens into greater prosperity. And that is why I'm thrilled to invite you to join us for the 13th Clean Energy Ministerial and the 7th Mission Innovation Ministerial next year. We are so excited to host these events in the United States for the third time, and once again, demonstrate our renewed commitment to raising our ambitions for climate action. Within these past few months, the United States has set really big goals to cut our greenhouse gas emissions 50% by 2030, to shift to 100% clean electricity by 2035, to reach net zero emissions by 2050. And all across the Department of Energy and our 17 national laboratories, we are all in on generating good paying jobs and investing in marginalized communities. So I look forward to sharing our progress following the first year of MI 2.0 and CEM 3.0 and working with you to map out a path to even bolder, faster action. We face a daunting task and the stakes are as high as they can go. But I am confident that together we can unlock the technologies that we need to cut emissions, to conquer climate change, and to create for our children and our grandchildren a better and fairer and cleaner future. So let's get to work. I'll see you in 2022.
And thank you very much, Secretary Granholm. We wish you all the best and utmost success with the CEM13 preparations. My very warm thanks to all of you, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, for your active participation in today's 12th Clean Energy Ministerial Plenary. From many places, stated in many ways and demonstrated in many forms, we have heard loud and clear that you are committed to clean energy transitions, that you're committed to international clean energy collaboration, and you're committed to using the CEM as your platform for making this a reality. The Clean Energy Ministerial must continue to foster and bolster an inclusive, supportive clean energy community worldwide that is linked by its dedication to acting on all those commitments and to supercharging clean energy deployment in this decisive decade. The CEM now has 21 work streams that seek to do exactly that as you know, a massive program of positive clean energy action to build on in many different venues and fora, from the UN high-level dialogue on energy to COP26, to CEM13 in the US, to CEM14 in India, and beyond. This ministerial represents a meeting that culminated a packed week of clean energy events and commitments. On behalf of our hosts and the whole of CEM, I want to thank all members and observers, as well as valued partners, for your participation in that and for what you're doing throughout the year to accelerate clean energy transitions. Please keep up great work, everyone. Many thanks and congratulations, most especially to CEM host Chile. Minister Jobé, it's been an honor and a pleasure to moderate this gathering. And with that, let me close the meeting and leave you with the CEM12 Ministerial Plenary Family Photo. To everyone who wishes to be part of the photo, if you haven't done so already, please switch on your cameras, and thank you very much. I hope our paths will cross again, dear Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Until then, stay healthy and goodbye.
Hi, everyone, and welcome to Student Energy's Masterclass for Mission Innovation. Young people have transformed into a major global force for accelerating the energy transition. They're organizing climate movements, pushing their employers and communities to take action, and influencing major brands as consumers. But there's still currently a large disconnect between millennials, Gen Z, and the governments that represent them when it comes to climate and energy. Today, I'm excited that we've gathered an amazing group of young people from Student Energy's network, who are our regional coordinators for the Global Youth Energy Outlook, to help unpack what are some core strategies that MI member countries can take to start to work with young people. The Global Youth Energy Outlook research so far has shown us that only 10% of young people under 30 have been engaged by their governments in climate conversations or in conversations on opinions about energy. And less than 20% feel that their issues are valued by the government or private sector. At Student Energy, we're working to bridge this gap. And that's a big part of why we're here. Student Energy's mission is to create space for youth to help governments, companies, and organizations to understand how we can work together to achieve shared goals. Student Energy is a global not-for-profit organization empowering the next generation of energy leaders who are accelerating the sustainable energy transition. We work with a network of over 50,000 young people in 120 countries to build their knowledge, skills, and networks that they need to take action on energy. For the last 12 years, we've collaborated with governments, companies, and organizations to facilitate meaningful youth engagement, make space for young people in energy decision-making, and mobilize resources to support youth-led energy solutions. Student Energy is building a movement of young people around the world who are shaping the future of energy. To kick off our event, I'd like to introduce my colleague Salsa, who will be joining me to talk a little bit more about intergenerational collaboration. Intergenerational collaboration is a tool you can use if you want to effectively integrate youth into your project or initiative. Recognizing that climate and energy topics are complex with challenges that have disparate impacts, Student Energy works to promote intergenerational collaboration and defines it as a way to activate meaningful engagement between young people and established actors in government and industry to co-create pathways for the sustainable energy transition. Young people around the world are showing increased interest in developing innovative, climate-safe, and equitable energy solutions, which actors in the energy sector can foster by providing the appropriate resources, knowledge, and supportive networks. By creating spaces for intergenerational dialogue, brainstorming, and decision-making, Student Energy aims to bridge generational divides, allow young people to have greater influence on energy-related decisions, and create mutually beneficial pathways for youth and established energy leaders to work together on climate and energy challenges. Intergenerational collaboration is also an incredibly meaningful way to motivate and empower young people. I would like to invite Salsa to share her story a little bit more on this.
Thanks, Meredith. Intergenerational collaboration will always be my favorite. Is the answer when it comes to empowering and shaping future energy and climate leaders. Having been engaged with Student Energy and its partners for a couple years, for once, I feel like my aspirations are being heard. I used to think that key leaders in this sector were out of my reach, but gradually, I have observed that the invisible walls are starting to lower down. I had the honor to attend both the IRENA Youth Forum this year and last year, as well as the SE for All Youth Summit this year. And I noticed that international organizations have started recognizing the importance of including youth in the decision-making equation, but not yet from the government actor. Moving forward, I believe that this CMMI momentum is crucial for the government to start formulating concrete and meaningful youth engagement plans while taking full advantage of the opportunities to work with youth.
And to give you an example of where this has happened in person, at the Clean Energy Ministerial Mission Innovation in 2019 in Vancouver, British Columbia, we were actually able to bring together the first ever delegation of young leaders to the 10th Clean Energy Ministerial and the 4th Mission Innovation Forum. And so we were able to unite 60 young people from 25 different countries and then every Canadian province and territory. And for the first time, young people were deeply integrated into the programming, and they had the opportunity to meet with lots of different global leaders to talk about their vision for the future of energy. They also did an incredible engagement project where each person engaged people in their home countries and brought that research and insight to the governments that were meeting around the missions of both clean energy and mission innovation.
Yeah, personally, attending CMMI was a big milestone for me because it unlocks endless doors of opportunities that I would never have imagined. Prior to the conference, I engaged with more than 400 Indonesian youth to raise awareness on energy and climate topics through questionnaires and dialogues, where I received major positive feedback and collected more than 100 opinions. The forum culminated in the call-out of a collective signed position statement on climate emergency from youth delegates to the world leaders. We demand the declaration of climate emergency, mobilization of climate finance, inclusive climate action, including the CMMI Youth Leaders Forum itself. It needs to be accessible to the young people, and more youth engagement programs. CMMI also gave me the opportunity to meet my role model in person and get inspired firsthand by their keynote speech. Above all, I believe that the important takeaway was my sustained engagement with student energy. I earned the opportunity to be actively involved in its Global Youth Energy Outlook project as the Southeast Asia Regional Coordinator, and in its Oil and Gas Climate Initiative Youth Challenge team as the regional representative. And that's where I feel so glad that I'm a part of this youth movement and I'm actually contributing and making real impact.
Great. So we want to unpack this for you a little bit further because we really believe that integrating intergenerational collaboration into any initiative is a great way to accelerate innovation and the momentum of anything you're looking to do by pairing the knowledge of established professionals with how to get things done with the ambition and motivation of young people who are very excited to get into the space. So here are a few key steps you can take. First, identify your objectives. To collaborate with young people, organizations and leaders first need to name intergenerational collaboration as a strategic priority and devote the time and resources to doing it. Pick objectives that could use a fresh set of eyes and innovative thinking. Second, build relationships with young people. A big part of getting started on intergenerational collaboration is recognizing where young people are already leading and already doing the work. Youth have been organizing and implementing solutions, and understanding the landscape of youth-led work in your sector is crucial to forming equitable partnerships. Connect with existing youth organizations, learn about their work and objectives, and identify opportunities for partnership and where you both want to move goals forward together. Next, work on defining the pathway for collaboration. How will you work together? Where are you looking for input? And how can young people stay involved after the project? These are all important questions to answer to help everyone be on the same page and to meaningfully integrate youth into your project.
The fourth step is to apply systems thinking. During CMMI, youth delegates were keenly aware that transitioning the energy system involves more than switching technologies. Delegates raised important issues around gender and racial equity, economic access, climate justice, and emphasized that clean energy solutions must also be just and equitable. Likewise, working with young people means engaging with systems thinking and system solution. Lastly, raise your ambition. Echoing their peers around the world, Young Leaders Delegation conveyed the need to implement solutions that match the scale and urgency of the climate crisis and urged their energy leaders to take bolder action. And they want to see follow through from decision makers and leaders in the energy sector. Turning intergenerational collaboration into tangible action means allowing the partnership to raise your internal and external ambition when it comes to climate action and actually putting into motion the recommendations and solutions that young people advocate for.
Copenhagen in Denmark. Just like Salsa, I went to the CEM in Vancouver as a youth delegate, and one of my personal highlights were the innovation jams and policy hackathons, which left me with a feeling that young people can really bring creative, innovative, and powerful ideas to the table when they're given the opportunity. But it also made it clear that more resources and support is needed to turn all these great ideas into impactful solutions. So today I'll be talking to you about how young people are constantly innovating when it comes to energy and climate solutions, and why we need to see more support for youth-led innovation. So if we want to accelerate the energy transition in this next decade, we need innovation in every single sector and in every single country. Young people are uniquely positioned to deploy sustainable climate solutions quickly because of their ability to mobilize their peers and community, which is crucial for the long-term success of any policy or technological shift. However, young people frequently lack access to funding and the capacity and confidence to secure the limited resources available. So to summarize, the innovation landscape as it currently is neither equitable nor accessible for most young people around the world. These inequalities are also present when looking at where global flows of funding are flowing. For instance, of the 455 billion spent on climate finance in 2016, only 45 billion US dollars crossed borders from the OECD to the non-OECD countries, and mostly in the form of loans. This leaves blended finance between the private and public sector, as well as philanthropic grants and zero-interest loans on the table as ways to get funding. This is a major equity and justice issue for young people, as they will not be able to scale their innovative solutions without access to funding or the other resources required to help them start their journeys as energy leaders. In OECD countries, the opportunities for young people to gain access to funding is not much better, and this is also a problem as it removes their agency during crucial career building and skill development periods of their life. Across the board, less than 1% of innovation funding is flowing to young people. This is a large missed opportunity for deploying innovation at the scale we need to address climate change. So what can we do to transform climate finance and create more supportive landscape for youth-led innovation in energy? Funding can be tied to local capacity development in the clean energy sector to create long-term availability of skilled professionals, which also faces critical gaps. Some unique insights about youth gaps in innovation beyond just funding include, firstly, that as young people have less experience, resources for education, skill building, and mentorship are essential components of helping to accelerate their deployment skills. Secondly, most young people can articulate their goals better verbally than in a written proposal, so it is necessary to provide multiple avenues for young people to apply for funding, especially if English is not the first language. Thirdly, many youth-led groups, because of a limited track record, focus their proposals on the activities to be carried out based on what they know would work for young people, but the outcomes may change over time as projects and methodologies for reaching young people evolve. Therefore, you should allow for flexibility in these proposals and work with youth on the shared outcomes you want to achieve. Lastly, young people's organizations are also at a disadvantage when it comes to joining networks that are often required for receiving validation and funding. It is important to recognize that they may not have the same track record as other groups, but they should be given the same opportunities to participate regardless. I'll now invite my colleague Joshua to give an example of what this looks like in the Philippines.
Thanks, Lynette. I'm Joshua Miguel Lopez, a regional coordinator for Southeast Asia for the Global Youth Energy Outlook. Hello from Manila, Philippines. Accelerating the energy transition is a role that youth can best fulfill. We, the youth, have the creativity and passion for change necessary for all the rethinking and restructuring of our present energy systems. But there are certain barriers that limit the youth's capacity to lead energy innovations. Let me share with you our experience in Reboot Philippines. Reboot is a youth-led organization featured in the Youth Sustainable Energy Hub, whose goal is promoting a just and democratic energy transition in the Philippines through transdisciplinary approaches. Our network of youth volunteers have been implementing different programs even in the midst of this pandemic. We were even able to prepare project proposals to find renewable energy applications for serving 17 communities, ranging from seaweed drying boats for a fisherfolk community, a solar-powered e-learning center for a mountain community, a climate and energy learning program conducted through the village public address system, fuel briquettes for an indigenous people's corn farming community, to milk processing, to even fish sauce. But despite all the creativity and research work that it took, only the first 3 projects listed in the slides were implemented. Having implemented projects for only 3 communities out of 17 seems like another bleak story from a country in the global south. But I'd like to emphasize the opposite, that it's actually remarkable that the projects even happened in the first place, despite the pandemic and despite the lack of support from international grant-giving agencies or international financing institutions. Here are some insights from our experience in Reboot. So first, next slide, please. Thank you. So first, innovate in context. These projects were implemented because the technology was appropriate and designed to fit local needs and opportunities. The projects built on lead user innovations and made the best use of skills and materials already available locally. This cut project costs and made implementation timelines faster. Second, involve the community in every step. These projects happened because they were funded by the communities themselves. The communities bought into the project because they understood the value of the project, and they were involved as early as the resource assessment phase, to the planning phase, to the implementation. They were involved all throughout. So they knew what the value of the project is and how to actually operate the system. Third, upskill the youth. Operating and maintaining energy innovations is next to impossible if the communities have no choice but to wait for experts to fly in just for repairs. This can be remedied by training local youth so that they themselves can become the local energy technology experts. The combination of their theoretical foundations through the training and practical experience can become seeds for further innovation. And then fourth, support youth-led innovations. These projects were done by volunteers with limited resources and no mentorship. If Reboot Philippines was able to make such an impact without any support, imagine what we could have done with dedicated resources and support. Imagine how many appropriate technologies could have been developed if more innovation dollars flowed to the Global South through these youth-led institutions. Now, imagine unleashing thousands of young energy professionals across the globe through supportive and well-resourced accelerator programs. You could actually have 1,000 flowers bloom. We encourage you to think how to break down the barriers that the youth face to become leaders for innovation. And with that, I will now invite Shibuna to give you a closer look into how technology can be leveraged to meet community needs.
All right, my name is Chibuna Obuna. I'm working currently with Student Energy as the Global Youth Energy Outlook Regional Coordinator for Sub-Saharan Africa. I'm also a co-founder and chief executive officer at Recycle Energy Limited, a Nigerian renewable energy company. I'll be speaking on technology that meets community needs. Young people are actively advocating for the needs of individual communities to be at the forefront of decision-making in clean energy and innovation that promotes sustainable growth. In order to achieve that, pathways must be created by governments for youth and other civil society groups, including indigenous communities, to engage with and lead research and development on low-carbon solutions. Recycle Energy is a Nigerian-based renewable energy startup founded in 2019 by 3 university undergraduates at the Federal University of Technology, Owerri. The company's mission is to power Africa's sustainable energy future through innovation. In sub-Saharan Africa, more than 560 million people lack access to modern, affordable, clean, and reliable electricity. Taking Nigeria alone, electricity access is only 45%, with more than 80 million people still lacking access to electricity. In order to close the electricity access gap and meet rising energy demand, innovative solutions in renewable energy offer the most sustainable pathway towards the achievement of SDG 7 by 2030. This spurred the Renew-Cycle team to develop solar home systems initially and pivoted to making custom-designed solar inverters for customers. However, for the Renew-Cycle team, technology that meets community needs is not only restricted to software and hardware products. Through observation and drawing insights from the COVID-19 pandemic, the team discovered that only 28% of primary healthcare facilities in sub-Saharan Africa have 24-hour access to electricity, because electricity is key to delivering universal healthcare, and that health facilities rely on electricity to function optimally. The Renew-Cycle team launched the Lighting Up Nigeria initiative in October 2020. The Lighting Up Nigeria initiative, LUNI, is a not-for-profit social impact project of the company, which aims to power primary healthcare clinics and small businesses in vulnerable communities with solar microgrids. The COVID-19 pandemic amplified the vulnerability of local communities in Nigeria, especially those whose healthcare clinics were non-functional or did not exist at all. To improve access to vaccines and basic medication, healthcare facilities need to have steady electricity to conduct diagnosis, safe child delivery, and storage of vaccines. The Renew-Cycle team launched this initiative as a shared value intervention to meet this community need, while preparing this stage for market entry to increase the adoption of renewable energy in local communities across Nigeria. The pioneer project at Okaiga Community Health Center in Umuahia, Nigeria, started with the renovation of dilapidated segments of the healthcare facility and would be followed by the installation of a 5 to 10 kilowatt peak solar microgrid to provide renewable and reliable electricity for the community health center, which serves more than 500 people. So we need technology that is not only sustainable, but technology that first and foremost serves communities. The opportunity must be noticed. Innovation has the power to empower communities and in turn accelerate an inclusive transition to a low carbon future that is led by people. Community solutions and ventures that are led by young people in particular face significant barriers when navigating the current innovation ecosystem and commercialization process. Investing in and supporting local youth incubation platforms that take an integrated approach to decarbonization will be key to creating a transformative impact at scale. Community needs in low carbon innovation will be noticed when structural changes in our energy systems becomes evident. Here is how you can help deploy technology that meets community needs. First, focus on community producers. Creation of energy projects by developers tied to the community has a greater impact in both cultivating sustainable projects and providing for communities at large. Second, decentralization democratizes energy. Decentralized energy systems can help to democratize energy and get more people engaged in the energy system. Third, benefits of digital tools. Digital tools enhance transmission of energy from large pipelines on sovereign lands to regional small-scale and flexible supply that utilizes diverse energy sources. Young people can become active participants in shaping the energy system. Communities and youth are no longer passive consumers, but are actively participating in the energy system in different ways. I will now invite Aseni to give a closer look into the business case for youth engagement.
Hello, everyone. My name is Arseniy Kirgizov-Barsky. I'm speaking to you from Moscow, Russia. And apart from my activities in student energy, I've also been involved in the work of BRICS Youth Energy Agency and MGIMO Arctic Student Research Club as assistant chairman of these two organizations, and bring sustainable development agenda to the activities of these two organizations. So let's take a closer look at business case for youth engagement. As we watch the Opportunity Youth movement take hold, the question to ask is, are senior executives and HR managers doing enough to tap into the benefits of hiring opportunity youth? at a scale that will truly influence both bottom lines and the number of employed opportunity youth. There is a large opportunity to build a diverse, talented workforce for our energy future, but it has to start with the engagement of young people today. Currently, only 20% of the energy workforce is women, and the average age of the energy industry is 55. As young people are beginning to enter the workforce, they are not attached to specific technological solutions, methods, or conventional sectoral thinking. This makes young people more receptive to companies facing changes to their business model as they adapt to evolving sectors. Young people with inherent digital skills themselves bring new and transformative technologies, innovation, and changes to business as usual. The opportunity of technological financial innovation is perceived as an opportunity for young people to contribute their ideas and efforts. There is a need for stakeholders to work together and build coalitions with young people who can contribute to the solutions needed to accelerate the transition. The transition is viewed by youth as not only an effort to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions, but also to address other social development issues that will ensure a resilient future. Young people are an opportunity to progress companies' CSR and ESG goals as climate risks and consumer behavior changes. What young people care about now will define the values, priorities, and focuses of society in the future, and companies have an opportunity to future-proof their business by bringing young people into the organization early on to set themselves up to succeed. So if we address talent needs and retention, we will see that youth are a solution to a looming talent shortage. Just let's look at the numbers. Renewable energy jobs grew to 11.6 million last year alone. 42 million jobs are projected in the sector by 2050. Although precise estimates remain scarce and absolute numbers are small for now, off-grid renewables are creating growing employment led by solar technology. Decentralized renewable energy can also propel productive uses in rural areas. The job multiplier effect can be seen in farming and food processing, healthcare, communications, and local commerce. Comprehensive policies led by education and training measures, labor market interventions, and industrial policies that support the leveraging of local capacities are essential for sustaining the renewables job expansion. Leaving those jobs unfilled will cost companies a bundle in both productivity and revenue. The business case for hiring opportunity youth is compelling, with retention differences ranging from 20+% to 3 times higher the companies we studied. Retention alone provides a significant return in investment. So this is a call to action. What sectors can do now is identify positions suitable for opportunity youth that meet your business needs. Hire for skills and aptitude so that you screen in opportunity youth. Invest in training and source ideas for your company, potentially by partnering with a skilled nonprofit such as Student Energy. Measure your progress, test and refine your approach. Scale the effort across your business unit and the company. These are opportunities for youth to work in partnership with governments and companies through mechanisms such as youth advisory councils, and they must be meaningful, mutually valuable, and compensated, actively inclusive and accessible to young people and community members who represent communities historically left out of these processes, accountable with tangible follow-through mechanisms so those stewarding adoption feel valued, and they are contributing to real impact. And now I'm happy to give the floor to Lynette.
Thanks, Asani. We want to extend a big thank you to Mission Innovation for making space for youth this year, so that we can share our own experiences and expertise as young people working toward a clean energy future. We look forward to seeing how Mission Innovation's members and partners integrate meaningful partnerships with young people into your strategies. Thank you so much.
Hello. On behalf of the Nuclear Innovation Clean Energy Future, NICE Future Initiative of the Clean Energy Ministerial, I would like to welcome ministers, energy leaders, and everyone joining us from around the world to this discussion on the diverse national and multinational pathways to net zero emissions with clean energy innovations. I'm Dr. Jill Engel-Cox, the director of the Joint Institute for Strategic Energy Analysis, JISEA, at the U.S. National Renewable Energy Laboratory. JISEA is the operating agent of the CEM NICE Future Initiative. As the operating agent and together with the member countries and partners, we have been able to explore diverse scenarios for how nuclear power generation, working hand in hand with renewable power, could contribute to emission reduction pathways that accelerate the fight against climate change. Nuclear energy can offer innovative, flexible, and integrated solutions in partnership with renewable energy to be considered by countries around the world. Thanks to the work of our 12 member countries and 17 partner organizations, we are excited to complete a highly productive third year of work within the NICE Future Initiative. We have featured nuclear energy breakthroughs, flexibility in a clean energy system, and now the actions we need to meet net zero emissions from our energy systems. Our website features recent publications and more details, and we welcome you to join our efforts. Speaking of welcomes, we are also especially delighted this year to welcome France and Brazil as new member countries of the NICE Future Initiative. Welcome to both. For this CEM event, we will start with 2 special videos. Then we will have 2 exciting sessions of global leaders who will share their insights into the roles of nuclear power in the clean energy transition. The sessions will be moderated by Josh Freed of Third Way and Kirsty Gogan of TerraPraxis. So thank you for listening, and let's get started.
Hi, Rich Powell from ClearPath here. We share your goal of reducing global carbon dioxide emissions. That's why we're on a mission to find pathways to make the energy sector cleaner and more reliable, accessible, and affordable. At the Clean Energy Ministerial in 2018, ministers from the US, Japan, and Canada established the Nuclear Innovation Clean Energy Future Initiative. We call it the NICE Future Initiative. Today, NICE Future has 12 member countries, including its newest edition, France, and 17 member organizations. This year, the NICE Future Initiative is spearheading the Flexible Nuclear Campaign for Nuclear Renewables Integration. This builds on last year's Flexible Nuclear Energy for Clean Energy Systems report, which was led by experts from several ministries, government agencies, and global industry organizations. Thanks to nuclear energy breakthroughs, we're able to improve flexibility, integrate more renewable energy, and accelerate transitions to cleaner power. While you hear exciting presentations this week on pathways to a clean energy future, here are 3 things to remember. 1, citizens across the globe view nuclear as a primary source of clean, reliable, carbon-free energy. 2, nuclear is more flexible than many of us thought. Nuclear and renewables can work hand in hand and will lead to new jobs and lower emissions. 3, by adopting new technologies that can support a few megawatts to a gigawatt or more, we can use flexible nuclear power to dramatically reduce carbon dioxide globally. Thanks, and enjoy CEM12.
Hello, my name is Kelsey Green, and I am the Climate Change Project Chair for the International Youth Nuclear Congress. In order to reach our goal of net zero by 2050, while also increasing energy access worldwide, the international community needs to embrace energy inclusivity. Nuclear energy and renewable energy go hand in hand in achieving energy, environmental, and climate justice. Just hear what youth from around the globe have to say to you on this topic.
The youth voice matters because we understand that net zero needs nuclear, renewables, and other clean energy options to achieve a better, safer, and greener planet for all.
About 800 million people lack access to clean and affordable energy globally. Hence, the need for policymakers to promote youth voices for a diverse and inclusive energy policy that promotes safety in nuclear and renewable energy. This can work towards reaching net zero, a just transition, and staying true to the Paris Agreement.
The decision making is necessary in the long term to assure the transfer knowledge and science progress towards clean energy future.
Nuclear, it can deliver this cleaner environment. It's flexible, it's reliable, and it can operate together with other clean energy sources like renewables.
Nuclear can help desalinate, produce isotopes, and help the world become a better place.
The birth of the youth is the voice of the future itself.
Nuclear is a flexible and affordable clean energy source which can integrate with renewables to deliver efficient and affordable clean energy systems. Net zero needs nuclear.
We hope you enjoyed hearing about how nuclear energy in combination with renewables can meet our ever-increasing demand for energy while leaving a small footprint on our planet and lifting up communities.
Welcome to our first session. I'm Josh Freed, Senior Vice President for the Climate and Energy Program at Third Way, a multi-issue think tank based in the United States. Climate change is one of the most urgent threats facing our planet. That is why I am excited to welcome our esteemed lineup of ministers from around the world. Each of them is helping lead their nation in taking meaningful, solutions-oriented climate action, including setting ambitious goals to reach net zero emissions. We will hear how technology breakthroughs and innovation, including in nuclear energy, can accelerate emissions reductions and create economic opportunity. In addition to innovation, you will also hear about the ongoing flexible nuclear campaign for nuclear renewables integration, one of the most exciting ongoing work areas of the Nice Future Initiative. As Rich Powell from ClearPath just mentioned, as part of this year's Clean Energy Ministerial, nations, led by the United Kingdom, are releasing a new publication featuring net zero pathways with nuclear innovation. The publication features powerful statements from more than a dozen ministers and leaders of multi-government organizations about zero emissions nuclear innovation solutions that are secure, reliable, and resilient. You can find it on the Ministerial and Nice Futures websites. It is now my honor to introduce our illustrious ministers. We will hear from Canada, the Honorable Seamus O'Regan, Member of Parliament and Minister for Natural Resources. From the United Kingdom, the Right Honorable Anne-Marie Trevelyan, Minister of Business, Energy and Clean Growth at the Department for Business, Energy and Industrial Strategy. From the United States, remarks from the Honorable Deputy Secretary, David Turk. From Japan, from the Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industry. From Poland, the Honorable Michał Kortyka, Minister of Climate and Environment. And from Kenya, the Honorable Engineer Collins Juma, Chief Executive Officer of the Nuclear Power and Energy Agency. Ministers, the floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. I am joining you from the east coast of Canada, on the island of Newfoundland, the ancestral homeland of the Mi'kmaq and Beothuk peoples. The fact that I'm speaking with you digitally instead of gathering with you in person is a reminder to me that life is not back to normal just yet. It's been a tough winter. It's been a long 15 months. But this pandemic does not diminish the urgency of climate action. Climate change remains the challenge of the post-pandemic world. It is a threat to our planet, our economies, and our people. So it is up to us to act quickly in ways that will include all of us and all energy options. Now is not the time to take options off the table. We need an all energy sources approach, and that includes nuclear. The International Energy Agency confirmed as much. The people at the IEA spend all day, every day, thinking about how to meet the world's energy needs while fighting climate change. And they found that achieving our climate goals without nuclear energy would take much longer, with a greater risk of failure and a higher price tag, as much as $1.6 trillion more. I've said it many times here in Canada and in international settings like this. We need nuclear to get to net zero. Canada, Japan, and the United States are proud to be leading on the Nuclear Innovation Clean Energy Future Initiative,
putting nuclear firmly on the agenda when we talk about building a low-carbon economy. Our efforts include the Flexible Nuclear Campaign, which we launched at CEM10 in Vancouver, as a way to integrate nuclear energy with renewable sources like wind and solar, so we can pair the best of nuclear with the best of renewables to deliver low-cost, resilient, clean energy systems. Canada is a natural leader for this. We are a Tier 1 nuclear nation with world-class and environmentally robust regulatory systems and a can-do technology that's used around the world. Last December, we released our action plan for small modular reactors, a national plan with more than 100 partners and some 500 concrete actions to make sure that Canada is at the forefront of this promising next wave of nuclear technology. Nuclear energy is one of the many tools in our energy toolbox, but it's an essential tool. It complements everything else that we're doing. We released our strengthened climate plan last December with $15 billion in new investments, 64 new measures, and a schedule for predictably increasing our price on pollution. Last month, we more than doubled that. We announced another $17.6 billion in new green investments in our spring budget, including a clean fuels fund to support the production and distribution of low carbon and zero emissions fuels, such as hydrogen and biomass, across Canada and around the world. Nuclear energy can support all of this. It can get us to net zero sooner and cheaper in Canada and around the world. This is nuclear energy's moment. So let's seize it. Let's double down on our common mission. Net zero emissions by 2050, a prosperous economy that creates jobs, and a low carbon future that leaves no one behind. It's ambitious. It's a lot. But this is the room that can do it. Thank you.
I would like to begin by thanking all of those who have contributed to making the Nuclear Innovation Clean Energy Future Initiative publication possible. We have received thoughtful contributions from our colleagues around the world, with each country setting out different ways that nuclear contributes to a flexible, zero-emission energy system. We are here today because the task of combating climate change needs all of us to make changes. To achieve the step change in the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions needed to meet our goals under the Paris Agreement, we must think differently, and we must innovate. It is a testament to the value of the Clean Energy Ministerial and the NICE Future Initiative that so many countries and organisations have contributed. As we make strides towards net zero, the demands on the electricity system are expected to increase. Electricity could provide more than half of final energy demand in 2050, up from only 17% in 2019. This would require a fourfold increase in clean energy generation, with the decarbonisation of electricity underpinning the delivery of our net zero target. As you will read in the UK's contribution, the UK confirmed its commitment to bring forward more nuclear power to support the transition to a low-carbon economy in our Energy White Paper at the end of last year. This includes considering further gigawatt-scale power plants, small modular reactors, and advanced modular reactors, alongside previous commitments to develop fusion technology. In the Prime Minister's 10-point plan for a green industrial revolution, the government announced up to £385 million in an advanced nuclear fund to begin making advanced nuclear technologies a reality in the UK. Up to £215 million has been made available to support small modular reactors to deliver a domestic smaller scale power plant design that could be built in factories and then assembled on site, with the potential to provide low cost, low carbon electricity. Innovative manufacturing techniques and modular construction could mean that SMRs are faster to build than large scale nuclear plants and are potentially suitable for deployment in a wider number of sites across the country. This investment is expected to unlock up to £300 million of private sector match funding, creating a £500 million project. In addition to SMRs, we are also committing up to £170 million for a research and development programme on advanced modular reactors. These reactors could operate at temperatures far higher than conventional reactors can, and the high-grade heat could unlock efficient production of hydrogen and synthetic fuels, which could play a key role in decarbonising other parts of the energy system, not just electricity. Our aim is to build a demonstrator by the early 2030s at the latest to prove the potential of AMR technology for decarbonising industry, heat and transport. Looking beyond advanced fission, the government has also committed £400 million towards fusion research and development programmes to reinforce the UK's leadership in this highly promising technology. While fusion is not currently expected to play a significant role in energy generation before 2050, it is expected to play an important role in sustaining net zero over the longer term. So as we look forward to COP26 in Glasgow in November of this year, the UK urges all countries to submit more ambitious nationally determined contributions to enable further cuts in carbon emissions by 2030 and commit to reaching net zero as soon as possible. For those countries interested in safe and flexible nuclear energy solutions, we believe that nuclear innovation will play an important role in supporting the transition to net zero, and we stand ready to work with the global community in this important field. Thank you all, and I look forward to welcoming you to the UK later this year.
I'm very pleased to talk with you all today. Just 3 years ago, I had the pleasure of helping to launch the Nice Future initiative in Copenhagen, Denmark. In these 3 short years, this initiative has advanced a holistic understanding and a holistic nuclear innovation plan of action by engaging more than 60 countries and 85 organizations across the clean energy community. In the United States, President Biden has committed us to reducing our emissions by 50 to 52% by the end of the decade, reaching 100% clean electricity by 2035 and net zero emissions by 2050. Secretary Granholm and all of us at the U.S. Department of Energy have underscored how nuclear innovation can be a key component of our U.S. pathway to net zero. We're working every single day to research, to develop, and to pursue a full range of needed clean energy technologies of the future, including cutting-edge innovations for zero-emitting nuclear power generation. We will leverage our scientific strength to put forth the best available research and science to combat the climate crisis. Nuclear energy already provides about 30% of global zero-emitting electricity generation and does so 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And innovation can help us unlock even more benefits, breakthroughs in flexible energy systems that leverage the strength of both nuclear and renewable generation, adding resilience to our electricity supply, helping us to unlock the full potential of intermittent renewable energy resources. With the support of programs such as the DOE Advanced Reactor Demonstration Program and Light Water Reactor Sustainability Program, U.S. industry stands at the forefront of innovation. We're working hand in hand with our industry partners so they can deploy new and increasingly advanced products while ensuring environmental safety and sustainability. Smaller scale systems, small modular and micro reactors can support scalable and flexible integration with renewable power and can provide reliable rural electrification. And nuclear can do more than just provide clean electricity. Innovative nuclear systems can also support the production of life-saving medical isotopes, fresh water, hydrogen for a wide range of applications. Nuclear can help power clean electrified vehicle fleet and hydrogen fuel cell vehicles. We also know it's not just the US that's working on these key technologies, and that's why the Clean Energy Ministerial is so critical. The Nice Future initiatives bringing together the world's leading countries, companies, international experts, actors to achieve one mission, to accelerate the clean energy transition faster than any of us could do alone. This year's CEM is all about turning ambition into action, and I couldn't agree more. And we certainly have a lot of work ahead and opportunity ahead for the Nice Future initiative. Thank you.
I'm Kiyoshi Ejima, State Minister of Economy, Trade and Industry of Japan. I would like to thank the Nice Future initiative for this opportunity to discuss clean energy pathways to net zero at CEM12. Since its launch in 2018, this initiative has offered many opportunities for discussions on various topics in nuclear energy. The Nice Future initiative has become an important international platform in the nuclear field. This year is the 10 years anniversary of the Great East Japan earthquake. Decommissioning of the Fukushima Daiichi nuclear power station, handling of the treated water, and recovery of the Fukushima and local economy continue to be the most important aspect of Japan's nuclear policy. We will gather wisdom from all over the world to address these issues. Last October, the Japanese government announced the new target of carbon neutrality by 2050. At the end of last year, our ministry published the Green Growth Strategy. The strategy identifies 14 focal industries we would like to see thrive and consolidate support measures to facilitate innovation and implementation. Nuclear is one of such important industries. In pursuit of the 2050 carbon neutrality goal, further improvement of conventional light water reactor safety and accelerating R&D for innovative nuclear technology are important. Nuclear energy can supply stable and carbon-free electricity. Nuclear can also meet various new needs such as flexible power operation with increased renewable energy, carbon-free hydrogen production, and heat utilization. For example, small modular reactors or SMRs are expected to have enhanced safety due to their small reactor cores and simplified systems. We also expect the use of high-temperature gas-cooled reactors or HTGRs for heat utilization and hydrogen production. Japan will continuously support development of SMRs and HTGRs together with partners around the world. To achieve global net zero emission by 2050, individual efforts by each country are not enough. All related countries should collaborate and make joint efforts. I strongly believe that the Nice Future initiative can play an increasingly vital role in accelerating the international cooperation. I'd like to express my strong hope for further development of Nice Future initiative and its activities and the acceleration of nuclear innovation in the world. Thank you very much for your attention.
Yes, indeed. Poland is determined to start the transformation of our energy mix. And we are aware of the fact that we started in a very particular position. In 1989, when Poland became a free country, 97%, almost 100% of our energy was coming from one single source. Still today, 30 years after Poland became a free country, still more than 70% of our electricity is still generated out of a single energy carrier, which is coal. And this is a very challenging situation, but as I said, we are determined to start a new era in Polish energy future. So in the coming 20 years, we will be very much changing, and the share of coal will decrease to even 11% in 2040. Plan the changes in a way that will make sure that not only the coal mining sector, which provides employment to over 80,000 people, but also direct or indirect jobs associated with coal, more than 200,000 jobs, it will be possible to generate new alternative sources of jobs, and this is why this time is necessary to build not only a new energy system, but also to provide an alternative for regions dependent today on coal. And we are also proud of being organizer of COPs, and Poland
is the only country in the world which organized climate summits 3 times, and the last one in Katowice was extremely important as it helped to implement the Paris Agreement, and Katowice in fact gave life to Paris. But coming back to electricity, to achieve a clean system by 2050, we believe we must deploy all available technology. We must use all existing leverages, whether it's nuclear, solar, wind, hydrogen, etc., to achieve this ambitious goal. So this year, in February, Polish Council of Ministers approved the update of Polish energy policy until 2040. It presents a vision of the reconstruction and transformation of the energy sector based on 3 pillars: just transition, zero-emission energy system, and excellent air quality. Another aspect of Polish energy transformation will be the deployment of renewable energy sources. And we foresee that in 10 years, in 2030, 1 in every 3 megawatt hours of produced and consumed electricity will be of green origin. That's a revolution which is happening in Polish energy system. In 2040, we expect even that half of our electricity will be generated by emission-free units. And we want to use for this all kinds of technologies. For example, we bet very much on offshore wind deployment. The installed capacity in Poland's projects may reach 11,000 megawatts by 2040. At the same time, we believe that nuclear power is set to be a vital part of the future energy mix in Poland. This is why we also approved another crucial document. Last year, the Council of Ministers approved the updated Polish nuclear power program, and the objective is the construction of nuclear power plants with approximately 15% share in the generation capacity in the national system. Nuclear power will be a pillar of energy security as a reliable source of electricity generation not dependent on wind or solar. 365 scalable, stable, competitive energy which will help our industry and will bring us closer to the target of climate neutrality. It will also help Poland to replace old coal-fired power plants. And we believe that this will be an essential element in the decarbonization of our economy. We believe also that nuclear power will contribute to the creation of a new innovative industry branch in Poland with a high degree of technological advancement. And in this regard, we are also moving forward with small reactors. In last days, we announced building of a research reactor in Świerk, high-temperature gas-cooled reactor. And we want to bet on innovation also in this regard in the nuclear technologies, as high-temperature gas-cooled reactor is particularly well adapted to the challenges of Polish industry. So this is why we want to bet on a advanced reactor, which is high-temperature gas-cooled reactors reaching up to 1000 degrees Celsius, and also allowing us in this regard to produce hydrogen, so another element of the puzzle of this to reach climate neutrality. Ladies and gentlemen, the ambitious Polish energy transformation goals will help Poland to achieve the climate neutrality objective by ensuring greenhouse gas emission reduction and decarbonizations. Our joint global efforts will contribute to the mitigation of climate change, and this is extremely important for myself, being president of COP24 in Katowice, but also as the first Polish Minister of Climate. Thank you very much.
In this brief, I want to give an introductory part of our agency and what the country intends to do in the future generations, where we want to include nuclear energy in our energy mix. And that is Kenya's ambition to be one of the producers of nuclear power in Africa. The climate change is a key concern to our country, and Kenya's emission comes largely from land use, change and forestry, with the second being the energy sector. The country emissions is expected to rise to 143 metric tons CO2 by the year 2030, with a major contributor from the energy sector. And Kenya aims at deploying clean, efficient, and sustainable energy technologies to reduce the over-reliance on fossil and non-sustainable biomass fuels. Our energy focus is to produce adequate power and reliable and stable power, clean and sustainable, and competitively priced. I think one of our challenges is the tariff in this country, and it's our hope that by the introduction of nuclear power in the grid, then we might have to consider that would be a reduction in lowering the tariff, and thus we are talking of powering the nation. Then the pathway for clean energy, Kenya's national determination contribution submitted to the United Nations Framework Convention for Climate Change commits to reduce the emissions by 32% by the year 2030. And Kenya is committed to abate climate change through climate change mitigation and adaptation plans. Adoption of clean energy technology is currently comprised of mainly wind, solar, geothermal, and also nuclear. The pathway for clean energy continues, and the renewable energy accounts for over 90% of the total power dispatched, with the geo at 47%, hydro at 32%, wind at 11%, and solar at 1.4%. And the country intends to raise the renewable energy to 100% by the year 2030. Kenya also plans to fully move to renewable energy by the year 2050, and nuclear is included in the energy mix up to that time. In terms of evolution of the organization and also the evolution of the nuclear power program, this journey started at the year 2010, and 2010 is when a committee was formed in the Ministry of Energy to fast-track the development of nuclear power. And upon the formation of this committee, we approached the International Atomic Energy Agency for guidance, because that time we were groping in the dark. And IEA gave us the milestone approach. I think that time we were focused to have the nuclear energy by 2020. So when we looked at the milestone approach and the infrastructure issues that were involved in its development, we realized that 2020 was not achievable. So our target currently is between 2030 and 2035. So this committee was later to be converted to what was called the Kenya Nuclear Electricity Board through an executive order by the president. And then we continue with the same mandate that we had under the committee. And by that time also, we were trying to review and repeal the Energy Act of 2016 so that we could include energy in the act. We know that nuclear sometimes can be political, so we wanted it anchored in the act so that any change in government does not affect the development of the nuclear power program, even though it can still change it. So the board was transformed to Nuclear Power and Energy Agency in the year 2019. The bill was passed in Parliament and assented by the president. And this one also gave us additional mandate of research and capacity building in the energy sector. So that is how we've evolved as an organization. But why nuclear? And this is a question that we get from the public every day on why we want to go nuclear. And they quote some countries that they say are running away from nuclear and we are running towards nuclear. And I think nuclear, as I said, can also be a political decision. So it depends on what the country decides, how they want to do their energy mix. So additional increase in electricity demand from the Vision 2030. We intend to be a middle income industrial nation by the year 2030. So we have flagship projects that we need to carry out. And when we look at some of the enablers of these flagship projects, then energy becomes a big component of the enablers. So This is one of the reasons why we want nuclear in our energy mix as a baseload generation. Then we know also diversification of power generation sources is for efficient supply, and no country has ever relied on a single source of electricity. Then we find that nuclear is also reliable, adequate supply of electricity at competitively prices. And that's why I said earlier that we hope that by introducing nuclear energy in our grid, then we will be able to reduce the tariff to the consumers. Then nuclear is also clean, we know, with zero carbon emission. And I think this helps in mitigating the climate change. Thank you very much.
Hello to everybody. My name is Kirsty Gogan, co-founder of TerraPraxis. So it's my absolute pleasure to welcome 4 very distinguished speakers today. We have Dr. Fatih Birol, Executive Director of the International Energy Agency, Rafael Mariano Grossi, Director General of the International Atomic Energy Agency, William D. Magwood IV, Director General of the OECD Nuclear Energy Agency, and Dr. Sama Bilbaoui Leon, who's Director General of the World Nuclear Association. So thank you all so much for joining us. You're showing real leadership by being with us today here at the CEM. And real leadership, of course, is being prepared to see and make change where it's needed. And change really is needed in the climate discourse, because we're getting the best news and the worst news at the same time. On the one hand, we're seeing the unprecedented success of renewable energy, and yet carbon emissions are forecast to soar in 2021 to the second highest rate in history. Emissions need to be cut by 45% in this critical decade if the world is to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees C. So that means that the 2020s have to be the decade when the world changes course, before the level of carbon in the atmosphere rises too high for us to avoid dangerous climate disruption. But the scale of the current emissions rebound from the COVID-19 crisis means that our starting point is not really a good one. Now, former Prime Minister Tony Blair said recently that COVID-19 has proven that the world's science, public health, and political communities can mobilize effectively in response to an emergency. Now, we're calling climate change an emergency, but we also need to act like it's one. So, in the context of this great progress on renewables and no progress on emissions reduction, I would like to ask the following question around 2 really strong opportunities that we have. We have an amazing opportunity in that we know that what has worked in scaling renewables, and that took extensive collaboration among many parties at the national and the international level. And we also have an amazing opportunity in that we have new technologies that are coming to market in the 2020s that could really help us to address other parts, the unsolved parts of the decarbonization challenge, parts of the problem like heat and feedstocks for industry, fuels for heavy transport, repowering 2 terawatts of existing coal plants, flexible generation to complement renewables and accelerate renewable deployment. Now, these technologies, they're coming to market this decade. If we prepare the markets, the policy environments, the regulatory systems, these products could have a really big impact. And your leadership and your institutions can help define those solution sets for policymakers, for investors, and for industry. So let me start by asking Dr. Sama Bilbaoui Leon, what's it going to take for real deployment to happen?
It's going to be very important to ensure that there is confidence, that there is long-term thinking that is going to incentivize the use of these new technologies. So on our side, we are really working quite hard to ensure that the global nuclear industry can accelerate the deployment of new nuclear reactors, whether they are large reactors, small modular reactors, micro reactors, advanced reactors. So those really provide new opportunities to decarbonize not only electricity, but also these other hard to abate sectors that may be able to use this zero carbon nuclear heat. So maybe I would say that there are two things that are indispensable in that sense. Number one is the streamlining of international licensing frameworks, that this way is going to facilitate the timely and cost-effective deployment of these new technologies at a global level. And the second thing, where I truly think that government is very important, is the facilitation of access to affordable financing for all these projects.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. DG Grossi, may I invite you to the floor?
Thank you very much. A great pleasure to be with you today with my distinguished colleagues. I think Dr. Bilbao was pointing to very critical points there. Of course, from the IAEA, we have a complementary, though rather different angle, in the sense that we are working at the intersection of the normative side and also the advice and technical cooperation for many countries, in particular developing countries that are showing tremendous interest and appetite for these options as they are moving into the global framework of the climate change and the zero emissions goals that have been set. The interesting thing about this current phase is that we have numerically agreed goals, politically endorsed goals as well, which are ambitious, and this is very good. At the same time, we need now to look into the toolbox and see what we can do. From our viewpoint, when it comes to the discussion about nuclear, one thing should be reminded, because sometimes it is lost as part of some kind of a future alternative that could be there. And we should never forget the role of the current nuclear power plants, which are there, which are providing 1/3 of the clean energy which is out there, which is scalable, and all of the other characteristics that we know. Where we believe, because self-complacency, of course, is completely out of place, where we believe there is an improvement to be done is in how we articulate better the nuclear component in this debate. So the flexibility and the enabling renewables is where I think we can do some useful work in the next few years.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And DG Magwood, please.
Thank you, Kirsty. It's great to see you, and it's great to be on this panel with my colleagues. I agree with what both Sama and Raphael said. I think their comments are quite on point. But I think I would take a step back and recognize that the problem is both much simpler and much more difficult to address, and that is on the part of both governments and on the private sector. On the side of the governments, I would point to what you said, and you said it absolutely correctly, which is if this is an emergency, we have to act like it's an emergency. If this is a crisis, we have to act like it's a crisis. And if you look at the history of Western civilization, you will find that when there really is a crisis, we rise to the occasion. We reformat our industries, our economies, our societies to solve the existential crisis. And we have been there through the Second World War. We've been through the Cold War when people thought that their lives were really at risk, and they changed things to make it, to address the issue. I don't think that's what's been happening over the last few years with climate change. And if it were, we would have been spending vastly more money. We would have been making much, much larger changes to the world economy. For example, we would put a price on carbon. We haven't really done that. So governments are going to have to take the problem seriously. They're going to have to take the big steps necessary to drive the change through the global economy. And that's the first thing. For nuclear, I think a lot is on the side of those who are developing these new technologies. We could all sit here and list the many, many different projects and technologies that are being developed, many of which are very promising. But there is a very small window. And if these technologies cannot be brought to market in a relatively brief period of time, about a decade, they may not be relevant to the energy transition. And I know there are many people in various communities that are saying that nuclear is too far away to meet what's needed time-wise. I can tell you that's simply not the case. There are technologies that are going to be available in the next 5 or so years on the global market that can solve the problem. The industry has to deliver. Industry has to bring these products to market, make sure that they're cost-effective, can be built on schedule, and prove it and show it. And so that means that there will have to be demonstration facilities built, and there's countries that are pursuing that path. And if we have the product, the opportunity is there. Nuclear can play a very, very large role, but only if the product is there and only if the crisis is transmitted throughout the economy. If those two pieces are there, I think you'll see a very vibrant nuclear industry for decades to come.
Fantastic. Thank you. Thank you so much. So, I think there's two ways of looking at the way in which your organizations and your leadership can support this high ambition. And first of all, it's within the time frame of this decade, this critical decade. We've already heard that we have, to achieve a 45% emissions reduction just in this decade alone. What facilitative actions should we be taking to enable the technologies that are being commercialized, as Dr. Magwood said, within the next 5 to 7 years, to enable those products to really come to market and achieve the costs and the scale and the rate of deployment that's necessary for them to actually make a real contribution. And then beyond that, in the subsequent 2 decades to 2050, what should we be doing now to plan to establish the institutional capability, the regulatory context, the political environment to enable us to make the even more difficult emissions cuts that we have to make in the subsequent 2 decades? Sama, would you like to?
Yes, thank you, Kirsty. Maybe I will also take a step back and will highlight an easy thing that we could do right now that will also have a huge, enormous impact in this huge ambition that we have for global decarbonization, which is to maintain the current fleet of nuclear reactors through license extension. So we know that those reactors can operate for several more decades safely and effectively. So this nuclear energy is today, as you know, the largest source of low carbon electricity in developed countries. We do depend on this source. So I think that if we were to lose this current capacity, it would really take us a step backwards in the clean energy transition. So I would say that this is the first step that we really need to take into consideration. And then moving forward, moving into the future and looking into these new technologies, I would absolutely echo what Bill said, what Rafael said. This is going to be two parts of the equation working together. The industry on the one side, we need to demonstrate, we need to rise to the occasion and show that in fact it's true that we can deliver on the many promises that nuclear energy has, but of course we need to do it in the short term. So I think it is going to be very important for the industry to really take advantage of this narrow window of opportunity to really implement the lessons learned from recent successful projects that have really helped reveal the capabilities, the know-how, and the supply chains in many countries, and then use this new or regained knowledge to really deploy as fast as possible the new generation. And then I would say that in this case also the other side is the government support that we mentioned before, beyond the true serious commitment, beyond grandiose speeches and large pledges that really don't amount to much in the practical sense. As I said, is very important for governments to show the leadership and the commitment to technologies, because that is going to truly help instill confidence in investors, in markets, and in the entire supply chain to deliver these projects.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. And yes, indeed, the lowest cost way to cut emissions is actually to maintain and extend the life of the existing fleet. Very, very well said. So to achieve this ambition, do we need, Director General Grossi, a kind of a high ambition or deep decarbonization coalition of all of our organizations represented here today and beyond?
Indeed, Kirsty, and I think a good way to show this is I will take you exactly on what Sama was saying, to show how we can work together. She has indicated very clearly, extend life, accelerate deployment. From our side, what can we do to help doing that? Let me give a couple of examples. Long-term operation is quite clearly a growing trend. But of course, we need to give the necessary assurances to the general public that this is not only energetically good and economically viable, but also safe. So it is very interesting that the demand that we have for peer reviews of long-term operation are growing, and we are devoting an increasing number of man-hours and resources to this. So nuclear is going to be able to say, we are doing this. These nuclear power plants operating for 35 years can go to 60 and perhaps beyond. This is number one. Number two, we were referencing, and I think also Bill was talking about the new projects, the SMRs, the MRs, etc. Here, how can we, the IAEA, what are the guys from Vienna can do about this? Well, we are already developing an agency-wide platform on SMRs and MRs, where we are going to be offering a service of support coordination related to all aspects of SMR development, deployment, oversight, and their electric and non-electric applications. We are already developing generic user requirements, so that when harmonized codes and standards. So when industry, the group that Sama is representing, and with our friends from NEA, where we do so much work together in some of these areas, we are going to be providing all the guiding criteria that are indispensable to underpin this effort from the private sector and the public sector as well, depending on which kind of economy we are referencing here. So I think that in acting in this way, in a coherent way, then we are providing with a pH, if you want, that is friendly for what we need to do. So these are a couple of examples of how we are thinking from Vienna about what is needed now and in the coming years.
That's wonderful. And it sounds as though it's very responsive to both the new technologies as well as the new applications that are potentially very scalable, such as the opportunity to repower coal plants, produce hydrogen and heat, and so on beyond traditional electricity. So may I now just turn to Director General Magwood and ask, your view on how your organizations can work together and really galvanize this vision to make it a reality. Thank you.
I'm still there. There I am. I think that I agree with what Rafael and Sama are both saying, and I think that our basic function as organizations is to share information among countries and the players in the countries who are interested in these topics. And one of the things that I think is becoming more prevalent is sharing the information that long-term operation is not theoretical. It's not high risk. It's not difficult, really, but there are many countries where they think long-term operation is a huge challenge. And when we can do is begin, it's to share the experience of countries that have already operated past 60 years And of course, in the United States, we're talking about 80 years and beyond. So this issue, long-term operation, I think, is something that deserves a lot more thought in countries where this has been such a debate. And I think we can share information on that. I also think that our organizations, and I think we all are doing this to one degree or another, need to continue to encourage very valuable conversation that's been going on for the last 10 years among regulators. Regulators today talk more to each other around the world than they ever have in the history of nuclear power, the last 10 years or so. The time has come for them to direct their attention to the future and to take that same level of urgency that they took in the aftermath of 3/11 10 years ago, to focus on how do we change our operations together in a unified way, in a harmonized way, to make the future more accessible to these advanced technologies. And I'm sure we can do it, but it does take some will, it takes political support, and it takes regulators who are interested in not simply maintaining the status quo, but in advancing to the future. And if we all have the vision for the future, I think this is very, very doable. Fortunately, there are regulators that we work with that are looking forward. We are working with them today to try to craft ways to harmonize and to bring regulators together so that they can work together, coordinate some of their activities to bring these technologies to market, not one country at a time, but multiple countries at a time. And that's what it's going to take if this is going to be successful. And that's the role we can play. I think all of our organizations can play a role in things like this because we are the platforms for the world to come together to reach common cause and to project the future the vision that we have for the future and make it and pave the way for these new technologies to be implemented.
Wonderful. Well, thank you all so much. And I would say that, we all agree, we all know that innovation is needed in the nuclear industry. And in our foreword to the Nice Future Initiative Flexible Nuclear Campaign report that we published at the Clean Energy Ministerial in September, we recommended that we apply the same commitment, creativity, determination to nuclear innovation as we've seen really successfully applied to driving down costs and increasing rates of deployment for wind and solar. So thank you for your leadership, and thank you so much for joining us today to discuss really how we can make that a reality.
Thank you, Kirsty.
Thank you.
Thank you seriously so much. Really extraordinary piece of work. One impression that this made on me is not only the urgency and the scale of the challenge to reach net zero, but the questions about feasibility and risk that we face when we consider the implications of this pathway that's been set out in terms of the space requirements for this energy production, the materials use requirements, sustaining that rate of build, the extent of behavior change and public acceptability in all of these. So these constraints, not just cost, but also speed, scale, space, and supplies, present huge risks to this undertaking. Now, we do have additional technologies coming to market in this decade that could help diversify our options for hydrogen production, for heat, for the potential even to repower existing coal plants with new clean heat sources and flexible generation to complement renewables. Given your experience in watching the success of renewable energy, what's it going to take to get real deployment to happen for these new advanced heat source technologies?
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for inviting me. So in our report, we look at all technologies that are today part of the market and technologies that are under development, and we need them also badly, especially after 2030. We look at all of them. First of all, let me tell you my impression when I look at the surprises from the numbers, the challenges, risks, and many different political, social constraints. The pathway we came up with, I believe, is a very narrow one, but still achievable if we move quickly and in bold terms. In my view, we have three major jobs in front of us, three major homeworks. The first one, to make the most out of the existing technologies. What are those? Solar, wind, efficiency, electric cars, nuclear power, all of them, they are already part of the market. Make the most out of them. This is number one. Number two, and at the same time, push the button for innovation, and those technologies that are under development, but we need them badly in order to decarbonize certain sectors such as iron, steel, such as shipping, such as aviation, cement. We need to make sure that these technologies under development will be a part of the market starting from 2030s and so, such as advanced battery technologies, hydrogen electrolyzers, such as carbon capture and storage, especially direct air capture, small modular reactors. This is a second group of the homework we have in front of us. And third and finally, we have to reduce the use of fossil fuels drastically. So, if I may summarize, Ms. Corgan, we have three jobs. One, make the most out of the existing technologies which are in the market today, clean energy technologies. Second, innovation, and bring technologies, clean technologies which are under development now to the market. And third, reduce the use of fossil fuels drastically. These are the three major homework coming from our net zero report we published a few days ago.
Wonderful, wonderful, thank you. Well, I guess in order to achieve this, you've called previously for a grand coalition. Given the scale of the undertaking that we're facing and the rate of deployment that is needed of all of these technologies within incredibly challenging timescales, 29 years to 2050, do we need a technology inclusive, high ambition, deep decarbonization coalition to move from setting the targets for net zero to actually moving into a planning and implementation mindset to make this a reality?
The challenge in front of us is incredibly a big one. And this is one of the reasons why we have decided to make this study, is that while a big portion of the governments around the world and the society, they are happy to have a net zero 2050 target, but I don't think that they understand what it really means in the real life.
Right.
So the consequences are poorly understood. So it is the reason we make this study. And our study shows that we need an international collaboration among the countries around the world. And this is a race to zero, but this is not a race among the countries. Some countries start the race in front of the others, especially rich countries. So therefore, I think it is important that the richer countries need to give a hand to emerging countries to support them. This is number one. This is not a race against each other. This is a race against time. And again, unless everybody finishes this race, nobody wins. So therefore, international collaboration is critical. And in our report, we made a so-called sensitivity case. If the countries do not collaborate with each other to have the best technologies, to increase the flow of investment in the clean energy technologies, what happens? And we have seen that the reaching net zero will be postponed by decades if there is no international collaboration. And as such, I believe grand coalition that we have spelled out a couple of months ago needs to take place if we are serious, if we are genuine to address our global climate challenge.
Well, thank you for your leadership in that.
Thank you very much.
It is great to join you to help celebrate the launch of Mission Innovation 2.0. Getting from 51 billion tons of greenhouse gas emissions to zero while still meeting everyone's needs for energy is one of the hardest challenges humankind has ever faced. Hard problems call for bold solutions, and that's why I'm proud to have worked with leaders from around the world to launch Mission Innovation and Breakthrough Energy at COP21. Together, we've demonstrated the critical connection between the private and public sector and the work they must do to create the new technology the world will need to avoid a climate disaster and ensure that they are affordable and accessible to everyone. Since 2015, Mission Innovation has helped governments, businesses, investors, and scientists come together to understand how to invest early to invent new climate solutions while setting a course for how to deploy them at scale. Now is the chance to take that work to the next level. As countries develop economic recovery plans and plans for reducing emissions, we have a once-in-a-generation opportunity to build on the promise we created together when we formed Mission Innovation. We must continue the global drive to deliver more government resources to early innovation while connecting those innovations to early investors willing to take the risk to develop those ideas into companies. But we also need to take the next step to engage even more stakeholders to create the market infrastructure for those technologies to get out to countries around the world as quickly as possible. That's what Mission Innovation 2.0 is all about. It will play a critical role in discovering how to invent technology the world needs to eliminate the hardest to abate emissions. It will help connect the private and public sectors to begin to commercialize those technologies, and it will do that in a way that ensures every country on the planet can afford to choose the green alternative over the fossil fuel incumbent. This progress will come with new ways to think of partnerships between the public and private sector. And Mission Innovation 2.0 is already delivering on that promise. Today, Breakthrough Energy was excited to announce that we'll be working closely with the European Commission on building the Catalyst program, a first-of-its-kind, innovative finance vehicle designed to rapidly commercialize critical climate-smart technologies. And we look forward to working with all the Mission Innovation countries on these exciting new initiatives. I'm an optimist. I believe we will avoid a climate disaster. One reason I believe this is because there are partners like Mission Innovation and its members who know what's at stake and are answering the call. Thank you.
Greetings from Bonn. I am very glad to be part of this momentous event. Mission Innovation is a remarkable initiative that focuses on one of the most important challenges in the fight against climate change: the need for new, affordable, and accessible technologies to generate clean energy. This is essential if we are to avoid the worst effects of climate change. Roughly 3/4 of greenhouse gas emissions come from energy use. In industry and transport, in residential and commercial buildings, in almost every area of human activity, we continue to depend on technologies that contribute to global carbon emissions. There is no single or simple way to reduce emissions, but one thing is clear: we must change the way we address our basic energy needs. That is why Mission Innovation is so important. For 5 years, its founding countries have worked to accelerate clean energy innovation to address climate change while fostering a prosperous and sustainable economy. They have committed to devote more financial resources and to work together, acknowledging that this global challenge can only be met through investment and collaboration. I welcome the second phase of this initiative that seeks to mobilize and connect global research, design, and development to support the implementation of the Paris Agreement. Your commitment is timely. The next 10 years will be decisive in the fight against climate change. This will be a make or break decade in our efforts towards the common goal of net zero emissions by 2050. By making clean energy affordable, practical, and accessible to all, the role of innovation will be decisive. I sincerely congratulate all countries and organizations involved in this admirable international initiative that moves the world closer to a cleaner, greener, and truly sustainable future for all. Thank you.
Excellencies, dear friends, I thank the government of Chile for hosting the 6th Mission Innovation Ministerial and for launching Mission Innovation 2.0. Mission Innovation plays a crucial role in accelerating solutions to address climate disruption. We agree on our common goal: cut global emissions by 45% by 2030 from 2010 levels and achieve net zero emissions by 2050. To do that, we must act fast. First, by building a global coalition for net zero emissions by mid-century. Every country, every city, and every industry must come on board. Second, all countries, starting with major emitters, should submit more ambitious nationally determined contributions for mitigation, adaptation, and finance. Third, these plans need to be backed with concrete actions and policies for the next 10 years that are aligned with net zero emissions by 2050. The energy sector is at the heart of this. Phasing out coal is the single most important step to get in line with the 1.5-degree goal of the Paris Agreement. I commend the commitment of the G7 to phase out domestic and international coal finance. We must now see the G20 follow suit. This decade might also be when renewable energy overtakes fossil fuels. Countries must shift fossil fuel subsidies to renewable energy. Net zero emissions electricity systems must be the norm in advanced economies by 2035 and globally by 2040. The technology and the economics are on our side, but we need financing to bring it to scale. In addition, every hard-to-abate sector, including steel, cement, shipping, aviation, land transport and buildings, must have an action plan for net zero by 2050 with robust intermediate goals. If the shipping sector were a country, it would be the world's 6th largest greenhouse gas emitter. Today's launch of the shipping mission for net zero innovation can help us to change course. Zero-emissions ships must become the competitive choice by 2030, and we need credible market-based measures to get there. In sectors such as steel and cement, we urgently need demonstration projects and global procurement targets for 2030 pledged by governments. Here I commend India and Sweden for their work with the Leadership Group for Industry Transition. As we strive for net zero emissions, we need all hands on deck. The direction of travel is clear. With less than 6 months to COP26, I welcome the commitments from governments and the private sector today. I wish you a productive meeting and I thank you.
The European Green Deal is our blueprint for Europe to become the first climate-neutral continent by 2050. It implies much more than cutting emissions. It strives for systemic change and modernization across our economy, our societies and industry. Of course, energy transition is at its heart, and this is why I warmly welcome the opportunity to join forces with Breakthrough Energy. We want to support European companies and innovators to reap the benefits of emission-reducing technologies. Climate action is not only a challenge, it is also a great opportunity for our economies and societies. Innovation is key to the success of the European Green Deal. Not only to create new markets and new jobs, but to accelerate the uptake of promising deep tech green solutions. We in the European Commission want to mobilize investment in new and transforming industries. And we would like to do it together with Breakthrough Energy.
I am excited to announce a new partnership between Breakthrough Energy and the European Commission. The Commission and the EU have been leading the world in a fundamental understanding. We need innovation, not just in the technologies that will help us avoid a climate disaster, but in how the public and private sectors partner to bring those technologies to scale. I've created Breakthrough Energy Catalyst, a first-of-its-kind innovative finance vehicle designed to rapidly commercialize critical climate-smart technologies, to help mobilize the private sector to take new approaches to building markets for the emerging clean energy technologies that the world needs. To succeed in preventing the climate crisis, the world will need a new approach to building global industries. This is the greatest opportunity for innovation the world has ever seen. The upside is tremendous. If we invest now in the building blocks for this industrial and energy revolution, we will create jobs around the world, build sustainable global industries, and expand opportunities to billions. But this kind of rapid change takes courage. By blending commitments from philanthropists, governments, and leading companies, we can build this infrastructure to bring these premiums down while helping markets orient around new, clean products.
The Catalyst program is targeting the technologies we need for Europe to become carbon neutral. A Team Europe approach is the way forward to finance projects of this nature and magnitude. We want to deploy InvestEU, With the European Investment Bank, and I hope national financial partners. And on top, InvestEU allows member states to mobilize funds, for example, from EU programs like Next Generation EU. In Europe, we're lucky to have a wealth of scientists and innovators leading the way to decarbonization. We just need to help them to bring their ideas to the market. Bold action across industries will bolster our recovery effort. To keep the advantage, we have to master and deploy these technologies early in Europe. This is essential to build industries and sustainable jobs, and I'm confident that through our new partnership today, we can leverage even more private funding. This will help us to match our ambitions and our efforts and to finance even more sustainable solutions.
Europe will be a strong partner because of its early and consistent commitment to climate, as well as its long-standing science, engineering, and technology leadership. Through this partnership, Europe can now lay solid groundwork for a new approach to fueling planes and storing grid-scale clean electricity, while also establishing processes for financing the promise of green hydrogen to power large parts of our industrial economy. The program will build projects in each of these domains over the next few years, but the partnership will also be a platform for much more. As technologies mature, Catalyst will be able to finance their commercial demonstration and give them the best chance to compete by getting them on a productive learning curve. We'll never reach our climate goals if we don't commercialize these technologies and quickly. The only way to do that is by working together, as Breakthrough Energy and the European Commission are setting out to do today. I look forward to some amazing projects that will allow us to achieve our climate goals.
We aim to formalize this partnership between the European Union and the Catalyst program at COP26 in Glasgow. We all know by now that we have to act bold and fast. And together, we can achieve our green goals to the benefit of people and businesses.
Welcome to the Clean Energy Transition Podcast. My name is Tuomas Vanhanen and I'm your host from Finland. In this podcast, we are diving deep into the energy systems, especially related to energy storage and sector coupling. In this very first episode of the podcast, we have picked 2 projects that we will highlight out of the large project portfolio of joint programming platform Smart Energy Systems, which is also publishing this podcast. These projects will focus on energy storage, energy communities, and even in the very end of our episode, we will hear a quite bold proposal of how should we really think about energy transition, how to give power to the people. But before going into the projects, we will start with an introduction to the topic and how can we really get the transition going. So hop in, welcome aboard, let's go. Our first guest today will be Minna Nesman from Click Innovation and also heavily involved in the knowledge community of Eranet Smart Energy Systems. Minna has wide background as being recently a research director of a consultancy, partnership director of a smart heating solutions company, and also has long experience at a large utility company in Finland. She holds a PhD in ethics. Thank you, Minna, for joining us to this podcast. You're very warmly welcome.
Thank you, Tuomas.
So we're discussing storage and cross-energy carrier synergies. What does this exactly mean? Can you maybe give like an, regular Joe's or average Joe introduction to this topic?
Regular Joe knows that wind doesn't always blow and the sun doesn't always shine. So when we are shifting more and more to such energy forms, renewable energies, we need to balance the production somehow. And that's where we come into storages of different kind, into flexibility mechanisms of different kind. And this difficult term cross-energy carrier has to do with that we have technologies to transfer energy from one form to another. For example, from electricity to heat by using heat pumps that are electricity driven but produce heat in the buildings, for example.
So this is all coming together in the Smart Energy Systems Eranet and the joint programming platform. So there are many countries involved, lots of research institutes, companies, and so on. How can you get all these pieces to function together?
It is the people that make pieces function together everywhere, so also in the knowledge community that we are building. Researchers that are conducting these projects that have been funded by national funding agencies in European Union, they come together to discuss, for example, what is topical in their projects, what have they learned, such things that also policymakers should know, or business developers should know, or average Joe should know.
All right, and these policy briefs, you have quite a nice setting of different types related to system architecture, also more technical stuff, more business model related stuff. This is a wide spectrum.
There are 3 layers that we are addressing. It's the technical one, as you mentioned, there's the market layer, and then adoption. And that's why many of these projects are demonstrating. They are learning by doing and then comparing the results transnationally between different demonstrations, and also in the knowledge community, we try to create possibilities for this research to exchange experiences also transnationally across projects.
Can you say, related to your latest discussions, could you give a highlight of a policy recommendation that you have come up with?
Very concrete one is this challenge of building renewable energy or local renewable production always together with these storages and flexibility mechanisms, because from the grid point of view, if we don't do this, we need to transfer electricity from one place to another, and that means we need more grid connectivity. We need to invest in electricity lines. But if we build flexibility on site where the local renewable energy is generated, then we can balance the grid in a better way. And it's also fair from the citizens' perspective if we, from the beginning, plan how the flexibility is going to be created. Because coming in afterwards, some years after putting up windmills or solar power plants or panel parks, and then telling that we also need a huge electrical storage, for example, or whatever, that is, it is possible that it can even create resistance. So for the transparency, it's much better that we take the whole problem at once and make the planning from the beginning so that congestion can be avoided and regulation can be drafted and created for these kind of systems that are new for everybody.
In this podcast, we're discussing these topics with Anna Nilsson from Sweden with FlexiSync project, and then with Stefan Wilke from the Technical University of Vienna related to Sonde project. And both of them kind of quite deeply go into like using machine learning and all that kind of stuff to really estimate the consumption patterns or the demand curves, and how these renewable energy is affecting those at the customer end, and also related to storages. Would you say that these are good examples of the research that is being done?
Yes, and it's fantastic how much you can simulate in advance. There really is much knowledge to tap into, and that's why we in the knowledge community want to make that knowledge accessible to everybody who has to do with these questions.
Do you see any already setbacks or some kind of barriers or difficulties in this? I don't know. Maybe even slightly idealistic view of empowering the customers, the people behind those electricity meters, and making them like really an active part of the energy system.
There I see more possibilities than setbacks.
Well, that's very good. Very good.
It's not like we have done everything that we could with people. People are very good at what they do. They use the energy they need in clever ways. They are interested in how it is produced, and they are willingly cooperating when they get the chance. But there is, of course, the barrier of technical language, of needing to know more than you know, and so on. But if you can step over that barrier, if you can tell about those things in a way that people understand, there is much to harvest in the energy that these people have.
Yeah, still in these projects, I don't see that much of this side, like the humanities or psychology or that kind of stuff. But maybe it is there. There is the consumer and citizen involvement included, but maybe there's still
already the demonstration approach brings you there.
Oh yeah, that's true.
As soon as you have with real people to do, you don't need to know psychology. But if you need to encounter real people, you're on the safe side, because then you have their viewpoint, and then you have that in your simulations as well. Because the greatest danger is that you only simulate the technical or maybe the economic aspects of the whole, but that remains very theoretical, and that misses a lot of knowledge. But bringing people in keeps you safe from that.
Yeah, let's hope that with these kind of projects we can really get there. That everybody would be eager to join because still it would be, not honest to say that there is no kind of resistance to the change.
Of course, we all resist change to begin with, but we can be flexible and adapt if we see what the better future is that this change is coming with. And what you are doing right here is what should be done. The more we talk about these things with each other, the more information is spread, the more people hear about these things and learn to talk about them, the better, of course, the better solutions we will get.
Thank you, Minna, so much.
Thank you. Good luck.
That was Minna Nesman, Head of Energy at the Click Innovation. Our next guest comes from Sweden. Anna Nilsson is the project manager of the FlexiSync project, working for the IVL, Swedish Environmental Research Institute. I think you had an excellent point in this, your annual report from last year, with the title, Integrating the Heating and Electricity Sectors has never been so important as now. And I know you have background in, quite, could I say, technical background as well. I mean, with energy systems.
Yeah, I'm actually coming from the electricity side of energy systems, I would say, because I've been working a number of years with electricity distribution in Sweden. And now, since almost 2 years back, I'm now at IVL, Swedish Environmental Research Institute. And here I've been mainly involved with district heating. So now I kind of have two sides of it, of the energy systems at least. And it's just missing the gas side of the energy system, I would say, and the fuel side. But yeah, I have a kind of a technical background working mainly with innovation projects in electricity and in district heating. But I have a Master of Science in Energy Systems, so I mainly have a technical background. But I'm really interested in the political and economic aspects of it as well, which is really important in this area, I would say.
And also your research project, can I say research project, but it's quite nice in this way that you also have utility companies, you have some actual energy companies working together with you in this project. So it's not only at the laboratory or at the research institutes, but it's also hands-on to the actual energy system.
Yeah, I would say this is really applied research in its core, and also very close to commercialization of these innovations that we're working with in this project. So it's pretty nice to have the end user side of heating in this case, and also the producers of heat, and also energy service companies and innovators in this area. So it's a good mix of organizations in this project.
You have a total of 16 partners that says this, that is said in your annual report. You have maybe you're halfway of your project. You started in 2019. What would you say has been the most interesting part so far?
I think the most interesting part is that what we're doing in this project, it actually works quite well in practice. So what we're doing is just a brief, short introduction to what we're doing is that we're trying to optimize both supply side and demand side flexibility in the district heating grid by using novel approaches like machine learning and a platform for optimizing this. And we have implemented some parts of it already in the project. We're going to test it more in live operation during next heating season. But so far it's nice to see that this is actually working in practice. So that's the main takeaway so far, I would say.
And you also have done some estimation with heat storages, at least in your demo sites in Austria and Spain. Is this correct?
Yes, or what would you say is a heat storage? I was
That's a good question.
Yeah, because I was thinking there are like storage tanks. That's like a conventional way to store heat, I would say, like in hot water. But you can also regard a house as an energy storage or a heat storage. And you can also regard the grid as heat storage to some extent.
Yes.
Since you have this thermal inertia of the water or the house or etc. So it's when you say thermal storage, there are different types of or ways to store thermal energy, I would say. But yeah, we have some like traditional thermal storages in the demo sites. So in the Austrian site, we have one storage, but that's a smaller sized storage tank, I would say. But then in one of the other, one of the Swedish demo sites, we have a major storage tank, I would say. But it's not so much used in the projects because they are already utilizing it quite a lot. So what we are adding is really the storage of the buildings.
Could you kind of describe what is the difference between, you can say, traditional hot water storage tank for heat compared with this thermal inertia of buildings?
The main difference, I would say, is the ownership. I mean, the utility or the energy company is often owning the hot water storage tanks or the large storage tanks, while the storage that is in a building, it's not owned by the energy company. So here you need some kind of business model or some way to actually be able to use the demand side storage, I would say. So that's a huge difference, I would say.
Do you have some housing companies involved in this project?
Yeah, we have on the Swedish part of the project, we have 3 different housing companies involved. So one for each of the energy companies. All of these 3 are customers of the energy companies that are also partners. So they are very much involved, and we have also implemented some measures on their side, on the substations, etc. And they are very much also involved in this discussion about business models. Because of course, if the energy company is to use the buildings as some kind of asset in their optimization, they also want to have some financial support or some kind of how would I say incentives for actually making the energy company use it. So some kind of business model is needed here, and that's a question that is being raised both by the energy companies and the housing companies or customers of the energy companies.
This might be a bit specific, but do you think there is a need for some kind of aggregator or some kind of service company still in between the housing company and the energy company?
That is one setup. I don't know if it really needs to be an aggregator. I know aggregators are really common in electricity side. And it could also be of use, of course, for district heating. But yeah, that is one potential business model, of course, that it's some kind of third party joining in. But there are also different ways to do this. I mean, with different types of pricing models that the energy company can use, for example, and so. But there can be different types of setups, and that's something that we are exploring in the project as well. One of the organizations are looking into that as well, different types of setups or pricing models that could be used.
I'm really interested in these couple of demo sites that you have in Borås, I think in Sweden, and then Eskilstuna, that you have heat pumps together with district heating. I know this is something that is happening also in Finland. what have we learned so far?
Heat pumps, there's a huge discussion ongoing on competition from heat pumps for the district heating system. But I mean, it's also adding aspects of flexibility to the system. If it's an opportunity to alternate between district heating and heat pumps. But I think society is really pushed for electrification and not really looked into like an energy system perspective, looking into what is the most efficient use of energy. Is it using electricity to produce heat, or is it using heat directly? Or so it's an issue that you haven't really looked into the whole perspective on what is the most efficient use. In some areas, it might be the most efficient to use just a heat pump, but in some areas, it might be more efficient society-wise to actually use the district heating system. But it's a debate or a discussion on.
Yeah, I'm sure, and also because the roles are changing. The utility companies and energy producers traditionally have owned it all, and now there are other players joining in, also producing in smaller scale. It's the same, I guess, in electricity, that this is kind of new age that we are entering. I think this was really interesting what you said about the kind of dynamics between these different players, like energy companies and the housing. This is a difficult question, but I mean, how is the dynamics between them evolving over time? Because I think previously everybody were just separated, and they kind of, one was paying the bills of the other, but nowadays people are, and these companies and housing companies, they're working more closely together. I don't know if this can, continue even further with, I don't know, energy communities or this kind of new ways.
But I think you're right in that there's a trend going from like the utilities are, that the customers are quite anonymous to the energy companies, both on electricity side and district heating side. And now that the energy companies are starting to realize or that they have to in some way cooperate more with their customers. They have to have new offers to their customers, and they have to have more of a communication, like a two-way communication with their customers to understand the needs of the customers. I remember while working with power distribution that the customers, they said that the customers were more called like loads in the grid before, and they were not really customers, they were more loads and kind of annoying in the grid. But now it's more about like, okay, we need to find ways to actually be an attractive company, even though you have kind of a monopoly situation because you're the only owner of the grid in the area or so. And the same for district heating companies, that they have kind of a monopoly situation, but they still have to be attractive, especially with competition from other types of energy carriers or, for example, heat pumps and so. So it's moving towards more of a commercial way to see the customer and have a more of a dialogue with the customers. And I think that's also that's something that's shown in this project as well, because it's really important to have both sides, both the customers and the suppliers of energy. And it's interesting to see the dialogue between these, and the housing companies are very important customers to the energy companies and district heating companies.
All right. Hey, this has been a really good conversation. Maybe Anna, if you could just elaborate still on one thing, like you're going to end this project, is it by the end of next year?
Yeah, by the end of next year, we hope to be finalizing this work.
Yeah. So if you envision the, that date, the last day of next year, obviously then you will be thinking about, your New Year celebration, hopefully without the COVID-19 still on and all that. But what is your vision for this project? What can you then tell the policymakers and everybody else about what did you learn?
Yeah, since we were really focusing on producing some kind of commercial product in this project, like a optimization tool and that could be used, we really want to. The goal is to actually have all the partners joining in and saying that, oh, we want to use this tool, or we want to take it to the market. And also being able to say to policymakers that we have this and we can do this, and please help us and not put any regulations. So this is actually making barriers to what we actually can do in the energy system. So that would be my vision for the end of the project, I would say.
All right, sounds good. Do you have any ideas what are the main chunks of regulation that this would involve?
I would say who can participate with flexibility in different ways on the energy markets, both customers of in the energy system and producers of energy, and also so that would be the main thing, I would say. Who can be able to provide flexibility on the energy markets.
And by who you mean, what type of companies?
Yeah, what type of company, what type of size, or even not companies, maybe a housing association or so.
All right. Thank you, Anna, for the interview. It has been a pleasure.
Oh, thank you.
That was Anna Nilsson from the IVL, Swedish Environmental Research Institute. All right, and our final guest today will be Stefan Wilker, an assistant professor, project and group manager at the Technical University of Vienna. He comes from the ICT, Energy and IT group, and let's dive into the conversation now. Today we have Stefan Wilker from Technical University of Vienna. So, Stefan, a warm welcome to this podcast.
Thank you. Pleasure to be here.
Especially, it's a pleasure for me to discuss with you because I have also spent almost 1 year in Vienna studying at your university. I know how great place it is and the high quality stuff that you are doing. So, very pleased to have you here. Can you maybe give all of us a really quick introduction to this Sonde project that you have? The actual acronym Sonde is quite good because it's short. Because the actual topic, the title is so long that I'm not gonna repeat it. But what are you guys doing exactly?
So thank you for having me. Very excited to be here. In Sonde, we are collaborating together with partners from Austria, of course, and with partners of Sweden and of Switzerland, together to, work on our vision. Well, we have different national focuses in the ongoing work packages. So in Austria, we are basically mostly focused on the integration of industrial partners and companies into energy community. This is a new upcoming concept for people of the domain. It might be well known for those who are new to this topic. It is a new way it enables a little bit the bottom-up approach or the bottom-up empowerment of the energy transition. And this is the Austrian focus. We have our Swiss partners where they work together with the city of Arbon, where they make a new novel graph-based prediction on the loads. So they have a really good and huge set of smart meter data there, and they are also operating with battery energy storage there. And our partners in Sweden are basically investigating the potential how data centers could be used in the future for using either more the renewable energy resources, but also a little bit of load balancing and such topics. And we are also trying to establish like a common interface, so we can say, okay, for these upcoming energy communities, we could, for example, use data centers also as participants in such.
Actually, another point of view I would still like to discuss here in the beginning is that, you know, you were discussing energy communities, which basically, if I put it in a more, maybe to myself, to more understandable form, means power to the people. I mean, not electrical power, but you know, power to the people. So, and people are used to this kind of digital services nowadays. So do you think that actually there might be some connection here between the digital services we use every day, like this Zoom app or something like that, and then energy communities?
Well, it's certainly a lot about raising awareness, right? You have this Friday for Futures movement where also like the pupils of schools are saying like, hey, okay, please care about our future. But you need to understand that everything we do today is always connected to electricity. And therefore, we should also be a little bit more responsible to it. The energy community idea or concept is basically a tool that can enable also neighborhoods or municipalities to actually give something to the people to say, okay, now you can much more easy have your own PV installations and give the electricity to your neighbors, so they can advantage from either your investment or from a common investment, depending, of course, how it will be settled. And this requires dialogue. And I guess this is also a little bit part of the process that needs to be done. But I see it more and more happening. So I guess this is a good thing.
Still coming back to this energy community point of view, it is meant for citizens. I mean, there are renewable energy communities and then there are citizen energy communities, but they both are kind of, it's about citizen engagement and not new tools for the DSOs and for those operators. Or am I a bit wrong here?
No, you're exactly right. So it's really meant for the people that they have now the legal opportunity to say, okay, we are doing an energy community and we want to do that. And the legislation has to ensure that this is possible. It will be or is to be defined as a new type of legal entity, right? This is something you have to be aware of, but basically they are allowed to do so, and they should certainly make use of their right.
And then, okay, maybe this is a bit detailed question, but now when you are speaking about load forecasting, maybe even stationary battery systems, are these some type of tools that the energy community could use, or are they more to the utilities?
I guess in the future it will be a little bit of a mix, right? I mean, the grid operator is obliged to ensure the safety of the grid, but the grid operator will not go to a municipality and say, hey, it would be a great idea to install the PV installations or storages there. I mean, storages he might be saying, right? But basically, at least from my experience right now, it's what is the mayors of the municipalities are saying, like, we want to be a green community, we want to be a green city or a green village, and we want to invest it now, and then over this tool can also give something back to their citizens, basically. But this is only possible with the help of the citizens, because maybe they have to give away some space on the rooftop, for example.
I would like to actually tweak your mind a bit about the IT stuff. You know?
Yes.
You know all about ICT, and I also get one magazine at home which is like, you know, do-it-yourself IT stuff magazine.
Yes.
And this is my level of understanding. So what is, you know, hip and cool related to IT right now?
Hip and cool related to IT. Well, I might take the opportunity and say what is hip and cool for IT in the energy system, right?
Yeah. Sure.
So there has been a movement, let's say. We started from Austria, or one partner of in Sonder started, and this is basically the IES approach, right, or the IES initiative. And IES stands for Integrating the Energy System, and it's basically a well-proven concept that has been transferred in its core, or from its core, from the medical sector, actually, because the IHE, Integrating the Health Enterprise, realized like 20 or 22 years ago that it's that you have problems exchanging information, or dealing with different protocols, or sending data files of different formats, right? And so, and our partners from the technology platform Smart Grids Austria had a huge project on this, and they basically followed the same rules, right? So you need to start to make to define some profiles. So you get a technical framework started where you have integration profiles in it specified.
So please, what do you mean by profiles? Like in, you know, remember I only read the one magazine.
So basically, you need to define which type of device expects something. So, I mean,
like a heat pump.
Like a heat pump, for example, yes. So if you want to control a heat pump, and if it's controllable, it expects a certain value or a certain command that allows it to actually be controlled. So,
like the outdoor temperature or indoor temperature.
For example, I mean, for the heat pump itself, within itself, it's working, because otherwise you wouldn't buy the product. But if you start to connect it with other systems, then you're always facing the challenge that is this really working? Or does it need some implementational efforts to really get all the proper readings and values to your system? For example, for a custom energy management system, which then is the master of the heat pump or other devices, right? And so with this framework or with this process, basically we encourage vendors and developers to follow a standard, to specify, and then the real challenge, and also a little bit of highlight, is to then sit together and actually test it against each other. So in the medical sector, they do it in a really huge halls, right? And then they are basically getting some sort of certification that these and these and these products of them or services have been tested against each other and are following this protocol in an interoperable way. So, because when you say you offer some kind of interface that you are able to be connected via Ethernet or something, right? It doesn't mean you plug it in and it works. I mean, for Ethernet, yeah, most of the time, but then also the things that are developed behind it, how the data is represented, is something different. And this is something we push forward. And yeah, this is one of our real motivations. Yeah, this is cool. This is cool. Yes, because the health sector has actually shown it works and it's good for them. So we want to show the energy sector it works and it's good for the energy transition.
All right. So this is totally voluntary based. There is no, mandatory regulation that you have to use this integrating the energy system approach.
To the best of my knowledge, no, sadly not.
But you would like that. So now when we are making kind of policy recommendations, would you say that now we should make a law saying that everybody should go with this framework?
It would certainly accelerate things, yes, or at least in our perspective.
I will call you later on. All right, but this definitely makes sense. I mean, I loved when they standardized this USB-C, for example.
Yes.
So all the phones, basically, almost all the phones, except one huge company, is using that. So I love it. I don't always have to find my own charger. I can borrow. Or the Bluetooth, headphones typically work no matter which phone and which manufacturer of the headphones. So why not in the energy sector as well?
Yes, exactly. And you always need to think a little bit goal oriented, right? Because like with this example of this charging plugs, right? I mean, what is the goal or what was the goal? I mean, I don't want to dig into company policy, but basically you want that your product is used, right? And you do not want that it is just used with your charger because, I mean, this is not giving the user experience that is, or at least back in the days, it was not the user experience. Like, do you have a charger of this type? No, I only have this. Wait, I asked my mother or my friend.
Exactly. So now, I hope this goes through so that when I will get my home project, we are building a house, so building project ready, and I'm going to choose a heat pump. So I hope I will be able to plug that into the internet and, also balance the energy system. Maybe
it would be great to see.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. Okay, hey, that's one final thing. We have 3 minutes. I don't know if you have the time still.
I have.
But I would like to read out loud of this paper that you sent to me. We can then take this out if it's too much, but I really like this approach by your project. This is of course unofficial, but I asked what kind of policy recommendations you would have. And this is what one of you wrote. Get regulations done to enable the energy transition pushed forward by the energy customers. Allow them to bypass the energy market and the entire energy system establishment that did not complete all transition or the transition in the last 30 years. So let people do the job that the market couldn't.
Yes, certainly. I mean, in many ways, we have seen a lot of development. Our lives have changed a lot. I mean, with the impact of the pandemic, started 2020 for later listeners, like it has been a huge push forwards to digitalization, but we also need a push forward into the energy transition, and therefore we need to get this done a little bit by the customers.
Great. So get this done by the customers. That was a perfect actually ending to this.
Woohoo!
Yay! Hey, Stefan, thank you so much. It has been a complete pleasure to discuss this with you.
Yes, thank you also.
And like that, we ended our last episode with Stefan Vilka from Technical University of Vienna. I don't know, what do you think? Was that a radical proposal, or is it actually just saying out loud the vision of the future, where the individual people are actually really an active part of the energy system, where the people actually own assets through energy communities, which is the rightful thing to do? We heard the policy recommendation of building renewable energy with storages. We heard that energy communities are a tool for integrating renewable energy, as well as sector coupling, because through sector coupling we get to use the energy storages that are not in the electricity sector, but in buildings, in hot water tanks, elsewhere in the energy system. But definitely the citizen engagement, the power to the people perspective that we took, definitely this is something that we will be focusing on in our next episodes as well. Thank you so much. My name is Tuomas Vanhanen. This was the Clean Energy Transition podcast, funded by the Nestling Foundation and published by joint programming platform Smart Energy Systems. For more information, please go to eranet-smartenergysystems.eu.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Clean Energy Ministerial. I'm pleased to be discussing the Energy Transition Factbook prepared for the Ministerial by Bloomberg Philanthropies and Bloomberg NEF. With us today is Nat Bullard, Chief Content Officer for Bloomberg NEF, to discuss the key findings of this Factbook and its relevance for the Clean Energy Ministerial. How are you, Nat?
I'm doing very well, Mr. Jobe, and thank you very much for joining for this discussion as we can get into a little bit of what's happening in energy transition at the moment.
No, thank you so much for this work and for joining us. Maybe to start, could you convey some of the key findings of this Factbook for the CEM meeting? Perhaps you could begin with maybe energy transition policy?
Absolutely. I think it was a fascinating year in energy transition policy in 2020. And most important to note is that the COVID-19 pandemic not only did not set energy transition policy back, it actually helped it in many ways leap forward. So at the beginning of 2020, about 34% of global emissions were covered by some form of a net zero target by mid-century or 2060. At the moment, that number is 57%. So more than half of global emissions are now covered by a target. Secondly, we had a record amount of investment in energy transition. For the first time ever, we had more than $500 billion of investment in things like energy generation from renewables, electrified transportation, hydrogen, heat, things of that nature are just continuing to grow and invest even in a very unusual economic year. And finally, on the financial front, we saw another record, which was more than $700 billion worth of sustainable debt raised. So things like green bonds and green loans, sustainability bonds and sustainability loans. So from the perspective of energy transition, last year was only progress. There was nothing that was really set backwards.
Yeah, that's great. Could you highlight a trend in electricity or transport maybe that you feel is most relevant to the Clean Energy Ministerial?
Absolutely. I think one thing that my colleagues and I continue to emphasize because it's so important is that we're now in a position where wind and solar electricity are the lowest cost generation option for about 2/3 of global population, about 71% of global GDP, and about 85% of all global power generation. So we've come in a decade from a point where renewables were certainly an expensive and scarce option to being abundant and inexpensive. Electrified transport, particularly passenger vehicles last year, was another really strong performance. So sales for passenger electric vehicles were up 48% last year. The rest of the auto market, needless to say, was not up at all. So we see a strong performance there, and we expect more of that coming in the future. And also we begin to see a lot of initiatives and a lot of movement around heavy-duty transportation changing. So the way that electricity finds its way into heavier trucking, into delivery vehicles, and eventually even, perhaps, into things like short-haul aviation.
Oh, that's great. Thanks, you. Thanks. And what do you see regarding the harder-to-abate sectors, like industry and other modes of transportation?
So I think this is, Minister, a very important thing for us to be talking about, you and me, and also for the ministerial itself to be addressing. The first is that, what I just mentioned about renewables, the economics there of renewable energy allow electricity in a clean way to go into new sectors. So we think, and we've often heard the phrase, electrify everything. But what we mean by that is, once your electricity supply becomes sufficiently decarbonized, you can then use that in places that it might not previously have been used. So electrification of processes or of heat or of things like that. The second is to think about hydrogen, and I know that this will be a topic that comes up in the ministerial, and it is of particular relevance for many of the member countries and the ministers. And the reason that we think hydrogen is potentially so important is because it plays a role where we run into the limits of electricity, where you need a fuel to be stored, or where you need molecules for combustion, for transformation processes that can't be done with electricity. And finally, I think it's important as well to think about nuclear energy and what role that needs to play in the future. So there are definitely initiatives in place to work on nuclear technology. There are policies in place to either expand fleets or perhaps, as we may see here in the United States, keep fleets in activity as a part of the mix, but also questions about what role it could play in a future that is much more electrified and needs more electricity for more things. So does nuclear play a baseload role in providing the electrical input for making hydrogen, for instance? So I think these are sort of the big things in the hard-to-abate sectors outside of the sort of pure realm of electricity that we should be considering, and I'm sure the ministers at CEM will be discussing.
Well, thank you so much. I think that was a great summary. Thank you so much for your insights.
Well, thank you very much, Minister. And could I ask you before we go what you are looking forward to here with the Clean Energy Ministerial?
Well, I'm very excited. I think this is a great opportunity for all players internationally to get together, to raise ambition, to collaborate, to set clear goals where we want to be in the future, and to work together, rich countries, developing countries, the private sector, the public sector, and to put innovation and ambitions on climate at the center to open this new era. I think that COVID marked a change in the way we look at many things, and I hope this ministry will help us start with the right energy this new phase.
Certainly, I think that's a very appropriate ambition and very much the right tone for this time. It is a time for for new energy to enter and for us to think really long and hard about what comes next for energy for the world. Thank you very much, Minister Chobe, for joining, and for all of you there with the Clean Energy Ministerial, we wish you the very best. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chile ha hecho suyo el desafío de crear un futuro más consciente y ecológico, aprovechando sus recursos naturales y la capacidad de innovación de su gente. Nuestra geografía nos expone fuertemente a las consecuencias negativas del cambio climático, pero al mismo tiempo nos da una oportunidad única para ser parte de la solución. Por eso, nos hemos propuesto como nación una meta ambiciosa, llegar a ser carbono neutral para el 2050. Tenemos una estrategia clara, con objetivos concretos y medibles que permitirán alcanzar la meta. De esta manera, estamos contribuyendo a una mejor calidad de vida y bienestar de los chilenos, pero también del planeta. Nuestro territorio nos entrega una enorme variedad de recursos para generar energía renovable. La mejor radiación solar en el norte del país, los fuertes vientos en el sur, especialmente en la Patagonia, nuestros variados recursos hídricos e incluso un cordón montañoso cuya actividad volcánica nos permite producir energía geotérmica. Y tenemos el potencial de producir hasta 70 veces la capacidad de energía actual. Enfrentar exitosamente el cambio climático y lograr heredar a las próximas generaciones un planeta en que puedan prosperar es una tarea de todos. Una que requiere de planificación, de rigor y de mucha creatividad. Y los chilenos estamos movilizados. Estamos tomando nuestra rica geografía y aprovechando su potencial para generar energías limpias y así reducir la emisión de gases de efecto invernadero y contribuir a una menor contaminación local, nacional y global. Son esas energías limpias las que nos están permitiendo cerrar las plantas de generación a carbón, reemplazarlas por energías renovables, habilitar la implementación de la electromovilidad que nos permite tener ciudades más limpias y silenciosas, seguir avanzando en medidas de eficiencia energética y, por supuesto, desarrollar la industria del hidrógeno verde. Chile tiene las mejores condiciones del mundo para ser líder en producción y exportación de este combustible cero emisiones. Y es clave para lograr la carbono neutralidad, ya que permite limpiar sectores que son difíciles de electrificar, tanto local como globalmente. Nuestro país contribuye en una pequeña escala al calentamiento global, pero este es un desafío intergeneracional que no respeta los límites geopolíticos. Y estamos disponibles y comprometidos a hacer todo lo que esté a nuestro alcance para aportar a la solución a través de energía limpia y sustentable. No existe mi futuro, solo existe nuestro futuro. Y desde Chile aportamos con las energías limpias que lo harán posible. Chile, país de energías limpias. Ministerio de Energía.
you.